Good afternoon and welcome back to the IPA tour here live in Coventry at the Doubletree Hotel here in Coventry, and we've had some great action yesterday, and I'm delighted to be joined by Dan Davey, fellow professional player and one of the top seeds for this event. And Dan, you've got to say the buzz has been, we've obviously been away from the tour for a little while, but the buzz is definitely back in this room, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, full. We were full with weeks to go. I mean, is this the biggest ever entries we've ever had for a tour, I think so. Yeah, the buzz is definitely back. I think it's nice sometimes to have a break. Obviously the third tour in Newcastle got rescheduled, so we now got a much busier December, November later this year, leading into the Worlds and the first tour. So that's, pros and cons really. I don't like playing in the summer anyway, so I was quite happy for a break, and it's good to be back.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw, a mixture of games there on this TV table. I mean, we're going to have to show you some of them highlights very soon. But, I mean, there was a couple of upsets and maybe, a couple of bits of the play and that, etc. Wasn't up to the standard that we're normally at, but that's got to be, we've got to accept that because of the break.
I think it's a bit of ring rust. And I found it yesterday. I've played one competitive tournament since the end of June, and it's good and bad in a way. But you kind of you can. It's all right playing and putting the hours in and having a prep, but it's not the same feeling. Playing in your local flyers is not the same feeling as playing in something where there's a lot at stake. So. Yeah, I think maybe there was a little bit of that yesterday. I commentated on one match yesterday, Rob Stephen and Tom Barley, and I've played against and commentated on them both plenty of times before, and they didn't play great. Tom won a scrappy encounter, and then guess what happens? The cobwebs are off. It goes and destroys our world champion Clint Johansson 8-2, and looked back to his very best.
Yeah, Tom had a couple of bits of I don't know. There was a lot of thing on Tom yesterday. We had that huge fluke and
4-all against Rob
when he was up against it and feeling the pressure, weren't he? I mean, that's gone pretty much. It's gone viral on social media.
That was a huge turning point. I was commentating on that. It was a huge turning point. Yeah.
Yeah.
He missed his last ball by a fair distance and fluked it in the middle, broke the black out, and from there he won the next 3 frames. Game over. If he loses that and goes 5-4 down, he's probably not going to win the match because of the way it had gone. He was 3-0 up. He should have gone 4-0. He should have been 5-0 up, wasn't. And a big turning point in the game. And like I say, you can have all the rust you want and blow the cobwebs off, but the next game he then went and beat Clint 8-2 and played unbelievable. So. It can happen.
Yeah, and he had, after that fluke, he then had a chance to play the world champion. And how much of a lift did he get from that game and playing already on this TV table? That must have helped him to be, I've got to say, an out of sorts of Clint Johansson.
Yeah, definitely, because it tends to play a little bit quicker, the TV table, because there's more lights on the bed of the table. It tends to just be that fraction quicker as well. So it probably is an advantage. And he probably feels like sometimes you get through a match where you don't play well, and it feels you get just as much from it as if you'd played well, because it's like, oh, well, at least I got through it. And it's probably because he's playing Clint, because he's playing the world champion, he probably feels like he can almost relax a little bit because the pressure's not on him. And when Tom Barley's relaxed, that's when he's at his best. And yeah, we saw what he can do.
And we're going to have a vote pretty soon. I just want to have a talk to you about the break of the day yesterday, and there was a lot of debate about how this table was breaking yesterday, whether the cup break was the one to have, or was it the actual head-on break. And yesterday we saw that the head-on break was really more successful on that table, because we've got the new balls, new cushions, the new cloth, and everything else that's going off on that table. But what we saw was the head-on break was more successful.
Yeah, well, it's always been a big debate, and I personally never use the cut break. Never say never, but I don't. And I've tried it a few times. The white flings off the table. You try and put too much into it. We was chatting about Marc Boyle about it yesterday. He was probably the best I've ever seen at using the cut break, and there's a real art to getting the speed and the power into it without flying the white off the table. He does it better than anybody. He won the double last time round, and then he went and won the Masters so he actually won 3 IPA events in a row, and he uses the cut break. So maybe that's the way to go. I don't think most people don't use it. I don't like it. It's personal preference. Every table plays slightly differently. Maybe, well, not maybe. If the table's brand new, with brand new cloth, it is going to break slightly differently to a table that's had 10 hours of play on it, to a table that's had 30 hours of play on it, versus a table that's had 60, 70 hours of play on it. It is going to change over time. That's for the players to work out, and they decide whether they think it's worth persisting with a cut break or not. Each to their own.
Yeah, well, you'll be pleased to know, Dan, the winner of that break of the day isn't going to be down to us. It's going to be down to you at home. So it's going to be down to, you're going to be putting the votes in. We're going to show you 3 of the best breaks of the day from yesterday, and you're going to decide. And over the next several minutes, we'll have the result of that, and we'll see who's won a break of the day. But here they are. You decide, and we'll have a little debate afterwards, and we'll try and help persuade you. Who do you think? That was Gareth Hibbert. I mean, he broke well all day and probably played the best on his table yesterday. Tom Barley, 5 balls off the break there. Didn't land kindly in the end, but to pot 5 balls off the break's always, quite rare. And then the final one, Craig Marsh, probably one of the best breakers in the game. A little extra clip there of Chris Bowen, just playing a nice little... I don't know what you call them shots, cannon plant. I don't
trying to dig
cannon plant double or whatever.
Trying to dig himself out of a hole by the looks of it.
Yeah, and he did quite well at that as well. But yeah, it's going to be down to you. Who's the vote of the day for the break of the day? Is it Tom Barley? Is it Gareth Hibbert? Or is it Craig Marsh? I mean, head-on break for you, Dan, all day long. All day long, and especially on these new cloths, new balls, new tables.
Just get behind it. I think they should ban the cut break.
Well,
but,
and that debate will go on for years, no doubt. So, right, we're going to, just while you decide who you're going to win the break of the day, we're going to look at Corey Reese in a very quick VT.
Corey, great to see you. You are the European Open champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels sweet, to be honest.
Let's talk about, the tournament itself, your route to the final. You started in the early rounds fairly confidently by the looks of the score lines. You seemed to sort of float through the first 2 or 3 rounds. And then you came up against Matt Steeper. And that was an interesting match, to say the least. So just to get this right, you were 7-1 down?
Yeah.
And you won the last 7 frames to win at 8-7.
Yeah.
What was your mindset from 7-1 down?
Well, my head was in the shed at 7-1, so I was playing terrible. Like, bad. He played well. I mean, it wasn't just me playing bad, he played well too. Like, he deserved his 7-1 lead. It wasn't any fluke. And then he had a chance to win 8-1. And it wasn't really a tough chance. I think he was more focused on the white, missed an easy pot. I thought if you just get a 7-2 and then you just take it for what it is. It's a different challenge then, isn't it? Because if you somehow did manage to win, you're surely going to take a hell of a lot of momentum into your next games. And I think he had another chance early to win 8-3 maybe. But then after that, he didn't really have a chance to it got me going, and the last 4 frames didn't really have a shot, really.
So it was just a momentum shift then. I guess you were just running on empty and then trying to scrape your way back into it, and you managed to do it.
Yeah, because as I say, he played well, but oh my God, some of the chances I was missing early in that match was just so frustrating. But then shows how quickly it can turn around.
Having come through that experience then and come from so far behind, did you then feel like almost your name was on the trophy at that point?
Obviously, a lot of people do say that, but I never did. Just because I've never been, like, after a big win from 7-1 behind, people sometimes can get too high, and then after a bad result they get too low. You just try to stay as close to neutral as possible. But I obviously knew then I had some sort of momentum going into it. And then the next, against Dean, the next match, I started really well. But then I played poor in the middle part, and it was all of a sudden, I think I was 5-4, 6-4 behind. So it could have so easily lost the next game too. But I definitely played obviously a lot better after the 7-1 prior to it, obviously.
Yeah. So what do you credit for that kind of mental strength? Like, where did you dig that out from? Because, you know, you came back from behind in 2 massive games before the semi-final stage and still carried on as well. It was such a long day. Where did you dig that out from?
I don't know. I think I've always had it. I mean, I've done it since I was young. I've never seemed to wilt. Like, obviously, you can easily lose matches by big scorelines, and sometimes you can lose your head and down to yourself, but you just never give in, do you, really? It's just like you practice hard for these events, so then you're close to losing, but it doesn't mean you've lost. You see the amount of times you see people do it, like they're close to losing, they sort of just not give in, but throw the towel into a degree, then it's just no point. Like, you're to win, innit? And also, if you win from a big deficit behind, it's such a good, like, it's a massive feeling. And you're like, if you ever play that opponent again, they know that they've lost you from 7-1 behind. 6-1, you know what I mean? They've always thought, oh, if I say the next time we play them, they're 4-0 up, they think, oh, like, he could come back to me and beat me. It's a mental game as well, isn't it? For them, not just for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So you beat Matt, came back against him, beat Dean, came back against him, played really well in the semi-final against JJ. And then you came up against Gareth Hibbert in the final, who was in form himself, and you blew him away. I mean, where did that one come from? You just seemed to be absolutely in the zone, so late on in the day, having played all day. Is that a stamina thing? Do you think that your stamina was better than Gaz's on the day?
I don't know, but it's. I think it was just one of those. Like, 'cause I know Gaz can obviously easily do it to me. It's just one of those games where I got off to a really good start, had a couple of easy chances early. He missed 1 or 2 maybe that he wouldn't, and all of a sudden the lead's 4-0, 5-1, and he's obviously facing an uphill. Like, from 5-1, unless he plays out of his skin and I don't get balls from break, I've got to miss chances really to lose. But from there, I continued playing as well as I was, and he didn't really have enough chances even to get into the match. So the scoreline was just, obviously, a win's a win, so it makes no difference to the scoreline. But obviously, it is good winning.
It's a nice one.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course it is.
It was the perfect start to the season then. You know, an open victory in the very first tour. What are your ambitions, having started the season so well? What are your ambitions for the rest of the season now?
I've never been one to set targets. Just because, say if you say at the start of the year, I want to win at least one event. But if you win the first event of the year, you've already met your goal, so you're sort of limiting yourself. I've always been a case of just win your next, I know it sounds so cliche, but just win your next match and just keep going from there. Because every match is different. Every match has its own challenges. If you're a favourite, if you're an underdog, if you're behind, if you're in front. So just try to win it. You try to win every comp, don't you? Otherwise, you turn up and think, if I've won that event, semis will do. It's just not. It's not what we do, is it? You turn up and you try to win everything.
Well, hope you enjoyed that insight there of the pool world of Corey Reese. So the vote's in, the break of the day, and the winner is Gareth Hibbert with 45%. And, you know, Gareth Hibbert broke like a god yesterday. He is called the Godfather for a reason, and here it is. And again, sometimes Gareth Hibbert goes a little bit ill-noticed about how good he really is at breaking. Has a little bit of a loose white, but it's very, very effective indeed.
Makes you sick, doesn't it, as a
player?
player?
He was talking about this spin he was getting on this. Every time, it's just, normally you come across the ball when you're gaining spin, it was spinning for about 10 seconds. The clock had to be reset about 3 or 4 times on his matches, like, and that was one of the slowest spins of them. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't get spoken about that much, actually, about how good a break he's got, but yeah, I mean, you don't win a world title without having a good break.
You know, a back-to-back 147s unless you can cue very well indeed as well. And
knows his way around a cue.
And Gareth Hibbert he's into the quarterfinals of the professional event, so no doubt we might see him back on this TV table at some point today. He's just beaten Matt Davis 8 frames to 1. He only went on at 12 o'clock, so that must have been a very quick match indeed. So not just a professional event that we're going to see the conclusion of today, we're also going to see the conclusion of the Ladies Elite event, and we're going to see a new winner on that, Dan, aren't we?
See a new winner. Deb Birchall won the first 2, so the number 1 player is out. She lost to Ashbird. Deb has beaten Ashbird and Rhiannon Graham in the first 2 finals respectively. Rhiannon Graham's currently 5-4 up in her semi-final, so it could be a Rhiannon Graham Ashbird final, but either way there will be a new winner.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting, and that final will be coming up later on. We'll keep you informed of that throughout of our coverage today, and we're going to have the conclusion of the professional event as well. We're going to be showing you 2 last 16 matches. This first one up, Dan, but the Battle of the North East, Gavin Robinson against Marc Farnsworth, very interesting one.
Battle of friends, they wind each other up on our WhatsApp group, don't they? They practice a lot together. They've played probably thousands of frames against each other. Gav has beaten Marc before on the stream table, but look, Marc's one of the best ever, so you got to make Marc favourite. But Gav is a match for anyone. He believes in himself, probably as much as you can possibly believe in yourself. Gav is that guy. Believes he can beat anyone on his day. But Marc is just Mr. Consistent, and for the past few years he has been a level above pretty much everybody, including Gav. So you'd have to make Marc favourite, but would it be a big shock if Gav won? No, but Marc's favourite.
And just one more match that we know of quickly on that one, and before we go over to this match, Liam Dunster against Dean Shields. That's the next match up straight after this one. That's an absolute mouth-watering one, isn't it?
Oh, great match, yeah, great match. Dean, how many finals has Dean been in? I've lost count.
Yeah, I know.
He's sorry, Dean.
Count. Yeah.
But again, Liam, I'd say Liam, Marc, obviously Clint's current world champion, Mark Boyle, have really been the standout players the last 2 or 3 years consistently. But Dean's been so close on so many occasions. He hasn't quite got there. I would probably say that Dean is more likely to beat Liam than Gav is to beat Marc. Not much in it, but I think Liam and Dean is a slightly closer contest than Marc and Gav, but so we'll see.
Well, there you have it. Thanks very much, Dan, for that, and everyone is now ready. Our commentator, the voice of the IPA, Dan Fairway, it's going to be over to you, and he's got a special guest today, so off you go, Dan.
Thanks, Marc. One of my favourite introductions ever, I think, that one. My special guest in here, shaking his head in disbelief, quite frankly, at the results of our best break of the day poll, is Simon Ward. Simon thinks that Gareth Hibbert may not have deserved that one.
Well, I think Marsh was the only one who hit the pack straight. To be honest, I think all 3 breaks were pretty good, but Marshy's was definitely the best one for me.
Gavin Robinson is going to get us underway in this last 16 match, and I don't think that's going to win any break of the day contests, but he makes a ball.
Yeah, it's a cut break does work on the TV table. It's it's a bit more reactive under the lights. The cushions are a bit slidier. Pockets are marginally more generous just because of the conditions, and the cut break does tend to work really well, but. Unless you can cue it like someone like Boyle or maybe even Dunster who can really generate a lot of power into it, it always feels like you're holding back when you're trying to break, doing the cut break. Although he potted the ball there, they didn't really burst open, did they?
No. It seems to be a talking point from the last couple of days, or the last day, I suppose, this being the first match of day 2. The cut break, we heard Dan Davey with a rather controversial opinion that the cut break should be banned. Any thoughts?
Why not? I don't use the cut break, so why not just ban it? May as well. Yeah.
I like that.
I used to use the cut break probably 10, maybe 15 years ago. before it became fashionable. And I probably used it for about maybe 2 years, and I think I just came to the conclusion then that it wasn't really for me. These tables do lend themselves more to the cut break than the tables of old, but I still prefer sort of breaking from the front. I just think you can, as I say, unless you really work on timing it really well, which I'm not capable of doing, I just feel you can get more through the pack with hitting from the front.
It's sort of depressing, I'm sure for other players out there as well, to hear you say that you're not capable of timing something well.
Not anymore. Doesn't feel like that anyway. Gavin's got himself in a bit of bother here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really digging himself a hole in this frame. He's really going to struggle to get out from here.
I mean, if the red by the black and yellow does go anywhere, it only goes into the top right-hand pocket, and it only goes once he pots the other red. So I mean,
would it almost at this point where he's gone this far? Well, he's just laying up. I was going to say, even try planting them if you got to that point.
I mean, that's not a bad shot, to be honest. I think he was at the stage there where I think if he potted one more red, he was basically out of the frame. Whereas now he's still got. I mean, he's played a pretty good shot, to be honest. He's still got options. So Marc's marginal favourite, but it's considering how big a hole he was digging himself, he's done well to sort of hold back there and just keep himself in the frame.
Yeah. Marc Farnsworth, of course, one of the leading lights on the IPA, the tour #1. And it must be hard to play that kind of shot that Gav's just played against Marc, because even with a table as messy as this, you've got to feel like he's very much capable of taking them.
Oh, he is, yeah, definitely. But I think the position he was in, Gav was very big second favourite, and what he's doing, he's just asking the question of Marc to play a shot, almost hoping actually that Marc would go for them. Obviously, Marc's using experience. He's seen the shot there is to just bring a ball out and leave Gav. Really, the only red he can hit is the one he doesn't want to move, because that would then open the table for Marc.
Clock's running out of time here for Gav Robinson, and that was close. I did sort of have a look at that, and I thought it was going to hit the red, but I thought it was going to hit the red about half ball.
Yeah, I think he's sort of.
That
he
nearly
knew the
snuck
red
in.
was going in the general direction of the pocket. He was just kind of hoping to mess things up a little bit, maybe push the yellow closer to the white to the rail. He hasn't quite managed that, but he's probably going to get in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for either player here because the yellow and the black are tied up. So I don't think anyone's going to clear up from the next visit. But so yeah, this frame's in the balance now. I think Gav's done. You know, he's playing that safety shot originally when he was really sort of chasing the finish has given him a foothold in this frame now.
It was an interesting safety shot as well, because it, particularly under the shot clock in this kind of a situation, I feel like it's harder to find those. You know, if you're just sat at home watching that shot, you might think it was a bit of a nothing shot. I think it's harder to find those kind of creative safeties when under the 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, definitely, because I mean, when you're playing a safety, you're in the back, especially when it's like an open safety, you're always in the back of your mind that you might potentially miss a shot you might be leaving.
Yeah,
it's really hard to study the table. You know, when the table is open, really hard to study the table in 30 seconds, sort of cover off all the possible shots that your opponent might play, and sort of conclude that the safety is the right shot. So a lot of the time you have to trust your instincts. I'd be tempted to say he's probably 50-50 for this frame now. I'm not sure whether Marc's forced to go here, possibly.
It looks like
a shot.
Oh, that's.
I think what he wanted to do there was potentially play the yellow off the black and yellow, and give himself options. Obviously, I don't think he's on that at all now.
I think that's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
To drift onto that red so tight is harsh.
Interesting match, this one, because obviously it's a northeast derby. I think they both practice together. we know how good Marc is, but Gav isn't gonna fear playing him because he's obviously plays him a lot. That's a great shot, that is. I mean, that looked so easy, didn't the way he's put that on the rail there?
Yes, it wasn't. You're right, though. Northeast Derby.
Yep.
Yeah, the Newcastle v Sunderland have pulled this one. They are good friends off the table, but you wouldn't know it sometimes from the way that Marc talks about Gav.
No.
Well, he's left Gav a shot here, and he's lining it up.
Yeah, Gav needs to be careful because he's in the ascendancy here. I mean, I think he should play the shot, but he just needs to guarantee that he's going to be on the red. At least either brings the white out in the middle of the table, or he needs to guarantee he's on the red on the rail when he plays this shot.
So red off the yellow to free the black, and the cue ball into the red on the rail. That's the shot.
Yeah. So he's just about got there. So he's managed to get on the red that he knocked out. It was. He needed to guarantee himself a shot, really, because if he wasn't on anything now, he might have a problem because he's opened up the whole table. But as it happens, he's played it well.
Yeah. He was trusting to luck slightly. I think if he had a slightly fuller contact with that red on the rail, then he might have been in quite a lot of trouble now.
Yeah. Sometimes on those shots, you can play him quite cute and sort of try and get the angle perfectly, whereas he's just played it quite firm, almost guaranteeing himself some sort of shot. Yeah. So he's played it well. The shot here now is just to try and get on the black, really. I mean, the yellow's blocking the obvious pocket, so it's just he needs to look now at where he needs to leave the angle on his last red to get on the black. So I think he's playing the black into the same pocket as he's potting the last red. Unless he can float underneath the yellow and play the black into either the left middle or the bottom left corner. Let's see how if he can float underneath, it's perfect. Yeah, yeah. See, he just sneaked onto the yellow. He couldn't quite drift past her.
Yeah, I'm still not absolutely convinced which pocket he was playing for there.
I think he was playing the bottom left. Yeah, I think he's playing the bottom left, but I mean, he obviously couldn't get there really, so he's got a tough black now.
Nailed it.
It's a good shot.
Terrific black from Gav Robinson, gives him the lead in this last 16 match. There is a long way to go. It is a race to 8, but that will be a really strong settler of Gav Robinson's nerves.
Yeah, he was chasing the finish at the start, played a good safety and worked his way back into the frame. Marc was unlucky on a couple of shots he played, and then Gav took a nice finish.
Gav one to the good so far. Of course, he broke off first, so we're still on serve.
It's been interesting to see now if Marc uses the cut break as well.
I rarely see Marc use the cut break, to be fair.
Really?
I think Marc generally is a front ball striker, and a lot is made of Marc Farnsworth break in that he isn't the best.
I mean, yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's not the. I think on the TV, I mean, having a good break is obviously a really good weapon to have, but it's not as big a weapon as it could be on the TV table because, I mean, the balls are so reactive, they do break so well. I think if I was Marc, I'd just concentrate on timing it right and hitting them nice, and I mean, over the course of a tournament, he should get balls and splits off the break. But it looks like he's going for the cut break.
It does, yeah.
The key here is to try and stay as level with the cue as possible, really, and make sure you don't get the white airborne as you hit the pack. And to be honest, I don't think he could hit them any better than that, really. He's hit those really, really well.
Yeah.
But the problem is that nothing really threatened the pocket. I mean, you know, as I say, I don't think he would hit them much better than that, really.
No, but they've all gone to one side. They've all. Oh no,
dear.
Gav, horror show. Trying a really delicate little save. I mean, let's be fair. Marc's got He hit the break well, so he's unlucky to go dry, but you're really lucky to end up in the position he did.
Yeah.
Touching one ball, essentially. Nothing on for Gav Robinson. It's interesting. I haven't seen Marc use the cut break that often from memory. And I heard a fair bit of discussion last night that actually the cut break wasn't working on this table. So, I don't know. I'm surprised to see two players cut breaking immediately.
I don't think it can be as simple as it's working or not. I think it all depends who's breaking, to be honest. It all depends on even one player who might have one match and they break in really well and getting ball off the break to a large extent is down to luck. I mean, there's obviously a skill to hitting them as hard as you can, getting a big split, and obviously the more they split, the more chance you've got of getting the ball. And there is a way of playing the cut break, which I think Liam uses, where you can almost guarantee making a ball.
Yeah, it tends to be the head. Is it the head ball in the left centre or something along those lines?
The ball he hits should go back around the pack and into the middle pocket.
Oh, okay.
The thing with that is that's what I used to do, is that the harder you hit it, the harder it is to control.
Yeah.
Say on these reactive tables, it's you don't have to hit them as hard as you used to, but yeah, it's generally speaking, the harder you hit them, and the better split you get, and the more chance you've got of making the ball.
Just figuring out his options here. Would you be wanting to leave the red that's next to the black for your last ball here?
Ideally, yes. I mean, I want to leave probably. The problem is that the red he's probably going to play into the middle pocket next is probably the one he'd want to leave two out from the last. Mm-hmm. The three that the white's nearest to would probably he'd love them to be his last three balls, but they're not going to be now. I think he's just going to probably float the red into the bottom left-hand corner, then take the red. If he goes to the middle, great. If it doesn't, to the top right-hand corner, and then play the one in the middle, last but one, which will leave him naturally then on the easy one.
He has just had a little stroll around the table to see if that red goes to the centre.
Oh yeah, it goes into there, so that's perfect. So he can just drift down now naturally. There's no sort of he wants to make sure he comes far enough, but it's quite a big margin of error from to snooker himself, so you can just play this top spin and just roll through. There's a yell near the balk line where he's kind of got a natural guide. He's stunned it in, okay. It's perfect.
Nicely worked out, this finish. Made it look easier than I think it was.
Yeah, he's taking those well. It was he didn't have a hard pot, but he had to make sure he took them in a particular order. The last three balls could have been tricky if he didn't work them out earlier.
One apiece, and we move on. It's big weekend for sport. You a golfer?
Not really.
No,
I've been following
no
the scores,
Ryder Cup chat.
really. No, not really.
No.
I'm more of a rugby man.
Oh, of course. Yep. Well, that's a fairly big weekend.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Rugby
exactly.
as well.
So we watched the New Zealand was good last night, and Scotland playing tonight. It's a good thing about being out.
Who's your pick for the Rugby World Cup?
I think it's really wide open. I think obviously France beating New Zealand and Ireland beating South Africa suggests it could be one of those two, but I still think it's one of those four.
Okay. You don't fancy Wales?
Nope, not at all. I think Wales will struggle to beat Argentina. England will beat Fiji, but I don't think England or Wales will get to the final.
Of course, plenty of live sport happening this weekend, but stick with us for what is undoubtedly the highlight of everyone's weekend here at the IPA International event in Coventry. Gav Robinson. It's dry this time, but again, it's not a great split.
No. Pack didn't really burst open.
It's an awkward... If that red wasn't near the yellow to the bottom right, you'd say that reds were reasonably
Yeah, I mean, I'm
comfortable.
assuming he can play a 3-ball plant and pot the red in the middle, but then he's got a red at the bottom end of the table that's tied up.
I'm not sure about that 3-ball plant. I think it might just be going wide.
And then, possibly, yeah, I think you're right with the overhead. Then yellows are okay, but really the only ball he can pot is the one he doesn't want to pot first, which is the one near the pocket. So it's he's just gonna let Gav have a think about things instead. This is the kind of situation where both players want the other one to go for the finish first.
Yeah. Yeah, which is almost hard to believe at this level, but because they're sort of almost backing against their opponent.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to.
Yeah. I think, it's we're so used to attacking all the time. Sometimes it's worth having a look and seeing if you can almost force your opponent to attack him because they haven't got another option. It's often not as easy as it looks. I might be trying to pot this yellow into the middle here, which is a tough one. It's a great shot.
Good shot. What does it leave him? Is he perhaps considering just covering the pocket?
Yeah, I think he can. I think he can just. I mean, to be honest, I think he could play the pot dead weight. I think he'd be on the yellow then near the right hand corner, and then he's got a chance. But if he covers the pocket, he's in control.
Here we go. In or over for Gav?
Yeah, and it's
over.
Not quite.
I think it's probably
he's
covered
okay.
enough.
Yeah, camera angles deceive me again. I think he's got the pocket.
It is completely different. The overhead to
yeah.
this is can make you look silly.
Thanks.
Not just you, not you personally. It's a good effort, but Marc's not quite got the snooker. Got the pocket though. And that was a clever little shot.
Oh dear.
Well, one part of that shot went really well. It's just the rest of it.
I mean, I think he's still got a shot. He's got the yellow to the top left, or maybe even cutting the yellow across the back of the table into the corner and go into the two yellows. So I think he's still got a shot. So this is 100% on the pot, yeah? Like that.
That's a
That
terrific
bounces.
pot. Has that bounced enough? I would argue not.
He's okay.
I mean, yeah, because actually that yellow has probably come off far enough off the cushion to go to the centre pocket. So if that's your last yellow and you can just drop it in, just depends how well he can cue this one bridging over the red. That's...
Okay, I mean, I think he's got a little tricky one now into the middle. He'd have loved to have obviously run down a bit further to play the one across the back rail first, but he can definitely snick this in. These are the kind of shots I think you just got to play with drag. Yeah. He's played that sort of plain ball. I think I like to play them with drag. You almost cue it harder.
Yeah.
But to take all the pace out the white as it gets there. You've got more chance of of hitting on the line you want.
Is that to ensure that there's no roll off or anything like that, or just?
I think it takes a bit out of it. I think, but I just think that when you're playing it that slowly, I mean, you're asking for either problems in your queuing arm or problems on the table, possibly across a finger mark or something.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you're playing a bit firmer with drag, you're certainly taking the arm out of the equation. I think you can hit it with a bit more purpose. And yeah, I just think it's a better, because the white will then slow right down once it contacts the yellow. You can almost hit the shot harder as well.
Do you think there's an element of worry when some players play a drag shot that they might overhit it and end up sort of screwing, so that the bite point comes after contact?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just, you know, it's easy to mistime those shots. So there is that possibility, but that's what you practice them for, to make sure you don't do that.
Yeah, fair enough. Is it easier or harder on a cloth this reactive to play that drag shot?
It depends. I think you can play a larger range of shots, but it's probably more likely to go wrong with the more reactive cloth, because obviously the more spin you put in the white, the more chance of things reacting. So I think it's easier to play a wider range of shots. So you know, your deep screws and that kind of thing, and spin the white run off cushions. It's easier with a really reactive cloth, but that does mean that you have to be more precise with those kind of shots.
As mentioned earlier by Pickers, the IPA Elite Ladies final will be brought to you later on. We're into the semi-final stage in that event, and we've got a live score for you at the top of the screen. Beck Sweeney and Rhiannon Graham. In a race to 7, it's 6-5 Rhiannon. That one's going down to the wire, and a double overlay. Craig Brown, that's a race to 8 in this professional event, is 6-3 up over Mark Boyle, but the last time I saw that score it was 6-1.
That's right, it was 6-1, wasn't it?
Boyle was on the comeback trail.
Yeah.
Craig obviously a class player, but given the form that Mark is in, having won the last 3 IPA events, you'd have to put that down to shock if Craig does get over the line.
Yeah, definitely. I think Craig's a really capable player. And he can, you know, he's. So I think yes, it would obviously Mark's favourite, but you know, from 6-1, I wouldn't expect Craig to lose the match from there. I think he is going to, you know, he's obviously playing well to get to that level. So Mark just checking the pack there. He's not. Something's not touching. I think he's obviously worked on, I would assume, look at how much he's studying the pack, he's obviously worked on his break, and he thinks that if he can get, if there's certain balls that touch, and he'll back himself to make sure the split is how he wants it. Another shock, that's 6-0.
6-0 Nathan Bridges against Tom Barley. And again, yeah, it has to go down to shock.
Yeah,
with no disrespect to Nathan.
Last night? Didn't Tom Barley beat Clint last night? 8-2, I think it was.
Yeah. Kevin Barton, the chairman, still in the competition.
That's not so much of a shock. I think it's a shock that Kevin.
I was going to say, I think the 3 is a shock.
Yeah.
You're going to get me sacked.
Yeah, he hit those well. Really well. I take from that, though, because I haven't seen Mark check in the rack particularly much before. I take from that he's decided that the cut breaks for him, because he times the ball really well. So people who can time the ball consistently well can generally cut break really well. So I think he's decided that cut break probably is for him. And you know, the first 2 breaks he's hit really well.
It's something that I've noticed him doing only over the last couple of tournaments. Yeah, the checking of the rack. That red wiped his feet, but it has made it down safely. And
yeah, he's underhit. He's hit down into the right hand side of the pocket. The white hasn't travelled as far as he wanted. He'd love to have been a bit straighter on one of these reds. Obviously, the key red is the one at the bottom of the table. You've got 2 options. You can either drop onto it, or you can play one of those reds off the yellow and bring the red out that way.
Probably the sort of middle of the 3 reds would be the ideal ball to do that with.
Absolutely, yeah. Which he's he's playing now. Look, he's pretty good in it now.
This is a big shot.
What's that?
Absolutely nailed it.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic shot. Because it's so much harder to play those when that second ball that you're running into isn't in your eye line.
Yeah, I think he was kind of forced into it because he played quite a poor positional shot before, because I think his intention was to set himself up on that shot perfectly, but then he didn't really land on anything nice, so he thought, well, if I take, he was basically saying, that's my black. If I play that shot well, I've won the frame. It's come out really well. So he can just play into an area now. It doesn't really matter what order he takes these. Red in the middle first or red in the corner, it doesn't really matter. I think he's probably going to take the one in the middle. Nice finish.
Yep. Just 4 frames into the match. We have our first finish from the break. I say just 4. Actually, it's not often that we go 4 frames into a match before we see our first break or reverse dish. It's been an interesting...
Yeah, that was a great shot, wasn't it?
It really was, yeah. Cliche time, but he made it look easy.
Yep. As I say, he didn't really land on anything like he wanted to from the previous shot, but I think where he was, he thought, well, he'll back himself to pot it. He was favoured to get it, and he knew if he did get it, he was guaranteed to win the frame. So
Marc Boyle continuing
6-4,
continuing the comeback, and well, famously, you love a comeback.
Yes.
Simon the Boomerang Ward, known for coming back from the dead. Have you been in many situations where you've been on the receiving end of that?
A few, yeah. Not many, but a few. I mean, it's bound to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, I suppose it can't not really.
Yeah, I think I might have lost to Liam Dunster when I think I might have been 6-3 up and lost 7-6 potentially. I mean, it's bound to happen. I think it all depends. If you get broken cleared against, there's not much you can do about it. If you start throwing frames away, it's a bit tougher to take.
I think one of the best we've seen happen in the last event, Corey Reese, I think was 6-1 down to Matt Steeper. Came back to win 7-6 and then won the...
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, we mentioned that. Or Corey mentioned that in the interview we broadcast earlier. Marc again, first visit.
So he's looking to go reds here. It's just a bit tricky. I mean, the red nearest the black isn't ideal. The red on the right hand side on the cushion isn't ideal. He needs to get on one of those early, really, to make the finish a bit easier.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, you could possibly play the red into the corner and push the yellow into the red. You could play the double on the red near on the cushion as well. I would, because he's going to run out of ball shortly because he's got 2 problems here. He's got the red on the right hand side and the red nearest the black. I think he's probably thinking the red nearest the black is his last ball, so I'll kind of worry about that when I get there, because if I can get on it, I'll be on the black as well. So that's what he's probably thinking there.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you could save the red in the middle of the table for your second last red, then you could potentially just stun into the black. Or is this now the back double?
Maybe.
I think it might need to be. I mean, he can cut the red in the middle and move the other red. But is it going to end up any better? I'm not absolutely convinced that it would, to be honest.
I think he probably hasn't landed on many shots so far in this clearance where he wanted to be. So that's why he's kind of... He's got the double.
There.
Where's the white going? Trust a bit of luck. It's okay. It's okay. got a thin snick in the middle or cut back into the corner.
If you go the thin snick in the middle, you're going to move that red, aren't you? So,
yeah, he'd love to be able to judge the cannon and almost hit the red and yellow full. If you can do that, or is he going to try and avoid it altogether?
Oh, this is a shot.
That really well. Yeah.
That's a great shot. He judged the cannon, he just judged it off the cushion, which is even better, to be honest.
There's a lot of risk in that, though. I mean, I like moving the white around, but I'm not sure if I'd have played... I think early on in this finish, he kind of didn't really land where he wanted to, and then suddenly the finish started to get away from him, but he's played a really good shot to get it back. Here's another good one here.
Oh, has he overdone this? No. No, not at all. Slightly, arguably.
Yeah,
actually.
the white's a little bit away from the cushion, so you
Yeah.
have to jack up slightly and just bring the white back for the black in the corner. He's probably just about stopped before he had a problem. Yeah, that's okay.
(4-1), and you have to say Marc Farnsworth hasn't really missed a beat yet.
Nope. As you'd expect, really. I mean, he hasn't. I mean, he's obviously taken on some nice finishes, but he hasn't really, set the world on fire. He's just done what he's supposed to do. Hasn't missed anything easy. Gareth's missed a couple of chances.
That was a really nice shot.
Yeah.
Just that little bit of check side.
Yeah. It's quite hard to judge in these cloths because you've got to really sort of make sure the spin bites, otherwise it'll slide and it'll end up nowhere. Played it really well.
Yeah, and had he come back off the cushion and caught the yellow there, that could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Craig Brown moves to within one frame of knocking out Mark Boyle. Corey Reese, Kev Barton are still at 5-3. That was, what, 3 frames ago?
Yeah, and Nathan Bridges is on the hill against
But Tom Barley's on the board. Yeah. That was 7-0. Now that would be the comeback of all comebacks.
It would be, yes. I don't think I've ever won 8-7 from 7-0 before.
That's 7-0 Nathan Bridges, Tom Barley. I can't get over that, if I'm honest.
Not really, no. I mean, it's a funny one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not sure what's happened. I mean, Tom is a streaky player, so I can imagine if things are going wrong with Tom for whatever reason, if he's just not falling down in the finishes, it could quite easily have gone 7-1. But generally speaking, he's he tends to get the finishes more often than not. So.
You may have just caught at the top of our screen there as well. Our first Elite Ladies finalist has been decided. Beck Sweeney has missed out. It's Rhiannon Graham who will take on the winner of Ashbird and Rachel Tucker later on your screens.
It's Marc's break again. He hit these really well again.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like we should just let him take these out because he's going to.
I think so. I mean, the yellow at the top of the table is causing him problems. Obviously, he's going reds, but the yellow at the top of the table is the only problem really.
Yeah, even then, he can leave himself an angle on the left, the right hand of those 2 reds to move the left one if he wants to, or there's a plant to the one in the corner, or
take the one over the corner first and then come back and take it in the same pocket.
Exactly. It's actually, yeah. I don't even think the yellow is a problem, is it?
It's a bit loose. You wanted to be straight or slightly top side on that because the yellow might come into play now. We'll see.
Yeah, when he comes back across for the second of these 2 reds, possibly might just have to play with it
he
top
wanted
and
to
flick
leave
off
the yellow where it is. It might be that the white has to slide off the yellow now, which is fine, but you can see that he's put that quite thick.
Yep.
Just try and straighten the white out a bit. He's still going to flick the yellow, but he should be okay.
I think the nice thing about this, if you don't hit this too hard and you play it with a little bit of top, the flick is almost bound to be quite kind.
Doesn't like it, see.
No, perhaps it's a little bit closer than it looks,
Yeah.
and he thinks he's going to hit it full.
The shot when he played the red in the pocket was the slack one there.
Oh, he screwed it back. It's come out quite nicely, actually. Decided to use the yellow instead of trying to flick off it.
Play into the gap, now screw onto the side cushion and back off, just above the middle pocket. Like that. And I think he can just miss the yellow at the bottom of the table and just come off 2 cushions just to guide the black, then we'll probably go into the top left. Is he having to stun over? Interesting. Making hard work of this. This is all from the red on the pocket that he played really badly.
Yeah.
I mean, he should pot this, but I mean, he's made it quite tough.
It's close, isn't it, to that yellow? Got enough room, clearly.
That's a good shot.
Gets down and knocks it in like it's over the bag. And it's 5-1. And alarm bells well and truly ringing for Gav Robinson. But to be fair,
I mean, he hasn't.
he hasn't had a shot for 4 frames.
Yeah, exactly. So the I know he maybe missed a chance early on, but he hasn't done a great deal for a while. Hasn't done a great deal at all, actually, badly or well. Just been sitting there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he missed a ball in the 3rd frame, and since then, that's it.
Mm.
I think it's the thing you can say the most about Marc Farnsworth when he's at the table is it's been a professional performance.
Yeah, definitely.
Just relentless.
Gav's checking the pack now as well. So he's changing up now. Notice he's changing up. I mean, that's just a much better break.
Yeah, that's not far off a dream split, that.
You can just hit them with so much more authority, and I think he's obviously, he's probably feeling a bit cold. He's been sitting in his chair for the last 4 frames. To try and time the cut break is quite difficult. Whereas at least with that kind of front-on break, he can almost just let his arm go.
Yeah.
It's pretty well. So he's definitely taking reds. It's all but the route.
Probably the one he's got to be the most careful of is the one on the left-hand side.
Yeah, well, to be honest, both the nearer the left corner are just a bit tricky in their own way, really. Needs to map out the order. I mean, he'd love to take the red into the middle and then the red by the black, the last 2. That would be perfect. They just dot to dot. But it's how you get... I don't think he's on one of these 2 on the left-hand side yet. If he is, I think he's okay. There we are. This is the shot now. So if he can pot that, the only thing he's got to avoid is... Oh, he's changed his mind. He's not quite on it.
Yeah, he almost looked like he was queuing up for that one on the rail with right-hand side. And I just wonder whether he was almost trying to play it round the yellow a little bit, so decided to give himself a better angle.
And that's the shot. I mean, he's just rushed that. He's got to hit that too hard. I mean, he can come another foot. He wants to be on the red on the rail. He can come another foot and beyond that. He can come 2 foot and still have a shot on something. He can't be short, because once he's short, he's got a problem.
Yeah.
So now he's got to pot the red in the corner, get down for the red and the black, which is going to be his last ball, with an angle to get back up the table, all because he didn't make sure he landed too far.
Oh, this is well over hit.
This is pacey. Oh dear.
Well,
Now he's struggling.
this is trouble. I mean, lots of bottom left, and you might be able to come across and avoid the yellow, but this is a tough pot.
Good shot. Great shot.
That's a beauty.
I think he was on tilt a bit there. He's got some trouble, isn't he?
Yeah, that is a beauty. But yeah, that was a shot that almost looked born out of frustration, wasn't it?
Got there in the end.
5-2. Gav Robinson reduces the deficit, but he is going to need more where that came from.
This is a great shot. I mean, in fairness, that goes in on any table.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, nailed it. I mean, really heart of the pocket stuff. And judge the cannon with the yellow well as well, to be honest, because it was always going to happen. Couldn't avoid that.
No.
Into the 8th frame we go.
So it's Marc's to break again, isn't it? And he's been breaking really well. So it's interesting to see if he can continue that now.
Yep, he had that first frame where he went dry, but still hit them quite nicely.
Yeah.
To be fair, it was a safety break, that one. And since then, Marc's just been superb from behind the balk line.
Nothing down.
I blame you for that.
The yellows are all there. Well, the reds are all there as well, but I think he's going to go yellows.
Yeah, this is a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other table, really. Isn't it?
But I mean, yeah, the red drops in the middle. I mean, he's got so many options on yellows. I don't really see the, but yeah, he can do. I mean, there's reds everywhere.
I suppose the only hesitation I would have with reds is the one that's furthest, the closest to the camera, just because you've got that wall of yellows in front of it, and when you're trying to land on it, it could go wrong.
Looks like he's going reds. I mean, it's fine if you can pot one at the top of the table and come down to this awkward one that's surrounded by yellows. Then he's away. Then it's just playing that shot. So maybe that's why he's going yellows, because it's just he hasn't really got to play a great a really good positional shot. He can just sort of stun a lot of these in. Okay.
Is there a danger when a table looks that open of overthinking?
Possibly. I don't think he's played the best. I mean, the yellow must go in the middle.
You'd like to hope so.
I don't think he's played the best shot there. He needs the yellow nearest the pocket. He needs to get rid of that. Well, next if he can, really, because that's going to start causing him issues. Because the other yellow doesn't go past it.
Yeah, but he can't get rid of it yet. Can't see it.
And this kind of finish, I mean, he can take these in all kinds of ways, and obviously he's a great potter, so really it might not matter. But in this situation, you're 5-2 down, you just want to make everything easy for yourself. You don't want to start having to play good shots. Like the last finish, that was easy. He ended up having to play a couple of great shots to rescue it.
Yeah.
You don't really want to be doing that when you're 5-2 down.
No.
You want everything to be simple. So, I mean, he's played a lovely shot there. So he's back now in a position where, well, he was in a position anyway, but he's firmly in the driving seat to get this finish. But you don't really want to keep on having to play sort of rescue shots.
He does still have that problem that you mentioned earlier as well, where he's got to get rid of one yellow before he can get rid of the other.
I mean, it's not a big problem. He can cut this on the rail and then make sure he lands straight on the one in the pocket and then screw back. But it's just adding a different, he's now got to play a shot, which is fine. I mean, he's still a huge favourite for the frame. But again, just try and make things easy for yourself. Shot, he's played that well. So I think he's straight enough now that he can just screw straight back here. And you'd like to have the white basically where it is now.
Yeah. This is one of those where if you try to be a bit too clever, you could end up flicking the yellow and pushing it further to the rail, or... That's spot on.
Okay, it's a bit straight. I mean, yeah, so he's going to come... I think he's going to just screw to the right-hand side of the table. Because...
I see. I'm sort of assuming that the black goes up to the top right.
I think it does, but I think if because he's quite straight in it, he wants to take a space player really well.
(5-3).
Nice finish.
Adding to a growing list of finishes directly from the break in this match. That's 5 in a row now. 3 for Marc, followed by 2 quick-fire ones for Gav. And the comeback. The comeback is on in the last 16. We haven't mentioned it for a little while. Nathan Bridges was leading Tom Barley by 7 frames to 0. It is now 7 frames to 4. And well, 1 brings 2 fairly quickly in this game as well. If
I think. I mean, it's a massive. It's a shock at the moment as the scoreline, and it would be a huge shock if Tom was to win from here, from 7-0 down. But at 7-4, it wouldn't surprise me at 7-4.
Yeah. You might be able to hear our tournament director there in the background, Simon's mum.
Keeping himself busy.
Bronny, of course, doing a fine job keeping all the tables in action. 21 tables here this weekend in Coventry, and they have all been used all of the time. There is a lot of pool going on.
She's supposed to be swapping me out to buy to the final, but she hasn't managed it yet.
Rude, isn't it? What is the point in being related to the tournament director?
Well, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah. No, I agree. Should have a word with the chairman about that one, I think. Talking of the chairman, is the tablet broken?
I think he's holding up his own tournament. Is what he's doing.
I mean, yeah, I can't talk about slow play with Kev because I'm not sure you remember, but I think me and him broke the record for the longest World Championship match in February. I think it was 6 hours.
Wow. Good value though. Good value.
Yep.
Did you win?
I did.
Oh, there we are.
I think it was 4-3, 3-4, 4-2, 2-4, 4-3, something like that.
Wow.
It was. I mean, it was a lot of frames to pull, but
Yeah.
it was slow. Yeah.
Nice break from Gav. Anything down? No.
Well, that's not what you need.
Oh dear.
Just when it looked like Gav was really hitting his hitting his straps and coming back into this. It's a big split too.
Yeah, and these reds are gone. So what you'll do is here, the black, I'm almost certain is going to go into the top right-hand corner, and he'll probably leave the 4 reds in the middle of the table. He'll probably leave 1 or 2 of those there for his last 1 or 2 balls.
I suppose in an ideal world, and I think it's what he's going to do now, you'd like to clear 1 of the 2 that are together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to have the red in the on the corner pocket as his last ball. He'd love to have at least 1 ball in the middle of the table to come down for the black. So.
Played for a plant now.
I think he's playing the gap. I would assume. So you'd like to have just make sure you got a choice of shots. Really,
There we go. Yeah.
it's not guaranteed to be perfect on his next ball here. So yeah, see, he's not really. There we are. He's good on the one nearest the left hand side, and you can just drop that in. There was no guarantee to be perfect, so at least playing on 2 balls, he was always going to be on 1 of them okay.
Yeah.
just done this in now on black in the top right.
Beautifully done once again by Marc Farnsworth, keeping the finish simple.
Yeah, so the key thing there was to leave 2 balls in the middle of the table as a link to the black.
Yeah.
Because he knew he had to go down to the corner pocket, and he didn't want to risk then having to land perfect coming back up the table. Whereas leaving the 2 reds there, he gave himself a bigger margin for error. If he came too far, he'd been on the other one. If he was too short, which he possibly was, he was on the one nearest him, so he couldn't really go wrong there.
No, and I think that's fantastic insight, because you can see the difference between the two. That you talking about that and Marc doing that, that is a situation where a lot of amateurs would have left themselves a really difficult last positional shot. Even the very good amateurs may have ended up leaving themselves.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 6 balls in the middle of the table. The only thing that can go wrong, really, is the fact that he's got to move from the top of the table, through the middle of the table, to the bottom of the table, then back up for the black. So it's just making sure when the whites move in between those phases of the table, that he's guaranteed to be on something nice, rather than having to chase it. So giving himself a couple of options in the middle of the table meant that he was almost guaranteed to be nice on something.
And just in case you missed it, the comeback from Tom Barley is over. Nathan Bridges has got himself over the line and got himself a quarter-final place.
It's a great result.
It is. It's a fantastic, and that's 2 in a row for Nathan as well. 2 excellent
It's a great
results
break
from
Marc
him.
again.
An 8-5 win last night over the young Welshman Liam Roberts.
It's a good result too.
One for the future in Liam, and following that up with 8-4 over Tom Barley, and that will give a really interesting quarter-final actually between himself and the winner of Dan Davey and Rob Donkin. So 2 single tour winners, both of them have won 1 IPA event each, both vying for their place in the quarter-final. So one of those 3 will be a semi-finalist, and that's good going, whichever one it is, really.
Definitely, yeah. Marc's looking at reds here, I believe. Interesting shot he's played there, because I think he's looking to play this cut back into the top left-hand pocket. It's not a shot that a lot of people would play, actually, because it's quite a difficult shot.
Yeah.
And considering the finish looks relatively easy, but it's the one ball that he needs to move out the way. So he's obviously backing himself to just play it now. Oh dear.
Oh, wow.
He'd be annoyed at that.
That is our first missed pot for 8 frames.
He decelerated on that. And that, I mean, the finish was relatively easy, but that was the one tricky ball. So what, instead of playing a good positional shot to get on it, he's decided, right, I'm just going to play a good pot.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, you should never miss the ball. It's interesting the way he played that. Gavin's got to take it out now. Got to punish this mistake.
That's not a good shot. That's made things very difficult for Gav Robinson.
I don't know whether he can top spin into it or play the yellow off the red. I don't think he can. Possibly can he play a double off and into the red and move the red away? I don't know what he was playing, to be honest. He's kind of played the pot quite thick.
I think that might be worth a shot. The double you suggested. This
maybe
the one in line with the cue ball now. It's got a really big pocket for that, and if he catches the reds, the chances are he opens everything up.
I think the risk is that he either misses the double or he pots it clean. So it's
if he pots it clean, he's not in a worse position though. And if he misses the double, he might get the pocket. Is he just going to try and cover the pocket? Because he can't surely move the red from this angle.
I think he was under shot clock pressure there.
Yeah. I feel like the double's the shot still. I don't know whether he's seen it.
I mean, you could play the one in the middle and then play the plant and go into the red and yellow. That's possibly the shot, maybe. At least then, there's a bit of luck with the double. Whereas if you plays the plant and plays the white across, you can judge it properly.
I would argue the only thing about the plant is that possibly you could send the other yellow safe.
No, it should be fine. I think that it shouldn't go anywhere really, because it's a pretty straight plant. You've got a good angle on this now, so you can play this with an element of control. Is he trying to cover the pocket yet? Okay.
I mean, I get it. I feel like he's made it into quite a 50-50 game.
Well, I think if the red on the back cushion goes past the yellow, he's in trouble. If it doesn't, he's got a chance.
From the overhead, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Marc covered the black pocket, that's helpful. I don't think anything gets past that.
It's hard to tell on the overhead. I think it might sneak past. Yeah, it's hard to tell on the overhead. I mean, the problem is here, I think Gav's only going to get tied up in more knots, I think, is the problem here.
That's not helped him.
No. Now we'll know if it goes past or not.
I mean, I suppose that shot actually, with where he's left the red, has opened up the possibility of the skill shot if Marc leaves it.
So Marc's looking at this now. He obviously thinks it at least gets in there.
Yeah. If this gets in front, Marc's heavy favourite.
Yeah, it went well, to be honest. He hit that all wrong, but still winning.
Yeah. Yeah. So he hit the red first, didn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose it's one of those where there was enough gap for the initial ball to move out of the way to the cushion.
Just going to kill this nicely now and just bring the... He'd probably just screw back and kind of bring the white back on the line it's going in on.
Yeah. He'll end up somewhere where he is now.
Yes, I would have thought so. Oh dear.
Ooh. I mean, it's still okay, but I feel like he decelerated slightly there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so bad. I'm not even sure whether he's played it like that. I mean, he must have played for the red in the pocket, right on the pocket next, but...
You would rather take that one next,
yeah,
for sure.
Definitely.
Equally, he's 100 out of 100. Whichever
shot
way
now,
he takes those.
You can either play it thin, or he can screw it. If he's going to screw it, he needs to just make sure that it sticks to the right-hand rail. But I think he's going to play it thin.
I do too.
So he is playing it thin. That's okay.
That's one of those where if there's a slight roll on the table, you can end up going in off from there, and you feel like you've been cheated. Nice.
That was a big frame, because Gav had a chance in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Gav missed his chance.
Look at this. I mean, I think he hits the red in the way in, doesn't he?
He does, and it might actually help him.
Oh dear. Well,
I think he's got more chance of going in from the angle.
Well,
after hitting the red.
It flew in the end. Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he played it like that, but it flew in the end.
No, I don't. Either way, he leads by 7 frames to 3.
Oh, look at this. Oil and Brown, 7-6.
Well, we were talking about a comeback. And we thought it might come from the Tom Barley, Nathan Bridges game, but perhaps it's going to come from the Marc Boyle, Craig Brown game. 7-6. From 6-1 down.
Craig's going to be feeling it now. Well, it all depends. He'd be feeling it, but it all depends how the match has gone. I mean, if Marc's just kind of gone on one and hasn't really given Craig a shot, Craig will probably still be feeling quite good. If he's had chances, he could be in a world of pain.
I think the worst ones are where I saw it happen to a friend of mine, Sam, on the tour a couple of years ago against Luke Sanchez. He was 6-1 down, played out of his skin, brought it back to 6-all, and he broke dry and left tap-ins. It was horrible to watch. But yeah, when you've gone through all that effort, and actually I feel like the pressure shifts when that happens.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
You know, from 6-1 down, you can fly, but as soon as you get to that final frame decider, it's actually the person who's doing the comeback who's under more pressure.
Yeah. This is the kind of situation now where this finish is fine. I mean, he should get these, but it's a situation where you'd want to have more than your 30 seconds to have a look, because he needs to make sure he goes the right way and plays the shots in the right manner. This could easily go wrong on reds or yellows, really. I'm assuming he's going to go reds. He's obviously got the problem ball is the red on the right hand side. He's got a red over the middle which he can use to bump that out possibly. He's going yellows.
Oh,
dear.
That's close.
I don't know why he's played that, to be honest.
No, he's flicked a hand of apology towards Marc there, because Gav knows that was quite close to going in off.
Yeah, I don't think he needed. I mean, I wasn't really looking particularly at yellows, but I don't think he really needed to sort of slap a ball in and get the white moving. I'm sure there was a shot he could have played there.
Yeah,
because invariably, if you're under pressure and you have to play a shot and you kind of need a bit of luck, it doesn't normally go your way.
I think you mentioned that it was probably reds, and
yeah, well,
I was inclined to agree.
Yeah, every red in the pocket apart from the one on the right hand side, and there was an easy link-up ball there with the red in the middle, so that's why I thought he would go reds.
Yeah, and even that one does have a pocket, like you say, with that red over the centre pocket. If you can just drift that in, and you can actually come in behind that and put that in the pocket closest to the black. Comeback's off. Brown's won it. 8-6, Craig Brown.
It's a good result for Craig.
A terrific win over the man who has won the last 3 IPA events, Marc Boyle. A professional and professional and open, and the Scottish Grand Prix. His run in the professional event has come to an end.
Marc's played a good shot here.
He's too slow.
So I think the red, he's got a big pocket. The red on the right hand side is still his problem. He's possibly got a big pocket into the middle pocket.
Yeah.
It's just that I'm not sure. The only one he can pot after that will be the one he's playing, the one that's by the middle. It's been interesting to see what he can do here, how he's going to sort of work his way through these next 3 balls, really.
Yeah, because obviously if you were to just drop that red in for the big pocket, the chances are the angle he's going to have to come from.
He's come through, so
he's going to play it now.
Yeah, and I think he can, from where the red is, he's looking out just to see if he can cut the red then back past where the black is. So I think he can just roll this in, and then he should be on his one at the bottom of the table. Just looking to see where he can. He's just looking now to see how close he can get to it, how close he can get to the angle. I mean, he doesn't have to take it now. It all depends how much he fancies it. I mean, he could play the red he's going to play now last, but I think this is the shot to cut it across, because I think he's on it pretty nice.
Yeah. I think the whole problem with that was the yellow in the middle of the table, wasn't it? Because otherwise you could have just dropped that into that big pocket, but because he couldn't see the left centre afterwards.
So he's decided that the one at the bottom of the table is a bit too thin, maybe a bit too much of a risk. So now he's just gonna he's just got to beat the black now.
I think that's sensible, to be honest.
Just got to beat the black. So he's just got to make sure he comes past the black, and he's bound to have a shot. Oh, not at all.
No, okay, but I mean, he's left this. I thought, like you, that he was going to come right down past the black, because he's now left this more difficult than I think it was 2 shots ago.
I agree. This for the match.
Nailed.
Great shot.
Would like a bounce off the cushion, and has got one. Would probably like to be a little bit further.
Yeah,
off
this
the cushion.
is a 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
a 10 out of 10.
Never in doubt. Fantastic performance sees Marc Farnsworth advance to the quarterfinals. Gav Robinson didn't do too much wrong, but will probably feel like he could have got to maybe 5 and kept the match alive, Simon.
Yeah, I think it could have been close. I think 8-3. If he wins 2 more frames, it's 6-5
Yeah.
rather than 8-3. So I think he was definitely in the match. I mean, the frame to go 6-4 rather than 7-3 was the big one, really. But yeah, Marc played really well.
Yeah, good performance in the local derby between the two North East boys. Marc Farnsworth coming out on top. It's been a pleasure to have you in here, Simon. Thank you for joining me. And yeah, you're obviously, the fact that you're in here means that you're not in the professional event, but you're looking forward to the Open?
I'll tell you off my match.
I like it. I like it. Have you checked out your draw at all? Or?
I know I'm on late tonight, but I don't know what I've got. But yeah, just get me in the arena.
Fair enough. Well, we'll might hear more from Simon later on if he gets on the stream table. But for now, we'll hear from Marc Farnsworth. He's in the studio with Mark Pickworth.
Thanks, Dan. And here I am with Marc Farnsworth, latest winner of that previous match. Marc, you've had a couple of matches this morning. How did you feel that second match went compared to your first match? Because you started at 11 o'clock this morning. All of a sudden, you had to play all them frames in a quick succession.
Yeah, I normally, when I'm at the tours, I normally get up dead early. I'm used to getting up early on the morning. I just completely slept in this morning, so I normally have a bit of a knock beforehand. So it was my first match I played this morning. To be fair, I felt really, really good. Felt dead comfortable. The table's playing beautiful. I felt dead smooth, which sometimes you go into your first match, it can be dead rusty. I think I've never really played a match for probably 6 months, so that's in the back of your mind. I felt good coming into the tournament. I've only really played the last week or so. But the first match went well, full of confidence. Second match, I know Gav's a very, very good potter. I was confident going into the game and things went my way early doors, so just pleased well we played.
And obviously we've had a bit of a rest period, whether that's favoured you or not. But what I have noticed, the older guard, this rest period, it seems to have, revitalised them. The Gareth Hibbert, I'm sorry to call you the older guard, but you are compared to some of the guys that we've got as well. Yeah, even Nathan Bridges, he's had a magnificent result against Tom Barley, knocking him out. So, as I said, the older guard, they seem to be fresh and ready and backed for some, getting some good results. Do you feel that's the case for you?
Possibly. I'm not. Years ago, when I was a young pup runner, I used to play like when I used to play a lot of snooker. I was a religious practicer. I'd play for hours and hours on end, And some people think I play a lot now, And I literally haven't picked my cue for like 5 or 6 months. The lads in the club have vouched for that. I don't even know where it was. But I have lost the love for the game, So when it comes to tournaments, you want to put a little bit in. People say if you go to tournaments, you don't prepare, you don't deserve anything. So it's my own worst enemy at times, So you've got to put the time in. But like you say, sometimes a bit of a break revitalises you and you come back fresh. And sometimes a lot of it, which I find, I think if I play too much, you get into little bad habits all the time, and you get very lacklustre, you get very careless on your shots, and sometimes the hunger goes a little bit. You have a bit of a break, you go back to basics, and sometimes it can be a bit of a blessing.
And you've had some real great battles with Gavin Robinson, and Gavin loves being on the table, doesn't he? He's one of the most up-and-coming IPA players we've pretty much got on the tour. Loves and breathes the game, and and finally you've got a bit of the better over him.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I criticise him all the time. He's just one of those people that there's just not a bad bone in his body. He's always got the good things to say about people. He's came on leaps and bounds. He's a fantastic potter, a natural potter. His cue, I get on him all the time. He doesn't understand sometimes the bad sides of his game, which he needs to work on. His white ball's not the best, but his potting gets him out of so much trouble. It's his one ball potting's as good as anybody, But he's a bit erratic, and obviously sometimes you've got to work on the weaker parts of your game, which I think a lot of good players do over the years to try and tighten the game up, you know.
Yeah, I know you're not one to look at the draws, but I can tell you're playing next because you've got another North East rival. You're going to have to play Craig Brown. He's beaten Marc Boyle. Marc Boyle's had a 20-match streak come to an end. He won both tours in Cov, won the Scottish Grand Prix as well. 20 matches on the spin, and he's just finally lost to Craig Brown, 8 frames to 6.
I don't care what he says in the pool world. I think at the moment, Marc Boyle's probably head and shoulders above anybody else. You know, he's proved that recently, especially after what he's went through like the last couple of years and whatever else. I think he's a fantastic talent, and obviously I think he's worked hard. I think when Marc first started playing pool, there was weaknesses in his game as well. He's worked so hard, such a good cueist, but he's worked so hard to improve the rest of his game, and I think he's probably, without a shadow of a doubt, probably the best player in the world at the moment. So for Craig to get that, Craig's a very, very good player himself, you know, but he's probably went in that match second favourite, but it shows you the standard on the IPA, you know. It's not a massive shock as well, you know, even though Marc is probably favourite in that match. It's not a massive shock that Craig won, you know, because he's a very, very good player himself, you know, but to take Marc Boyle's scalp, it's a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, well, you are going to be playing Craig Brown next in the next round, so good luck in that one. And just while we're waiting for the next the next game to start, we're going to watch a VT about Marc Boyle.
The skill shot against Liam.
All right, okay. Yeah.
I mean, I personally looked at it. Why is he not playing the double? Did you just fancy it? Well, I mean, it went viral. Why?
It's the first shot I saw. I just went, because of the way the balls were sitting, I just thought, well, I'm not losing the white, and it's just a straight punch through, even though it was a wee bit off centre, but I just thought, it's just like I'm playing to pot the yellow. And on these tables, you do get a good reaction. And it was the first shot I saw, and I just went, right, go for it. But watching it back, I thought now I would have went for the treble, because it's a bigger bag.
Do you think it being 6-all at the time made any difference at all, or was that not in your mind at all, that how big a shot it was?
Oh no, it was massive. Well, that's why I gave the big fist pump after it, because I just thought, if I lose that frame, I'm beat. And if I won it, I could just see it like that was me right in the match again, you know. And because especially against my good mate Liam, you know, it's the last thing I want to do is throw the fist about, you know. But I just felt full of emotion after it, you know, and I just knew after that, I just keep my head and I'll win. Obviously, you still need the breaks to go your way, but I was in a lot better position getting it than missing.
Well, that was possibly one of the greatest skill shots of all time, I think, from Marc Boyle in our last event. But now we move back into the last 16 of this professional event. Dean Shields versus Liam Dunster. Matching Halloween costumes, I see. Whether that's the case when we get to the actual match, nobody knows. It's England versus Scotland in this one, and nope, completely different shirts. Quite a fetching light blue and white number there for Dino. And Liam Dunster on the right of your screen, wearing the pinstripe orange and black. Dean to break first. That cue ball was tracking towards the top right pocket. It was fortunately kicked out of the way. However, no more fortune for Dean from that break. Liam Dunster with the first visit to the table in anger. Not an easy layout wherever you look, really. There's problems all over the table here. And you feel like this might be a situation tailor-made for Liam Dunster. Potentially the opportunity to take control of the frame and grind Dean into the dirt rather than a quick-fire finish. We'll see. He's gone aggressive with his first shot. Not come out great. Not great at all. He can't see the yellow on the right hand side of the table. You can obviously see the yellow is closest to. That may double. There's also the yellow nearest the left centre, and I think that might cut up to the top right. So this finish could still be on. Liam's could be going game here. There's the pot. It's got the legs. Terrific recovery. And that first shot has really opened things up here for Liam. But he does still have the yellow the cue ball's closest to. That's awkward. I don't know if he can get round the back of it here and play it to the same pocket as this yellow. Need lots to the left-hand side if he's going to. And actually, if anything, he's got too much on that. Not an easy finish. But the Scotsman is slowly working his way round them. Has this got the legs punching off the side rail? Looks pretty good. Now an options presenting themselves here for Liam. Can either try and move the yellow or just land on it. If he lands on it, it's a tough shot. Kev Barton still just keeping in touch with Corey Reese there at the top of the screen. He's tried to move it. How's this going to go? Doesn't want to land on the jaw. That is horrendous. If that doesn't go down the rail now, that is a horrible stroke of luck for Liam Dunster. I think that's just on the jaw. I think that's going to nick the jaw and go away. I don't know. Can he play it off the reds, maybe? He's so close to the jaw as well, he can't come in behind it and try and knock it in. Clock's running out. Gone for a double. Nowhere near. That was unfortunate. You can't really allow for that, to be honest. There would probably be players out there who would argue that he perhaps didn't need to move the yellow. To come out like that was particularly harsh. Leaves a good chance for the shootout. Dean Shields. He has got to do something with those two reds in the balk area. I was looking at whether he could land on the bottom one then. That's that would be a very good positional shot. I mean, it might even be worth playing the safety. I don't know. I think he's looking at whether these carry him in. The bottom one going over towards the bottom left pocket. Played it softly. And softly enough to make the plant, which really didn't look on. I think if he'd thought that red was going to drop in, he'd probably have taken it a while ago. reasonably nice angle here for Dean. Should just be able to slide the cue ball behind those two reds and take one of them to the left centre. Probably got into the cue ball a little bit too much there and just a fraction low. And you see he's got a bit of a cut back and he's running into the other red. It's not guaranteed to come out nicely, this. Red's going to be going towards the black. They could stick together. Use this extension here. Delicate shot. Now needs another. That red's just held up in such a position where the cut isn't too difficult down to the bottom left. So really, this shot's all about the pace, just making sure you come across nicely for the black. Oh wow, he's absolutely leathered it, and he's missed it by a mile. Did hear the first of the 10-second beeps as he got down on that shot. Don't know whether that affected him. But it's a big let off for Liam Dunster. And a big opportunity missed for Dean Shields. Good shot from Liam. Had to play that with a fair chunk of pace. Get the cue ball back round for the 8 ball. Looks like a fairly big pocket if he goes cushion first. I don't know whether it actually slides past and goes clean. Looks close. There we have it. Cushion first it is. And Liam is on the board. He leads Dean Shields by a frame to 0. The chairman in the middle of your screen there, still trailing by 7 frames to 5. And from the chairman to the secretary is in the commentary box. Marc Pickworth, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dan. And well, you've done some great coverage for us, haven't you? And I know you've got. I don't know, you're going to be doing some other work now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got to go and do something else.
Yeah,
Devastated,
else,
mate. I'll have to leave you to it.
Something else more important than commentary, eh?
Nothing, in my opinion, but you know, duty calls.
Yeah, and I know you're going to be doing some great work behind the scenes, aren't you, to continue the great work you've already done. So I'll be taking over from Dan now. So thanks very much, Dan, and hopefully we'll get you back in here.
Without a doubt.
As soon as possible, when I go, we don't be like you to be away too long.
Don't worry, I'll be back home later.
There you go. There you have it from the voice of the IPA, Dan Fairway. He'll be pretty much thereabouts towards the end. So back to this match. Dunster leading 1 frame to 0 against Dean Shields. And I say, had a couple of chances in that opening frame. Dean had a chance just to pinch it off Liam, but that weren't the case. And Liam breaks off with his regular cut break. Seems to have got a bit more power in it to how he normally, what he normally has. He's opened these up pretty well. A little bit of work to do, but nothing too serious. Opening pot, obviously an easy red. I'm not sure that yellow goes into that right centre. I think it's just blocked out by that yellow that's closest to the cushion. So reds it is. nicely drifted up to the top half of the table. Really, once his takes these 3 reds in the top half of the table and drifts back down table, you can't see it being too difficult for him. Just all about a bit of cue ball control, leaving the right angles. Nothing too much. You won't see the white ball pinging around. Nice and gently done. Looks like a nice angle he's got there. Just working out now where he wants to get his cue ball. And he can leave these. Whether he does leave the one on the cushion till the end, it'll all depend on the positional shot of this one, sorry. And the way that he's played that, he's leaving the one on the cushion till the very end, which should be bread and butter for a man of Liam's calibre. That looks just about perfect. Yeah, didn't do anything spectacular with that shot. Just made sure the red going in. Left him a bit of tricky cueing off the cushion, but no problem for the Duster. Liam Dunster, 2 frames to the good now. And just that one miss from Dean Shields in the previous frame has led to a break and clearance from Liam Dunster in frame number 2. Dean Shields, though, he'll be wanting to get on the board very quickly. He's going to be wanting to not give Liam too much of a lead. Here's the result in from table number 2. Corey Reese has finally beaten Kevin Barton 8 frames to 5. That means Kev Barton can get on with some work, maybe help me in comms or maybe in the studio, whichever one it is. Hopefully be back giving us a helping hand. But Corey Reese safely into the quarter-finals. I'll talk to you about how the quarters are shaping up very soon. Our very own Dan Davey. Excuse me there. He's level at 2 frames each against Donks, Rob Donkin. Double D against Donks. And Rob Donkin had a good win last night. Continuing to show a bit of form. He said he's not got no expectations this weekend, but so that means he's probably enjoying it a bit more. And who knows, is he going to go on to pick up a trophy at the end of today's play? You need to stick with us to find out who will be picking up the professional event later on this evening. Also later on this evening we'll find out who will become the Ladies Elite Champion. There will be a new winner on the board. That's Deb Birchall. She's finally been, boosted off her crown by being beaten by Ashley Bird earlier yesterday. Yeah, I'll keep you up to date with what's going on throughout the day. Don't know what our next match is just yet, but this one's only just started, so plenty of time to get that sorted out. This will be the final last 16 match that we'll be showing you. Then we'll be showing you the quarter-finals. So talk about some possibilities of what could be coming on this TV table. And Marc Farnsworth, he will be playing Craig Brown. We mentioned that when I was talking to Marc in the studio. Corey Reese, he's got the task of the Godfather. Gareth Hibbert. He's shown some absolutely exhilarating form so far in his first 2 matches, so all playing pretty well at the moment. Nathan Bridges, he's safely into the quarter-finals, and then there's 3 of the last 16 matches that are that's competing at the moment. Just as I was mentioning about Kev Barton just finally losing that mammoth match against Corey Reese, and I was hoping he was going to get back to work. And he is back to work. He's just joined me in the commentary box. Kevin, nice to see you back on the payroll and back here trying to earn a quid or two.
Well, I think I'm in the money. I don't know what actually happens, but yeah, I had a good game with Corey. Obviously I don't play much now, so it was always going to be a challenge. But yeah, 8-5. I think I probably had enough chances to win the match, I think, to be fair. But obviously, when you don't play, your consistency is not quite there, and the confidence levels are just not quite there. So, Corey ran out 8-5, and yeah, it's probably an awkward match for him in a way, playing me possibly, because he knows he ain't gonna lose. And then I won a few, so he just has to take a step back. But yeah, he was always ahead in the match. But yeah, it was a good match. Some good stuff. We had a couple of frames where the balls just went a little bit messy from the break, and a couple of frames were dragged out a little bit. But apart from that, the standard was pretty good.
Yeah, you had a good weekend, winning your first match against Paul Harkness, 8-6, didn't you? And then,
yeah, that wasn't pretty. Yeah, we won't say too much about that one, but yeah, it was a W, and I think that was about it. I just heard you say there, Nathan Bridges, and he was playing on the table at the side of me against Tom Barley. And I've known Nathan for probably 20-30 years, and he's never won a tournament. But he was on. He caught fire in that match. He was 7-0 up, and Tom had literally just sat and watched, and he got to 7-4, and
there was 7-0 up. Went to 7-4.
There was a sniff at 7-5 for Tom, but he missed a pot, and then Nathan ran out. But yeah, well done, Nathan. It's been a long time since he's got to a quarter final, so it's nice to see him progress. And yeah, who knows? Who knows? Is this going to be the tournament where those players who are threatening to take a title actually deliver? Craig Brown just done Marc Boyle 8-6. Again, he was way ahead in the match. Marc came back, and it was getting a little bit edgy towards the back end at 7-6. But yeah, Craig took out a nice finish, and yeah, Mr. Semi-final man. Is it his turn?
Yeah, you never know. But I mean, I spoke to Marc Farnsworth in the last studio interview, and mentioned the older guard regarding himself, Gareth, you, Nathan Bridges, all has this rest period helped you guys just revitalise, find a bit of energy, and all of a sudden get yourselves back into, hitting a little bit of form, and I don't know, it's just a different kind of energy maybe for the older guard. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just speaking out of tune, or what, I don't know.
Well, certainly not for me. I've just had a bit of luck, but I mean, Gaz Hibbert is there every tournament, isn't he? As is Marc. But yeah, experience counts for a lot, and I said Nathan's been around a long time. He's old school like me, and Marc Farnsworth, and the way we used to play back in the days obviously helps you in those frames where it's not just about breaking and dishing. So that experience can come into play. The reality is of my form, that there's certain types of player I can probably compete and win against. But against the top boys who are relentless, it's very, very difficult. I won't say it's impossible, but it's very difficult because they're at it every frame, every shot.
And I'm one for stats, Kev. This is one for you that I mentioned to Mark. And so Mark Boyle, he's on the back and he's just lost a 20-match streak. He won 5 matches in the Coventry event last time in the Pro, won 7 in the Open, won 7 at the Scottish Grand Prix. Then he's beat Jason Hill in the first match here, and then finally Craig Brown's finally beating him and stopped that 20-match streak. What an incredible one from him, Mr. Magic.
Yeah, well, he's not called Mr. Magic for nothing, is he? And he did the double back in whenever the last event was. And he'll be back in the Open event later on today, and could well end up winning that one. I mean, it's just quality, class acts always. Quality never goes away. Sometimes it takes a little bit harder to find your form or whatever. But Mark Farnsworth, Mark Boyle, they're just class players. They are some of the best players that have ever picked a queue up and played this game. And the longevity for some of these players is testament just to how good they are. Look at Gareth Hibbert, 84 years old. And
he's not quite 84. Anybody
and still
listening in?
And he's just a phenomenal player.
That's not a bad shot there from Dean.
I'm not sure the score in the Rob Donkin match, but
2-2 it was.
Was it 2-2?
Yeah, with Dan Davey.
Yeah,
and another, he's got no expectations. He's not come here with any Rob, and maybe that different approach is helping him.
Yeah, and Dan Davey as well. He's been early on in the season. He was getting some good results, getting to quarters, but possibly a semi.
Quite regularly, form-wise, he's up there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly in the top, probably 6. I would have thought if you were looking at a one-year ranking. Very consistent. Maybe it's time for him to get a second piece of silverware to add to his Welsh Open title that he won several years back in Newport, I think it was.
Yeah, just while we was talking, Kev, that shot there, that fifth yellow in this frame here, what a positional shot that was. So that is something to probably, we might be able to look at that other frame, because that is, but missing that black.
That's a disaster against
just as that is a disaster. After the shot he's just played.
Yeah, just caught the near knuckle, I think, and that's a bad miss there from Shootout Shields, especially against someone of Liam Dunster's prowess. You've got to snaffle every chance you get, because there's not usually any second chances when this guy's at the table.
He had a chance in frame number 1, missed that. Liam cleared up, then Liam broke and cleared. Finally Dean got on the board, and now he's had a chance here to level this match up, and it should have been level, 2 frames apiece.
Yeah, and will that miss haunt him for the rest of this match? He knows he's got to bring his A game against Liam Dunster. B plus just won't cut it. But great atmosphere out there. Yesterday and today again. Fantastic buzz around the venue.
Yeah, I mean, I was in comms most of the day yesterday afternoon and towards the evening, and the afternoon it seemed a little bit not that busy, and then I come out just after tea time and I'm going, I'm in a different place here. I'm trying to squeeze by everybody just to get into the studio. I'm thinking, wow, where's all this lot come from? Yes. Not that we didn't know that it was coming. It was on the list to get in, so and here they were. And as you said, this Coventry event, it just has so much great atmosphere, and everyone is buzzing. Let me tell you, if you do live local, you know, round in the commentary area, or you know, fancy the trip down. It's all free entry, free admission. There's no charging. Come
Free?
down and
Free, is it?
yeah. It is why I'm in charge anyway. You've been playing all the time, so
We're too kind. Too kind at the IPA.
But yeah, come down and just pop in, come say hello, come and see all the talent that's on show, because it is pretty superb. We're all very approachable here at the IPA. We don't mind having a chit chat with any of you. Pop down, definitely.
Yeah, just a word about next season. Obviously, all the details are out, and whilst David Handel takes a 4-1 lead against Wade Morley. Yeah, details are out, so if you fancy pitting your skills against some of the best players on the planet, then just go to the website, get your deposit in, settle back and relax, and we'll see you next March.
Yeah, next March it soon comes around, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So,
soon be here.
Yeah, because we've got our last tour event in January, then we've got the Worlds in February, and then any days off? Oh no, we've got the tour in March. Right, so, which, you know, the problem is when we have like tour after tour, comp after comp after comp, we're pretty much, when we're finishing the comp, we're putting the names in for the next one and doing it all, aren't we? It is pretty much a very quick turnaround.
Yeah, the hat needs to get a little bit bigger, because there's more and more people entering the events, which is great news. And like you said, Mark, you know, there's still spaces if you want to enter any of the last two tour events of this season. Then again, just go to the website, just if you want to sample one event. But yeah, next season should be really good, and we've got the added dimension next season of all these international players that are coming over through the World League initiative that we pioneered many months ago. We're going to have pro players from Australia, from South Africa, from other African countries as well, and some countries in Europe that we're just not announcing at this point in time. But yeah, it's going to have a completely different feel and dimension and dynamic next year. So looking forward to seeing how some of these top players from overseas, you know, fare against you know, the IPA pros.
Yeah, and you know, all them announcements, they'll come over the coming weeks on our social media platforms. So keep your eye on that. Join that. You know, whether you're on Facebook, you know, join the groups on Twitter. You know, we put all the announcements on there. So just stick with us. But we're going to be pretty busy over these next few months as well. You know, we've got another tour in November. So we do get a little bit of time off in October, luckily, not too much, but there'll be a lot of preparation in for that. I mean, you haven't mentioned much about the Masters, Kev. We've got the Masters event in December. I know there's not many places left in that, but there is still a few places available north of the border, up there near Glasgow at McGoldrick's fantastic club. You know, it's a fantastic host to our events, isn't we? So that'll be our third event up there, will it?
Yeah, I mean, it's arguably, I mean, I've not seen every club in the country, but it's arguably the best club in the UK. You know, there's done a fantastic job with the setup up there, Paul and Natasha
looking expanding as well, aren't they? He's got some fantastic details up and coming as well, maybe. But
so yeah, lots of events, and they're all open to anyone, even the World Championships. You don't have to qualify, just pay your entry fees and you're in that draw. And do know there's been, certainly in tour entries, I do know there has been a bit of a surge in the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks. Not sure why, but yeah, there's been quite a few. I think we are going to have to cap the numbers next year. So yep, if you want to be part of it, don't miss out. All you got to do is pay your deposit. It's £150. That's it. You don't need to pay anything else. Where's the white ball?
It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. Yes, £150 deposit, and that's all you need to pay until March next year.
Yeah, that's right. That secures your place. Like Kev says, we are probably going to have to cap it next year due to all these international players coming over, whether it's men's or ladies.
Yeah, and just a word about the World League is not just exclusive to men. There are ladies coming over who will be added to the elite list to give that another an international flavour.
All exciting times ahead here at the IPA.
Yeah, should be good. Should be really good.
Oh,
he's cut on that one a
not
little
his
bit.
elegant self, is he, with his cue action at the moment?
Yeah.
He probably has got one of the best cue actions in the game, but it's not functioning at the moment. So did I read next game on this TV table after this? Is it Marc Farnsworth against Craig Brown, is it?
It is. It's the top 2 quarterfinals that are on next. Gareth Hibbert and can't remember who he plays now. Oh, Corey Reese.
Corey Reese and Gareth, yeah.
I was expecting it to be me, but
repeat of the 2022 Champions Cup final. Corey Reese was a victor, so that day.
Yeah.
Obviously, with Liam Dunster, who's playing now, he was also involved in that final 3 finals day.
Yeah, I think Corey will. Obviously, he's in the quarters against Gaz. So I've seen firsthand how well he's playing, and he's playing well, but he will need to improve his break. He was hitting them well, but he wasn't. He didn't have a high potting percentage from the break, so he'll definitely need to improve on that stat. Sometimes it's in the lap of the gods, but
we had a good discussion. I mean, Dan Davey, when we opened the show this afternoon about the break, and we obviously had the vote, which you viewers at home voted for. Gareth Hibbert won that vote by, I think it was 44%. I think it was in the end, against Craig Marsh and Tom Barley's. But every one of the best breaks of the day were all pretty much head-on, and we're finding that this table is favouring the head-on break with the way that it's more successful. And we're still seeing, Liam always does the cup break, doesn't he? So, and it works through him, so everyone to their own, really.
yeah, he does move it sometimes, Liam, to front on. It's not his strength for him, because he sort of doesn't generate the same amount of power as some of the other players when he's front on. But his cut break is pretty lethal. Not quite in the Mark Boyle category, but not many people's break is.
That's got to be pretty much the best cut break in the world at the moment. It really is. It's such a unbelievable,
incredible
break.
weapon. He was playing on the table at the side of me against Craig Brown. It did have a couple of malfunctions, but again, it wasn't for lack of it being a great break. He just, sometimes that's how the pull gods work, isn't it, as we know. But, just couldn't buy a ball on a couple of the breaks.
And Liam Dunster doing what Liam normally does, just going around the table. He just makes this game look so easy. Doesn't do too much with his cue ball, but because his cue ball is pretty much on a threepence, if there's such a product, it's just perfect every time. And again, nice angle left, just to stun down for the final black, and it's looking like a 4-1 lead that's going to occur in the next couple of shots.
Yeah, and it should have been Dean Shields who should have had that cushion. That missed black. I think he's played a few tricks in his mind now, and I think he's fighting some demons. He would be well advised to go for a comfort break after this frame, and just to gather his thoughts again. It's a great shot from Liam. For me, Liam is the best in the world at these kind of clearances. That they're there, but he always plays the right shot, takes them in the right order. And his conversion rate of those finishes must be 99.5%.
It's very successful, definitely.
Like you say, he has that white on a shoestring. It's never usually moving more than 2 or 3 feet at the absolute most. So yeah.
There's the elite ladies' latest score. Ashley Bird 5-4 up against Rachel Tucker. Remember, Ashley Bird, he's going to be a new name on the elite trophy. Deb Birchall's won both of them. That's since the event started in March. But Ashley Bird, she beat Deb Birchall 7 frames to 5, and she's having a chance of trying to get her own name on the trophy. Ashley Bird 5-4 ahead, race to 7.
Rachel will be trying to exact revenge for her beating a partner. Has the other semi-final started yet on that one?
That one's already finished. So Rhiannon Graham won 7-5 against
final for Rhiannon.
Yeah. So Rhiannon Graham, she's also been in a final as well, wasn't she? In that first one in Newcastle. So and she played pretty well that day against Debs. Very nervous, but made a good account of herself, and she's back in the final once again. Credit to her there.
Yeah, and hopefully that experience of that first final, like you say, where she was nervous, will put her in good stead for tonight's final, and she'll be hoping to go one step further.
Yeah, when these elite numbers do increase next year, whether they increase to 12, 16, 20, whichever one it is, with the obviously the new elite players that qualify through the amateurs or the new international ones, we're still a little bit away understanding some of them numbers, but these ranking points that they're gaining now are so important because it's a 2-year ranking list, just as it was in the men's game.
Yeah, they're all getting greedy. They're all getting greedy for ranking points, aren't they?
It's what they come here for, don't they? They don't always come here for the big monies or anything like that. They want the ranking points. They want to be the number 1 player.
Yeah, there's some nice kudos to say you're the number 1.
Yeah. Is there a chance of... I don't think there's a chance now of Farnsworth losing the number 1 spot, but there's so much pull to play. Once you put the open event on, all the results coming off from 2 years ago as well. It could happen. It could well happen. Be interesting. Might have to have a chat about that tomorrow to see where we're up to. Possibilities. Clint Hansen not had the best start in the pro event, lost first round. Ross Fernie also lost first round, number 2 seed. So they're not going to be pushing, or not pushing really should be.
Yeah, and obviously Liam is in a bit of a false position. He's way down in the... I think he's below me in the rankings. Is Liam? So obviously he left for a couple of events and decided to come back. So, but he came back with 0 points, as agreed by the professional players, and he was happy with that. And yeah, so he's in a bit of a false ranking position. So that'll take a while to settle itself out. But yeah, Clint was definitely hot on Marc Farnsworth's heels for that top spot. I know he was really wanting that back to go with his world title.
Yeah. Plus he won the first pro event as well. He had a 14-match winning streak as well himself, didn't he? So yeah, had a great start to the season, but definitely out of sorts the way that he came back to this event.
Yeah. So that'll be a bit of a jolt, but obviously the next event in the Isle of Man is enhanced ranking points. It's not quite double because it's only double for the Worlds. But, yeah, the Isle of Man, it's enhanced prize money, enhanced ranking points. So okay, it's not done much in the pro event here, but if he can snap off that title in Isle of Man, that will go some way to trying to get that top spot back.
Yeah, so all the enhanced monies and ranking points are just enhanced on the actual events and not the open events. Is that correct, Gavin?
It is, yeah, for the professional amateur event and the elite ladies. They're all enhanced points.
So this is a big shot for Liam. I mean, normally by now he's got this out.
Yeah, I think he accepted early on in this clearance that he didn't have a ball that he could get the black out with, so he's just taking his medicine and he's going to leave a double. Just going to run this red into the top corner. Just wants the white just past the line. Don't want it to go too far. I think he's okay. I think that is okay. We'll need to hit this quite firm. Just to straighten the angle up of the cushion. This won't be very far away. I can assure you of that. But it's a no. It's a lifeline for Dean Shields. He has got to start to get some more frames on the board. 4-1, could have been 5-1. He's got to make it 4-2. I think 5-1 is too big a comeback against Liam Dunster. Let me get his focus back. That's a disaster. He's just not quite with it at the moment, Dean Shields. He's got an easy safety, but he's just make sure it's this yellow full in the face. Yeah, it's good. Easy snooker, but Liam's going to be thinking about chopping this into the right corner, I'm sure he is. Somebody kicks our camera. If you're looking at the outer frame of the table there, you can see it's blue in some parts and then purple in the others. It's a bit of a chameleon type foil wrap that our man Alan Yates has. Oh, what a shot! Is it? Oh, superb touch there from Liam Dunster. Yep, so stripped the table and wrapped it in a foil wrap that you'd probably use for cars. And yeah, looks even better in person, I assure you. I'm not sure about this shot. I'm not sure about this. I mean, it's a one cushion. It's leaving Liam Dunster a one cushion escape. I thought he might have been a little bit more aggressive, to be honest, on that option.
Yeah, definitely.
Take the double on. But, well, I think this just shows where the mindset of Dean Shields is at the moment.
Attempt to play this. Looks like with a bit of side. Oh, he's tried to arc the cue ball. What a shot that would have been if that would have come off.
So he's got the foul, but I'm still not convinced that it was the right shot. I thought Liam could have gone below the yellows and with lots of left hand side to fizz the white ball
Decided
towards the black. But, tried to check it back. So this is going to come down to position on that yellow on the top right hand side. Needs to be right behind it. It's just about okay. Probably just want to top this through with a little touch of run inside. Somewhere near that centre pocket, about a foot from the centre pocket. Well, it's a little bit further away, and there's a little bit to do. Okay, it's just getting down and playing the shot. I don't like this, Marc.
It's a little tester.
Yeah, he was up to the test on this occasion. I think he's just trying to get himself going.
Yeah. Sometimes as a player, haven't really been going the way you wanted them. Sometimes you've got to try and loosen yourself up. And Dean needs to do that quick. But only trails by 4 frames to 2. That could have been a lot worse than what the outcome was. Frame 7. Yeah, Dean Shields will be breaking in frame 7 as well. So, chance to get within 1. Just in his corner there. Steve Wall. Just trying to loosen Dean up himself just by a few laughs and giggles. That'll probably help him a bit.
There'll be no giggles from Liam, that's for sure.
No normal Liam Dunster. Look, you just don't get anything out of him, do you? You really don't. Poke a look. Just a man on a mission. He wants to get back to winning IPA titles quickly. Pretty much been in a few finals this year so far. Dean wants to be getting into a final of his own, but he's not going to be doing that, going in off in the middle. That's a poor break off from Dean Shields.
Very poor, straight into the middle. That is pretty criminal. You don't really expect that from a top professional, so he's really not sighted that one up very well at all.
And this is down to I was talking about these clearances here. You know, the 1 free shot, 1 visit for Liam. You'd just be surprised if he doesn't clear up from here now, won't we? Because this is where he's pretty much very strong, isn't he?
Well, if you don't get these, it would be as big a shock as me winning a match yesterday. It will be seismic. That's how big a shock it'd be if he doesn't get these. Just can't see it happening. I really can't. He's just too good. I play the one in the centre first. He's got so many options.
Yeah, so any new viewers out there, just understand the blackball rules. Enough on the break. Here's 1 free shot, 1 visit. Remember, no 2-shot carry here.
Yeah, got lots of new viewers on new platforms, Billiard TV. So welcome to all those viewers. We hope you're enjoying the blackball action that we're bringing you over these 3 days. You can follow us on Facebook, IPA Pool Talk, or on Twitter at IPA Pool. Yeah, and obviously it's not called Twitter anymore, but I think people know what I'm on about. Imaginatively rebranded to X. How long that meeting took, what we're going to call it. So yeah, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Get in touch with us, let us know what you think. So yeah, great for those Billiard TV viewers now. You can watch all our content. There'll be lots of back catalogue stuff coming your way as well on that channel. Watch out for all the details.
Yeah, remember, the official professional body. We're here to deliver the best action for all the 8-ball pool. I hope you're all enjoying it at home anyway, as much as we are. We're glad to be back, and we are back with a vengeance. We're going to be pretty busy, as we said, for the rest of the year and early part of next year by the sound of it. I think my schedule's full.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, the Billiard TV angle. I've been learning quite a lot of new platforms that I never knew existed. I never looked at my Samsung TV Plus app
and
on
we've
my
all
TV
must have
before.
Samsung TVs, even I've got one.
So yeah, somebody was telling me they watched it on Plex. don't know what Plex is.
Yeah, I knew what Plex was, yeah.
So, yeah, it's been a bit of a learning curve for me as well.
Always learning every day, just like everybody else. And just as you said, it would have been a surprise if Liam didn't clear up these from the break. He's got a bad contact there, not what he wanted, but for me, he's in perfect
It's not
position.
going to make any difference.
Yeah, he's in perfect position. Always maybe half an inch short. That's just the standard that Liam has.
I won't be happy, Liam, if he's an inch out. This won't be any trouble, and it'll be a 5-2 lead to the man from Scotland, former world champion, former #1 ranked player. Sweetly struck into the corner. Dean Shields can only sit and think about what could have been.
Yeah, porting off, definitely the standard that we expect of Dean Shields, and that look might tell you a bit of a story. He was laughing and joking before he broke off.
Yeah, the smiles have dried up, haven't they?
Unfortunately, they have.
I mean, he should, out of the 7 frames, he should be 4-3 up, and you know, for a player of the standard of Dean Shields, he'll be bitterly disappointed at missing those 2 opportunities. Liam to break.
I think he's going to just stick with his normal cut break. What you see with Liam, he does go from side to side. He's quite happy to do that.
Very meticulous where he places the white ball.
Always takes his 30 seconds on his break.
Yeah.
Remember, each player.
He'll need his extension. He's dry this time. It's not quite worked out.
Awkward cluster of balls there. The cue ball's next to. Yeah, not too much threat in the pocket apart from that centre one.
I think he quite got the power on that one, did he? That he normally gets. It was struck with the usual venom. Just dangling the carrot for Lee, for Dean. You have a go at them.
Yeah, it seems that way. He's having to use his extension, so each player gets one 30-second extension per frame and 30 seconds per shot. So they don't get too much time to dwell over the possibilities. 30 seconds definitely the right amount of time. I know we've had a few conversations with players about, after the break, sure, can we have 45 and all that, and
we'll want that in. Well, that is a nice result.
It's worked out well because it's still an open table, isn't it?
Still open table because he's potted one of each colour.
So it's not officially on a colour set either yet. So, and now he's probably going to have to take the reds. This is red into the right centre.
This is a great
Needs to go.
Really is.
Heart of the pocket. It's better from Dean Shields. Yeah. That's what he normally does.
Again, if you're new to blackball, potted one of each colour in the same shot, so it's still an open table. It's the next legal ball that you pot. So if you'd have missed that red into the right centre, it would have still been an open table. Potted the red, so red to what he's on. He's letting that white ball get away from him a little bit there. He's just got to tighten up on these few little errors.
So I'm just going about around the table, just trying to... This is his awkward ball that he's probably on now. I don't think it passes to the left centre, so I expect him to try and take it now, but needs to be a bit careful. Does this go to the top right? I think it does. I think it does. Oh, Dean Shields. Oh. Another missed pot for Dean Shields. And things are going bad to worse for him. Number 7 seed is really going to be up against it now, especially if Liam goes on to clear these yellows up. Along with the black. 6-2 will be a very hard lead to get back to. This is where Liam, he manages this shot clock very well. Always uses pretty much most of his 30 seconds. But, that's how he's always been. That's his routine. And who's to complain when it just works absolutely superbly for him. Multiple IPA winner. Perfectly angled left. Just taking his bit of his medicine there, just letting him to leave the longer pot, but that was only down to the position of that yellow ball. One you expect to make 100 out of 100 for a player of Liam's class. Oh, but he hasn't made it. Commentator's curse. Apologies, all you Liam fans out there. Lifeline for Dean Shields. an unexpected opportunity for him, and he needs to take this with both hands now. So remember when he got within 2 last time, he went in off on the into the centre bag. That really cannot happen now at this stage of this match. But wow, what an error from Liam Dunster. Didn't expect him to miss that. Maybe a bit of pressure building, could be. But the only way the pressure is going to build on Liam if his Dean keeps reeling off a few frames and gets a bit closer. Who knows? Maybe level it. It can happen. We might see the ultimate end. We might get a deciding frame. We deserve one. Big break though this for Dean Shields. Got to keep the cue ball on the table. First things first, Dean. Do that and you're going to have a chance. Needs a ball. Cue ball's okay, but it's going to be dry. Kept the cue ball on the table, but couldn't get a ball. Again, not too much threat in the pocket. A couple of balls did. So electing these yellows, obviously the obvious, I've got to say a couple of difficult yellows. One of them is just got out now, but the other one next to the 8 ball, that's going to be tricky as well. Has he got a ball? Has he got a pot now? Does that, can he get through to the one that's down in the bottom left-hand corner? Don't think the right one of them two together in the bottom left-hand corner. Does it pass into that one? I'm not sure. It must do. Looks like he's taking it on. Latest score up there. No, he's not taking it on. He's having to play a containing shot because that yellow didn't go. He's put his arm out to say that may be pulled off. We've had this table checked, before today's play. I'll be surprised if that's pulled off. It'll be probably just down to the pace he's played it. So Dean back to the table again after a dry break. Unexpected poor positional shot from Liam. Whether he didn't get the cannon right or whichever one it was. Dean's having an unexpected chance. Does he be ultra attacking here? Does he take the red, develop the black? If he does, he'll be setting out a bit of a statement. No, decided not to get the black out. I suppose that's a little bit of insurance there for him. But these reds in the bottom half of the table. I think the one on the cushion possibly goes past them yellows down the cushion. But the one that's behind them, not got too many options for pockets. Lady scored, Ashley Bird 6, Rachel Tucker 5, who is going to be playing Rihanna Graham in, the final later tonight. Ladies Elite Final coming up. We'll let you know the time of that as soon as that match is finished. See where that fits in our schedule. Probably around the 6 o'clock mark, but I know we're getting up to around 5 o'clock, so that might not be the case, but we'll let you know. All it is a containing shot from Dean, but an unexpected chance. Kev Barton, he's jumped back into the studio. He's just been sorting out a couple of things. So Liam Dunster missed a pot. I'd expect to get 100 out of 100, and I called 100 out of 100, and next minute he's missed it. Dean's come back to the table, cleared up, broke dry. You know, at least he kept the white ball on the table this time. Then Liam's played, gotta say, a poor positional shot. If I'm really being overcritical, gives Dean another chance at the table, and all of a sudden, tide can turn here.
Yeah, Dean's got to be careful because obviously, even though he's got this bag covered, it is susceptible to the skill shot. So, so Dean's problem is the black. I thought he might have tried to disturb it and just chances look a little bit. But he didn't. Went got the bit more caution. I don't think that black goes into this bottom right corner. I think if it does, I think he'd have gone for the clearance previously.
Yeah, Dean's had a chance of getting this black out already, but elected not to because there is insurance on Liam's yellow. So, but now he is going to have the problem of trying to develop that. But as you said, Kev, does it go? It looks tight from that camera angle there. I mean, the overhead.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of looks like he's going to pop this one into the top right, leave an angle for this red into the left centre to cannon the white into the black, but he's not guaranteed to be on his last ball. So he's trusting to look a little bit.
Yeah, that thoughts with danger. I like this if he does go off this top bottom cushion, if you want to call it, and then back up to disturb it, because he might leave a thin edge on the red. But again,
I think he's got
a lot of danger.
Yeah, he's going to have to put a lot of pace into this. I don't think he can play it just to nudge it out. I think he's going to have to put a bit more into it. Well,
that ladies' semi-final.
Well, like if there's room there for him to be on that red, that is a fantastically judged shot.
Yeah, very good developing shot. Very well controlled. And now,
can he actually pot it? Can he see?
Getting at the thin edge of it. But the yellow was a
hit
blocker.
It. Quite right. He's going to have to pull out a swerve, I think, here. He's got room, he can swerve it around the yellow. Try and clip the black in, but...
He hits that half ball, that yellow, but he's hit it full ball, so he's probably always going to get snookered. He hits it half a ball, he could have a shot at the black.
You put your shoulder out playing them shots sometimes. It's another chance missed. And the man from Stalybridge.
It's a good effort.
I think he'll probably just knock the black down to this bottom right hand corner pocket area. Just to move it away from that yellow. And it'll just be dot to dot after that. Just like that. Everything out in the open. It's looking like 6-3 in a race to 8 frames. Davies just 1 frame away from a spot in the quarterfinals, 7-5 up against Donks. Bit of a comeback there from Donks. In the last 2 frames, can he keep that momentum going? Or will it be another quarterfinal for Dan Davey? Anything but do any commentary for Dan Davey. have one of our main commentators with you shortly. He's just heading down the motorway. Andy Richardson. Great to have Andy back in the team, in the comms.
He said he was coming at 1 o'clock today. 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I think he's had a stop off.
Well, that'll be taken out of his wages. Won't be having that.
Unless he turns up with buns or something like that, of course, yeah, just to
can be persuaded.
That could help the negotiations on the disciplinary. We do like buns at the IPA, don't we?
Yeah, anybody local.
Yeah, any local cake manufacturers, any bakers.
We've had a few cakes given to us. We had some mince pies, didn't we?
Well, Rick Lloyd, one of our referees,
yes,
works at a bakery, or he's a manager. I'm not quite sure of his role. And he brought some mince pies yesterday. Very nice. Very nice mince pies. We almost had to wrestle them off Bron to get one. She was guarding them with a life.
I wondered what the new security guards were doing around here. Didn't realise it was for the food.
It was for the mince pies. Yeah, he brought some cakes, I think, at the last tour, didn't he? He brought some really nice, good, a Victoria sponge, I think it was.
I never got any of that. That was all gone.
Oh, that went quick. Victoria sponge went very quick. That's the reason why we have Rick.
There's more reasons to why we have Rick.
Yeah, of course. But it's always nice when furnishes us with some sweet treats.
Back to the match. 6-3, the Dunster, Liam Dunster leads. Frame number 10. That's
wow,
a better
break.
Contact. Better timing.
They just exploded.
It's his best break of the day, really, that one. Probably the best cup break that I've seen on this TV table as well.
Yep, that was
We had a bit of a debate about the cup break and head-on break, me and Dan Davey, this morning, well, sorry, this afternoon when we opened the show.
Get through to this yellow that's near the bottom left-hand corner. He'll just be sort of screwing the white ball up 6 inches. That yellow that's below the red, just to the right of it. And then the hard work will almost be done again in this one.
Is Dean Shields going to get a chance to try and stop Liam from getting to the hill? Just can't see it. Got this opportunity here.
Yeah, Dan Davey takes his place in the last 16, holds off the fight back from Rob Donkin. He marches into the quarters. Now he's undercooked that one. Still got the yellow into the top right hand corner. Then he's just got to carefully negotiate the top left hand corner. Be clear about how he wants to go about taking them out. Is he going to play the plan or take the one over the hole first? Find out after this shot. He's got a choice from that positional shot. Just bringing the white back between the gap as he's screwing round. Had to tell from the overhead. Oh, he could screw back. He was fine. just be looking to bring the white ball in the region of where it is now. Putting this one into the top left. Needs to get the pace right. Plays with a lot of control as Liam. Look at that white ball, almost where it was before. I think this frame will be in the record books in the next 30 seconds. The number 7 seed, Dean Shields, is going to need to put a 5-pack together. He's going to need a little bit of help from Liam and Liam's break. Otherwise it'll be another tournament that might have been. No problem, in it goes. Dunster is 1 frame away from a quarter-final. Is a Dunster Farnsworth final on the cards. One of the biggest rivalries in pool. Dunster Farnsworth, Farnsworth Boyle. They're 2 of the biggest rivalries in the sport. England v Scotland.
Cue ball.
Yeah, better break from Dean. Needed that a few frames ago instead of firing the white straight into the middle pocket.
Just the 8 ball surrounded by reds. That might make his decision a bit easier about the colour set.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% reds.
So there's a red behind the black. That's his tricky one. But there's so many reds around there to just dislodge it out or a bit of movement. Getting down very quickly. Oh, just coming out to near jaw. David Addinall, he's also into the quarter-finals. Beating Wade Morley. Great result there. Beating Wade. David Addinall, he beat Simon Ward in the last round.
Yeah, David Addinall who beat
Ross Fernie. Number 2 seed, didn't he?
He beat Simon Ward as well. No, Wade Morley beat Ross Fernie.
Yeah.
Addinall beat Simon Ward. They were on the stream table last night. It wasn't streamed. It was a good match. Good match. So has he got enough angle just to bump the black out a couple of inches?
Yeah, just make it potable into the middle pocket. Something like that.
It looks pretty good to me.
And a better break has got him. His break and clearance a lot better. But he's going to now have to wait for errors from Liam Dunster if he's going to have any chance of getting back in this match, or even winning this match.
Yeah,
a lot of work to do.
That's one of the 5 he needs on the bounce.
It's out of his hands. and is wait and hope. So, frame number 12. Breaking clearance on his last one. Probably his best break of the day for him. Not seen too much consistency from his cup break. You know, we've had a bit of power, then we haven't had power, so.
Down to 6 seconds.
Awkward.
Yeah, it certainly is. Is that the first lifeline for Dean Shields?
Tell you what I haven't seen today, a re-rack. We had 6 black balls off the break yesterday. I know we've still got time, but yesterday was a bit peculiar. Today, oh mate, I'm just being told in my ear that there was one this morning, but it wasn't live, so it's just another game that went on before we went live, so it doesn't count. So yeah, it doesn't count.
If I remember rightly, it was the Farnsworth Anderson match.
Yeah, it was, yeah, which went on at 11 o'clock, didn't it, before we came live.
Long yellow, only option.
How strange is that, eh? It's, I love my stats, I do. It's got a bit of an angle here now. What does he do with it? He's not one for colliding into balls, is he?
No, he'll be planning. And that's one of the things that you notice with the top players, that when they're trying to release balls, they're not crashing into it. It's all planned.
Controlled.
Controlled, yeah.
Well, he did just play that yellow, trying to, plan to play it half a ball. And if he would have clipped it half a ball, would have possibly found that gap between the cushion and the red, and could have gone into a potable position. But he's still now got a problem, and I mean, he has got a double on it.
That's what he's lining up to punch it in.
Oh, heart of the pocket! What a shot that is!
Still work to do though for the man from Scotland. Those 2 yellows on the right hand side. He needs to work it out. What he's going to do with them.
Well, you see now this sort of line draw back. Whereabouts is this game? Coming on and off the cushion. Another great positional shot.
Oh, it's pinpoint. It's absolutely pinpoint.
Is he on it? I mean, his body language, the way he's looking at it, is tight, or is he just really checking out what the angle is? He needs to make a decision. I mean, it looks okay with the camera angle we're looking at. He'll know. He's directly behind it. That's a 10-second beep.
There's no problem. It's
Elegant.
covering all angles. 2 pots away now from a place in the quarterfinals.
It's a very good positional shot there, I've got to say. So this black get himself into the quarterfinals. And there you see it. Liam Dunster does progress to the quarterfinals, beating Dean Shields. And yeah, we did see a couple of misses there from Liam Dunster, but you know, Dean didn't really capitalise on every error from Liam. Didn't take the chances that he also had. Otherwise, this match could have been a lot closer. And who knows, Dean could have even had chances of getting through himself, but didn't get through. And we're going to be coming up. We've got another match coming up very soon. There's going to be a little interview with Liam. It's going to be Gareth Hibbert against Reese next. So don't go too far away. We're going to be live with you all the way through. And but yeah, Liam, he's probably going to have a few words now with Kev Barton, and just waiting for just to get settled up in the studio, and they are ready now. So over to you, Kev Barton.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm here with Liam, who marches into the quarterfinals. It felt like you played well in that match, but you capitalised on some early errors from Dean and never really let him back in.
I suppose you could say that, yeah. It was one careless shot for me. Of just missed an easy ball, just took my effort, I think. Distracted by a few things going on that I shouldn't be distracted by. But yeah, I think the pace of the table caught us both out. I think that's a little bit quicker than the rest of them. But yeah, it was okay. It was okay for me. I'm quite critical of myself, so there's still room for improvement.
Yeah, I mean, by most people's standards, they'd have been happy with that performance. But obviously, there's things that what are you going to try and change? I don't know if you can change anything now between now and the quarterfinals. Was it more of a mental thing that you thought were lapsed there, or
not too sure? Maybe just physical, as in physical with the table. Maybe just I'm quite a precise positional player. It's quite difficult to go onto a table that is a different pace, so then I need to take a few frames to get into it, sort of thing. So if I play my next match on that, I'll be happy, but I've got a feeling it's going to be another table, and then hopefully if I win that, I'll be back on that table, so it's chopping and changing all the time, so it is what it is.
Coming into this week, obviously, you know, we've had a bit of a gap. What were your thoughts and expectations and preparations like for this week?
Preparations was next to zero. Yeah, I've not put in a lot of practice, just too busy with the club. I mean, I had good intentions saying, right, I'm going to put a good week or two practicing for that, but it's just, it doesn't actually happen. When I do get time to practice, I can't be bothered. But I'm looking forward to it now I'm actually here, so maybe hopefully that's a good thing.
Quarter-final against David Addinall, who you've had some real great battles with Dave over the last couple of years. I'm thinking one at Isle of Man, where I think he went to the deciding frame. We were all watching. It was edge of your seat, so always a great game with Dave.
Yeah, it is. I think we've had at least two deciders that I can remember, and maybe three. Yeah, he's a top player. He's certainly rised through the ranks within the last few years. Anyways, he's improved out of sight. So yeah, it's good to see him getting to later stages again.
Well, thanks a lot, Liam. Well played, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament. So Liam Dunster takes his place in the quarter-finals, and Marc Pickworth, he'll be playing David Addinall, and we know those two have got some history of some really, really titanic tussles.
Yeah, they really have, and I wouldn't be surprised if there will be another titanic tussle as well. And I mean, David's one of them gritty competitors where he just never gives in. He really gives it his all. But he's going to, have a real tough time. We haven't seen the best of Liam Dunster in that match there against Dean Shields. Missed a couple of balls, a couple of positional errors and that. So again, these top players, they normally start off slow and then they build up when it really gets down to the money end of the actual tournament, and that's when they really need to be at their peak.
And Dean Shields, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that performance. There was a couple of frames, glaring errors that, if he'd have taken advantage, this match could have been a different outcome. And
that's exactly what it's about, taking advantage. And you've got to take advantage of these chances, which they don't normally come out of Liam. And he definitely had some out there. That match should have been closer. And who knows, you could have been talking to Dean after that match, because he's had enough chances to win it.
Absolutely. So that's quarter-final action. We've got another quarter-final coming up now. It's another North East derby. and it is between Marc Farnsworth, who we saw earlier, and Craig Brown, who had a fantastic victory over one of the favourites, Mark Boyle, in the last round. And we can see there the quarter-final lineup: Marc Farnsworth, Craig Brown, Corey Reese, Gareth Hibbert, and then the bottom half of the draw, Nathan Bridges, who's surprising everyone this weekend against the informed Dan Davey, and as we said, Liam Dunster against David Addinall. Let's just preview the match coming up, Mark, with Marc Farnsworth and Craig Brown.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously another battle of the North East. Marc Farnsworth already won one North East battle against Gavin Robinson. Craig Brown, though, stopped that 20-match winning streak from Mark Boyle, you know, and he's had to play some great stuff to beat Mr. Magic, but he's going to have to produce even better quality now. I'm not saying that Marc Farnsworth is any better, but he's got to continue that quality and continue to break well, continue to put his opponent like Marc Farnsworth under pressure to have any chance of winning this match. Because Marc Farnsworth, he seems to be a bit revitalised. When I spoke to him, you know, he's got a bit more energy. He wants to get back to winning titles. He wants to protect that number one spot, and the only way he can do that is by winning this title here this weekend.
And a word about Craig: he's a two-time World Championship semi-finalist. What has he got to do to go a couple of steps further and lift the silverware tonight? Yeah,
consecutively, I might add. You know, to do that, there's not many players in the game to do that. He's got to break well. That is the important thing. If he can start finding his break on this TV table, well, you know, we always talk about it's a different atmosphere on the TV table, with the lights, with the cameras, with the shot clock. So it's just about how now Craig adapts to that. Probably hasn't had as much as experience on the TV table what Marc Farnsworth has, but he needs to adapt quickly. But he seems in great spirits. He seems like he's playing very positively. You know, it's all going to be down to what happens on that table now.
And just a word about the other quarter-final, Corey Reese and Gareth Hibbert. That is about as juicy as they come, and that'll be coming up after this match.
Yeah, we're absolutely we're fully packed with great matches, aren't we? And you know, Gareth Hibbert, though, he's made very light work of the two matches he's had already. He's breaking pretty superbly. He's had a couple of in-offs, but the match that he played yesterday was great. He's made light work of Matt Davis this morning. I think it was less than an hour to win 8-1, and you know, he's going to be a bit more revitalised as well. He's had a bit of a rest, and now he's going to be up against Corey Reese, but that's going to be a battle of the breaks. You know, Corey Reese got a huge break. Gareth Hibbert never normally gets categorised into the big break league, but he has got a huge break, and it is probably, as we always say, down to the break.
Quick word about the other quarter-final, Nathan Bridges and Dan Davey.
Yeah, surprise package there, Nathan Bridges. But you know, you said to me in the comms, you know, you was watching him because he was playing on the table next to you, and he just produced some stuff that is, you know, not produced for years, and it's good to see him back. It's good to see him back playing well, getting results, and who knows, Dan Davies. You know, he's a very consistent performer, Dan Davey, but if he was playing anyone in the quarterfinals out of the names that's on the board, maybe Dan Davey would be one that he'd pick out. So again, a little bit of difference, contrast the styles again, but when Nathan does produce it, you just never know. He might be in the semi-finals at the end of it, and we'll be watching him on this TV table.
We will. Well, over the next few hours, we're going to see it all unfold as we build towards the climax tonight and the final. Who is going to take home the international professional event? Well, Marc, are you in the comms? Are you in the comms for this one?
I certainly am.
Well, we're certainly getting our money's worth from you this weekend. So let's join Marc in about 30 seconds in comms for this fantastic match coming up between Marc Farnsworth and Craig Brown.
So hopped, skipped and a jumped here into the comms box from the studio. And, as the players always do, they lag for a break. Marc Farnsworth on the left, Craig Brown on the right. Concession there from Marc Farnsworth, and Craig Brown wins the break. Will that be pivotal in the way the outcome of this could happen? To a possible 15 frames, race to 8. That's the result from the ladies' elite semi-final. Ashley Bird was winning that match 6 frames to 5, but she's finally lost to Rachel Tucker 7 frames to 6. So Rachel Tucker takes her place in the final, and she will be playing Rhiannon Graham. I think it comes up, I don't know if it's after this match or the one after. I think it might be after the second quarter final, so that could be coming up around 7 o'clock maybe. I'll keep you up to date with that one, so I can be 100% on that. But we'll definitely be watching the ladies elite final between Rhiannon Graham and Rachel Tucker at some point tonight. So, try break, I think. Yeah, dry break from Craig Brown. Let's give it opportunity straight away in this quarter final for Marc Farnsworth, the current IPA #1. Beating Scott Anderson and Gavin Robinson this morning. Marc did. It's a poll, if you're watching us on YouTube, who wins this quarter final? Is it Farnsworth or is it Brown? You decide. You've been doing pretty well with the outcome of the winners so far. I think the only one you got wrong is Tom Barley against Clint Ianson. But yeah, Tom Barley, he's left the competition now. He's got knocked out by Nathan Bridges, who's into the quarterfinals himself against Dan Davey, our very own commentator. One of our own. This cluster, isn't it? I mean, you don't normally see this. Obviously, all the remaining balls now in the bottom half of the table. Tried it. The plant didn't come off. He was asking a lot there. So opportunity back to Craig Brown. Not going to be an easy one. And, you've got to say, the opening frame here could be into a little bit of a scrappy affair. I wouldn't be surprised if Craig plays a bit of a containing shot here, but or is he, set out his stall of being pretty much trying to be attacking? I like his style if it is. But the two yellows he's closest to now, they're going to be the the problems, but I think they do go bottom right hand corner, so it's all about how he gets onto them. But that yellow next to that red on the left hand cushion, that's going to be, you know, his piece to the jigsaw, if you want to call it that. Or can he get onto it here now with an angle? Might have to pinch the pocket a bit to force an angle. Elected to just draw it back. That tells me he's probably going to take the ones in the bottom half of the table. Leave them to the very, very end. Does he go now? I don't think he's got to. Has to. Has to try and drift that cue ball into the lower half of the table. Try and clear these yellows into the bottom right. If the one further off the cushion. Oh, is that a disaster? I think it's gone wrong. He's only got one option. Yellow onto yellow, playing the plant. It's not easy. Can he get through to the one into the right centre? That's looks tight. Yeah, having to play the plant. He's already used the extension, so that clock will be ticking down. Good, it's there. How's the outcome? Not bad. He's going to have a shot at this. Good use of, well, great shot really to get that plant and get position. So yellow, come off 2 cushions, and then this simple 8 ball into the bottom left hand corner. To take the opening frame, 1-0 to Craig Brown. Marc had the first opportunity after the dry break from Craig, but didn't quite make it. With Marc Farnsworth trying a very difficult plant. Didn't come off, and then Craig decided to go very attacking. And it's paid off, and the opening frame to Craig Brown. 1-0 now. That settled him into this match though, within that opening frame. First look at the Marc Farnsworth break in this match. Cut break. And we've got another dry break. Craig's not wasting any time, just looking for the finishes. It's like a man on a mission at the moment. This task though, on this TV table doesn't get much tougher than playing number 1 ranked player, Marc Farnsworth. Just left himself a little bit higher than he wanted. If he, he has decided to leave himself this double, then drift down table. There's a ball in the top half of the table as well that goes, but this is the time to take this one. 1 double, played it nicely, but he's a little bit straight on this, so he's not going to be able to do too much with the cue ball. That's where he's just pointing his cue. That's where ideally he wants to try and, the angle that he wants to try and leave that cue ball at. Didn't get what he needed there, but that's just down to the angle he left on the that red. A little bit straight, so he's going to have a tough pot now. I think he's only got the choice of he's got a choice of 2, one in the top left, one in the top right. Collecting this one into the blind pocket, but what a shot that is. Great shot from Craig Brown. He's setting out a statement right away. And if he goes on to clear these up, brilliant start. Punishing Marc Farnsworth to the max if he does take them. And there is nothing stopping him at the moment. It's easy. This one simple. 8 ball into the top left-hand corner for a 2-0 lead. Easily done. Great clearance from Craig Brown. He's going to be breaking in frame number 3. It's given Marc something to think about. Head on break this time from Craig. He's got a ball. He's got 2. Both of them are reds. That'll probably make his decision to take yellows. I mean, that's only because I don't think he's got a pot on reds. Well, not an easy one anyway. Again, shot after the break, electing to take his extension. Craig Brown, ranked number 12 in the rankings. Really pushing for a top 10 spot now, Craig is. And who knows if he gets a result here. It could happen after these set of results this weekend. Bit of hampered cueing. I think he's got not a bad angle just to come on and off the cushion. Wants to be leaving obviously the cue ball around there so he can go through the gap of the 2 reds to put the yellow into the top right on his screen. needs to come off the cushion, just stunned it past the red. Nicely judged. Avoided the middle pocket and just got perfect position on this yellow into the opposite middle. So as the yellow, it's close to the red. Has he got enough room to be able to clip it across? It's just hard to see from here. I mean, he can make something happen here if he wants to just run it through, try and remove the red. Oh, that's lovely. That's worked out well. Again, he's just leaving a shot, believing in his ability. Drops it in the middle. Very good pot. And wow, what a start this is for Craig Brown. 3-0 ahead now against the number 1 seed, Marc Farnsworth. And what a great start. Pretty faultless, apart from the dry break of Craig's. And that is pretty much all she wrote. Marc Farnsworth, he's going to have to dig deep now. Quarter-final lineup. That's what you're watching. Marc Farnsworth, Craig Brown. Next matchup, Corey Reese against Gareth Hibbert. And a bit later on, Nathan Bridges against Dan Davey. Liam Dunster against David Addinall. It's all hotting up. Which one of them players is going to be lifting this professional trophy come the end of tonight? Stick with us to find out. Marc Farnsworth, frame number 4 to break. Bit better power. Got a ball. Black stayed up as well. Lot better break for Marc Farnsworth. A bit more reaction. Still stuck with that cut break. Put 3 balls there. Great one. Going to play this off the yellow, just open up that middle pocket nicely. Played that very well. Not easy to judge sometimes, them ones. It's all about what angle he's got on this one now, in the same middle. It's got a bit of an angle there, as we can see. He's got enough just to play with a bit of pace to stun it down. Just needs an angle on this one. Probably see him just draw this back, come up maybe 1-2 cushions. Just so the red below the baulk line. He'll take that into the top right hand pocket. If he gets on that, which he has done, should see Farnsworth win his first frame with a break and clearance, and it's been a pretty good standard so far. And more than the one shown from Craig Brown. Faultless. 3-1 it is now. Craig Brown, he'll be breaking in frame number 5. Leading by 2 already. Remember, race to 8. Again, head-on break. He's got a yellow. I've got to say, the split's not that bad. Choice of colour sets here. He just needs to, whatever his preference is. So it might be, I mean, will he take yellows because the red he's closest to now doesn't go past the black? Well, I don't think it does. Does that red now pass off that yellow? If it does, this is opened up. Yeah, it does pass. Flicks off the yellow to go into the pocket. Another good chance now for another breaking clearance for Craig Brown. Be his second one out of 3 if he does go on to clear these up. To take this one now because the 3 balls below the baulk line are pretty much together. Now going to the left centre, so just drawing that up. Has he gone far enough? He's okay. Probably like to have gone further a little bit more, but shouldn't be any problem. Just drop this in, maybe cannon the red. What a start this has been for Craig. Nicely. Puts the cue ball down table. Puts a simple black 4-1. He now leads. It's been faultless from Craig Brown. Faultless indeed. The referee in. Scott McMillan, our senior referee. All he seems to be doing is just whacking these balls up. Flying through the frames. Frame number 6 is next. Marc Farnsworth to break. Broken cleared last time. We've had 3 breaking clearances on the spin now. He's got a ball. That's the important thing. He's got a yellow. Collecting the reds. So the red in the top right-hand corner. Does that pass that yellow? It must do. Is he just looking at it now? He might have looked at that early doors. That would have been his reason for the colour selection, but maybe he did. And he's just having a bit of a double check, and he's gone straight up table now. Take it out of the equation. Won't be able to, you know, force it in with pace, but it's one of them. He's directly behind it now, so just drop it in off the knuckle. You just saw on your screen. Up next, Reese against Gareth Hibbert. Yeah, this must pass 3 or 4 times. He's looked at this now. He'll just drop this in, maybe stun it in. Won't be a lot done with it. Yeah, plenty of room. Leaves him the simple red ball over the left centre. And really, this is going to be 4 break and clearances in the spin, on the spin. He just go on to take these out. We could have a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. It could be an absolute spectacular ending. The standard that these 2 players are showing at the moment is incredible. A bit shorter pace, but won't be any problems for this man, I suspect. And there is no problems shown. 4-2. Greg Brown leads. 1 visit clearances from both these players. Great standard. Hope you're all enjoying this free coverage at home as much as I am commentating on it. Ladies' Elite final will be coming up after the Reese Gareth Hibbert match. That will be another spectacular match. Rihanna Graham against Rachel Tucker coming up. The referee Scott McMillan making sure that all the balls are touching, especially with our smart rack. Frame number 7. Greg Brown to break. It's a cue ball. It's fine. He's breaking ever so well. Got a yellow. Important thing. He keeps potting balls. I think he might elect to go the reds here, only because of that, and 2 yellows that are together in the bottom half of the table. That's the only reason I'm probably saying that. But the red below the left centre can just drop that in at some point. That's his most difficult one. Clock though, ticking down, uses extension, reds it is. He's going to have 30 seconds per shot now. He uses extension. vote is still ongoing on YouTube if you are watching us. Who's going to win this match? Marc Farnsworth or Craig Brown? At the moment, it's looking like Craig Brown. Yeah, just slammed it on and off the table. Just going to drop this into the left centre now. It's a tricky one. He's going to have a little bit of tricky cueing as well. Just cueing over that yellow ball that's on the cushion. Oh, he's right over it, but drops it in. Very easily done. Very easy. Now. Key shot this. Yeah, just again, not done nothing too spectacular, just leaving himself a shot. He's not going to be able to get close to his last red. So, just needs to make sure of this one. And it goes, pots it in quite positively. This one's a bit thinner than he wanted, but didn't have much choice, you know, with the angle that he left himself. This is probably Craig Brown's biggest pot of this match so far. And has he missed it? No, he hasn't missed it. It's dropped. The pace. There's only the reason that has dropped. And now simple black. Five frames to 2. Break and clearance number 5 in a row. Incredible standard. Faultless from that man, Craig Brown at the moment. Just when we thought he was going to miss one. Pocket, just tuck it in, you know, another day that would have stayed up. But today, it's going his way. 5-2, he now leads Marc Farnsworth, frame number 8. It's dry. And Craig Brown, he can be piling on the pressure on Marc Farnsworth here. Again, he didn't really connect as that he has been doing. It's not as good. Huge advantage now for Craig. If he can extend his lead to 6-2, puts him 2 away from a semi-final appearance. Just flicks the black. Means he's going to have to definitely get that black out. I don't think it's potable in any pocket. A little bit short of pace here. I'd love to have been a bit higher so we could take these two out there together. think he's going to have much choice but to go up table. Very nice. Left himself a very good angle now. Percent of the people watching think that Marc Farnsworth is going to win this quarter-final. That's the black out, that's the black in play, and he's in pretty good position now. Just got to roll this through. To put the red in the bottom right corner, then the red into the opposite corner. Don't think he's got an angle to do too much with it, so it is just about rolling this in and just keeping it simple. He needs a bit of an angle to get himself out of there. I mean, he can just roll this through to leave himself a shot on the black. Well, it's hard to just see what angle he's got. Can he do anything with the cue ball? Couldn't do a lot with the cue ball. Big 8 ball this. Into the top left-hand corner. Huge moments now in this match. He's been up to most of them at the moment. He's up to this one as well. Man on the mission, Craig Brown. 6-2 ahead now. Great standard. Another one visit clearance from Craig. What can Marc Farnsworth do? You know, having dry breaks isn't helping his cause. He's up against it. Craig Brown's just nipped out for a comfort break. So, great shot that was. At the moment, the way that Craig's playing, it's very difficult to see Marc Farnsworth getting back into this one, but we all know how good of a player Marc is. Keep up the latest scores, you know, watching or keeping up to date with your favourite players. All the latest scores and on our website, ipapool.com. All the links are on there. Also, any latest news of anything that's happening will also be on there. Keep up to date with all of that. John is on Twitter, IPA Pool, Facebook, and the International Professional Pool Association. To break. He's had 3 breaking clearances in a row now. Is that run going to continue? He's been breaking with the head-on ball, and I've said in the studio when I was talking to Kev, the head-on ball on this table seems to be working a lot better than the cut break. we have seen some good breaks. I mean, Liam Dunster, he's not the best at the cup break, but it seems to work well for him. Dry break though, just as I'm talking about how well Craig Brown has broken. Chance for Marc Farnsworth. Cue ball jumped a little bit in the air. Again, not too much threat in the pocket, so he's got a chance. Got a chance, and you feel like Marc now, he's got to be ultra attacking and take these opportunities out. He's not going to get many more against a man in form like Craig is at the moment. But the other thing that Marc's got to do, he's got to start breaking well. We're seeing a little bit of inconsistency from him, and that has got to improve. If anything's weak about Marc Farnsworth, it is his break. But we do know when he does start working for him, he's unstoppable. Unplayable is sometimes the word. So he's come off the cushion there, trying to make things happen. And I actually think now he's left a 3-ball plant. So if this does pop, he's been a little bit fortunate. And maybe this match is at, like 2 halves. And he has left a 3-ball plant. And he's played it to perfection. So he'll just be thinking now, because obviously the black ball on this bottom cushion, he's gonna having to leave a red down here, maybe just so he can drop onto the black. Doesn't have to. He can take out these in the bottom half of the table, but I wouldn't be surprised if he left that one over the pocket for that reason. Pinched the pocket just so he could draw it back to cannon into yellow. Key moments now for Marc Farnsworth to stay in this match. Goes on to clear these 6-3. It'll be him to break next. But it's so important that he gets a ball off his break. If he does 6-4, then who knows? Who knows how the outcome could be? Got to take these first to have any chance. Very nicely delicate shot. Very nice delicate shot there. Okay. I think he's played the cannon. I mean, if he did miss the cannon, he would have been also in a good position. So, but yeah, just drop this in now. Leave himself the cue ball on the cushion. Just off, just as he's done. And now this 8-ball into the bottom left-hand corner. It to back within 3, 6-3 now. Reverse clearance, another 1 visit clearance. 7 on the bounce, that is 1 visit clearances. Brilliant standard, this 3-ball plant though. That was the one. Opening red was the way it opened up. You need a little bit of the rub of the green sometimes, or rub of the blue, whichever one you want. This break, it's a must get ball. You feel like if he doesn't, Giving the table over to Craig Brown is the last thing he wants to be doing. Has he got a ball or is he dry again? He's dry again. His break just isn't happening. Craig's back to the table though. The yellows took his time deciding what he was going to do. Not elected for these yellows now. I think he'd like that to run a little bit more, just to give him a shot at that yellow. It's in between them 3 reds below the black. So I don't think he's quite on that one. Just draw that back. He has got the shot now to have a cannon into the black, or you don't have to, but you feel like he needs to make that happen. What he's just pointed at. Gonna kiss into the yellow. Yeah, nicely done. Where's the cue ball? Where's that cue ball? Dicing with death over that centre pocket. He's on a yellow, but he's tricky, cueing over the edge of that pocket. Another great pot. What's he landed on though? He's landed on nothing. Things aren't going his way now. Error from Craig Brown. This was an opportunity for him, but that last shot, very nearly lost the cue ball. That's the reason why he's out of position. Clock's ticking down as well. Just a containing shot. Nothing too spectacular, but it's a containing shot, stopping Marc from going for a pot here. But now this is where Marc needs to, try and keep this advantage. It's not going to be easy. Taking his extension, just feels that this is an important shot. So he just cannot really afford to believe in Craig Brown in. Is he going to attempt this thin clip? Big shot. Oh, he did attempt it. And it's not come off, and he's left Craig Brown a chance now. He's got a choice of yellows. One into the top right, bottom right on your screen, one into the right centre, bottom centre on your screen. But yeah, he didn't expect this. Didn't expect this second opportunity in this position. Come for the one in the top right. Lost the cue ball a little bit. So this cue ball is going to be going around the angles, but it looks like it's quite natural. Thin clip into the top left. Run off 1, 2, maybe 3 cushions. For his final yellow. Important shot, Craig Brown. 1, 2, and 3 cushions, and perfectly judged. Great shot. Great shot indeed. Puts Greg Brown on the hill. He's going to be breaking in frame 12. We could possibly, sorry, frame 11. We could possibly have the chance to see the match out. Marc's just nipped out now. I mean, that fifth yellow there, you know, for a great positional shot. How important that's going to be now. But that thin clip from Marc, you know, just really pushed out the boat a little bit. But when you're that far behind, he decided that that's what he needed to do. Okay, Barnes, he's just joined me back in the commentary box just as this match is getting pretty interesting, and Craig Brown been faultless, looks very edgy, but wow, been phenomenal.
I think he's that type of character, isn't he? You know, you can see he's on edge. I saw it for myself when he was playing Marc Boyle. You know, when he got near the winning post, he got a bit edgy. You can see him there. He's trying to tell himself to keep going, but you know, so far he's been faultless, and he's taken virtually every chance that he's had. So he's just got to keep doing that. But obviously Marc just using experience, just slowing everything down, just having a little comfort break. Probably didn't even need to go, but just wants to try and calm things down
now as well. So
he's very, you know, he's a bit sort of Gav Robinson-esque, isn't he? He's
big moment.
He's never still for a second.
Yeah, trying to get to an IPA Tour semi-final. He's got a ball again. Then he had I think two dry breaks this match.
Yes, he's absolutely launching these breaks, isn't he? You know,
he's had 3 breaks and clearances as well.
The white's arcing round. He's getting everything into them. Look, he's cueing so well. He's absolutely smashing those to pieces.
He's got a little bit of work to do, just near that black. A bit of a cluster of 2-3 balls, but so definitely work to do. It's not going to be a simple finish to see out this match, but he's going to have to hold himself together. He's been very attacking in this match, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Craig try and really force himself over the line. Sometimes that's not the right thing to do, but 7-3 lead, maybe it is the right thing to do, and he is going all out attack for these. That yellow, I suppose the one that's in that cluster with that red, it does double.
Yeah, I think he's sort of accepted that's what his finish is gonna be. This will bring the house down. He gets that and on the black.
Oh, he's got into that. That is edgy. I feel that he's drawn that back about another 3 foot than he wanted. Is that right? I'm sure he was lining up the one on the bolt line next.
It shows how well he's cueing. I mean, he's put no effort into that, and he's screwed back.
He's rerouting here. He's definitely played for that one on the bolt line. I can't take much away from him because he has been pretty faultless. So, but big shot now. Big shot. I mean, the black's not going to be, you know, it's not got much of a window. A little bit of traffic in the top half of the table, but you feel if he gets on this yellow, these yellows in the top half of the table, if he puts the one on the double, it should be game over. He's got the double.
Look at that. He's absolutely on fire. Craig Brown.
Might
Needs
see
some precision here.
We might see a little bit of emotion here as well, if it does happen. seeing the closing moments now of this match. Getting a bit caught up in this moment because Craig, he still needs another frame. It's a race to 9 now, the quarterfinals. Wow. He hasn't closed the match out. He's only another frame closer. Apologies for everyone listening to what I'm saying. I've got it wrong. But what a match for Craig Brown. What a clearance this has been, by the way. Let's not take that away from Craig. Great double. Yeah, he overscrewed it, but he pulled himself back round. That's what top players do, and Craig, he's putting himself amongst that elite players at the moment, playing pretty well, or very well, should I say, and took another break and clearance out. Brilliant standard from Craig. Marc Farnsworth. Yeah, race to 9 quarterfinals, race to 9 semi, I think, and then the race to 10 in the final, I'm sure it is. It's only new this year, so that's why I'm making the errors. Yeah, all the professional players, they brought all the different races in, which is great for the viewers, great for the players. Finally, Marc's got a ball off the break. It's not his first one off the break in the match, but he'll be pleased to see a ball go down, because this match is now out of his hands. Frame 12. He's finally got a ball off the break. Electing the Reds. I was just saying, Kev, this match is out of Marc Farnsworth's hands now. It's probably Craig Brown's to lose.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Craig has probably struggled with in his career is belief. I don't feel that he's struggling with that today. You know, this tournament could be a real breakthrough for him.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Kev. It's just about believing sometimes. Believing in yourself. You're one of them elite players. And one of the top players, and that's what he's doing.
All Marc Farnsworth can do is just take what's in front of him with this frame. If he can somehow get to sort of 8-5, 8-6, you know, Craig might start getting a little bit edgy. But 8-3 looks a long, long way away. Oh, he's not got through that. He didn't go through that with the cue at all. Just stopped on it, and that's why the cue ball just didn't screw back.
Yeah, he accelerated a little bit, but made no problem. 8-4. Don't see many big comebacks, but this will be up there with the very best if Marc does get there. But you just feel that Craig's just playing so well. You just can't see that window even opening for Marc.
Just got to keep his composure, Craig.
Deep breaths.
He's going to get a chance. Keep doing what he's doing. Don't get too far ahead of himself. Keep that positive mindset, and he'll be absolutely fine. But live sport. Where would we be without live sport?
Frame 13. Craig Brown break. He's been working on this table. It's been devastating for Marc Farnsworth to watch, but it's been working for Craig.
Massive
Got a lot of
break
power again. He's got
There's
balls
flying in everywhere. And look at this. What an opportunity for Craig Brown.
Is this it, ladies and gentlemen? Are we going to see this match closed out now?
I think these balls have got jammed in the pocket. Yeah. I thought I saw the top of the red ball. You see the bottom right hand corner there, the red's on top of the yellow. It's still there.
Still there. Ref's not even seen it.
Be careful here if he goes for. I mean, I think he'll be going for reds, but if he does go for yellows, he needs to make sure that pocket gets emptied.
Yeah, that's why he's not bothered about him, because he's taking these reds. That red in the balk area, that's the problem one. It's got a little bit of a blocker there, but you just can't see, it being a problem. Referee not going to touch him either. He's not getting involved.
All Marc Farnsworth can do is sit and watch and just appreciate how well Craig's playing.
Yeah, I suppose that the balls are off the table, so ref's seen them now. He's just clearing them out now. They've gone. That red was on about. That was the problem ball, if there was one. That's gone now as well. So this is the key positional shot in this match. It's got to be. This is the one. He needs this to be spot on. Just got to be careful with this cue ball. Don't want to be hitting this too thick and hits the jaws. Needs to come off 1, 2 cushions. Played it elegantly. If he's got an angle here, he doesn't need an angle. He can come off on the bottom cushion. Just play the any of the reds into the right centre. Need to do a lot with his cue ball. Little bit short, a little bit short. You saw a little bit of the nod of the head. He'll be feeling it out there, let me tell you. This is a big result for him to beat the #1 seed, Marc Farnsworth. A fellow North East player. Absolute hotbed of pool in the North East. Another confident pot from Craig Brown. So this 8 ball into the bottom left hand corner. For another break and clearance. There'll be 5 in the match for him. Incredible standard from Craig shown. Just proves the strength in depth here. #12 seed Craig Brown producing this standard against the very best. And the very best is out. Marc Farnsworth. Craig Brown deserves his place into the semi-final. You see that fist pump there. That's what it means to these players. And a bit of belief now. You just never know, Craig. You can just go on to pick up the trophy. At the end of today's play, there is a massive challenge. Continue playing like that. Who knows what could happen? But safely in to the semi-final. We'll be seeing him back on this TV table. I think it'll be after the ladies' final. Up next will be Corey Reese against Gareth Hibbert. I know Kev Barton is interested to have a few words with our winner now, Craig Brown. So that'll be coming up in a few moments, and it's ready now. So let's get over to the studio and listen to what Craig Brown had to say.
Thanks, Marc, and I'm here with our first semi-finalist, Craig Brown. Craig Brown, what a performance there. You must be absolutely thrilled with how you're playing in this tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't do much more than that. I don't think I made a mistake, to be honest. There was a ball that shouldn't have dropped. Could have swung it, who knows, but like, I apologise for it. I mean, I shouldn't really apologise because the table's the table, but slick cloths, isn't it? They're a bit more forgiving. I dragged it as well, do you know, like, it like turns into topspin, so it'll probably look bad on if someone's took a little snippet online, like, but I played it dead weight, and yeah, other than that, obviously, faultless, really. I can't do any more than that.
Yeah, and you're following on from the previous round. I mean, you're not got an easy draw, beating Marc Boyle in the round before. I was playing on the table at the side, I was watching you, and your form, it's amazing, isn't it? What do you put this form down to?
I just don't stop working hard. I think I'm always trying to find improvement. I don't know, half my battles are up in my head, and if I'm feeling good, then I can stay nice and relaxed, then I can cue the ball. But if I tighten up, then it can change, obviously. So if it's going nice and smooth like that, it's a nice game, isn't it?
But the belief and confidence that you must get from those last two performances, is going to hold you in good stead for the semi-final and hopefully the final after that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here before, like in the semis, and I'm not going to count any chickens. It's game after game, isn't it? You can change, your break can dry up, someone can fizz against you, you can just stop potting balls. It only takes a couple of misses at this level. If I'd have take 2 frames off my score and put them on Marc's there, and it's 7-6. So you've got to be at it. Yeah.
And you mentioned the break. I've been watching your break. I mean, the timing of the break and the effort that you're putting into it. You probably need to lie down. The amount of effort you're putting into it. Is that something you've been working on, or is it just the fact that you're cueing so well, you're timing the ball a lot better? Yeah, well,
I was cut breaking, wasn't I, for probably the last 9 to 12 months or so. I've gone back to the front, bought a cue off Lee Shepherd, and it's just like, I don't know, it just feels nice. It's a playing cue, it's a snooker cue, but I'm hitting them well as well, obviously, but yeah.
Like you say, it's fine margins, the game, potting from the break and not getting those opportunities. You've still got to take the opportunities, and you're doing that with real conviction, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned about, because I hadn't played on the match table, and obviously the shot clock comes into play. The last time I played Simon on there, it was catching me out. So this time I was talking to my friend before I started, trying to figure out what the best way to go about it was, make a clear decision, and then even if it's not perfect, commit to it, because sometimes I've got down to 5 seconds and I'm still questioning what I'm doing, and you end up playing the fast one, which I did actually do one time there, because I realised I needed to leave this ball in the corner. But I think I messed the clearance up anyway. I should have topped the cannon into 2 balls, but I'd try to hold off them and play the one at the top. But that's what the shot clock does. You end up playing something that's not even there.
Well, the rest was pretty faultless, Craig. Don't want to look too far ahead, but if you can take home the title tonight, what would that mean to you?
Yeah, I think it'd be just desserts for my hard work, to be honest. But I mean, you've got to do it, haven't you? And we'll see what happens.
Craig, fantastic performance, well played, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Well played. Fantastic performance there from Craig Brown. Marc Pickworth, we watched most of that match. Well, you watched it all because you commentated on it. But what a performance. What a performance.
Yeah, and I said to you before the match started here in the studio, he had to put Marc Farnsworth under pressure, and that's exactly what he did. He got his break working. I was going to mention that, he used to be a bit of a cut break, and he tried it for 6 to 9 months, whatever it was, which he mentioned to you here, and he's changed back, and he looks more comfortable hitting the head ball break. Sometimes these players, when they do go to the cut break, they don't look that comfortable because it's not their normal way of doing it, and he's just shown that's exactly what you should be doing on that table, and what a result to get that win over Marc.
And if a Marc Boyle or a Marc Farnsworth or a Liam Dunster had put in that performance, we'd have been all eulogising about it. Craig Brown probably, is not a high profile name as such, when you're talking about elite, but that type of performance, if he can maintain anywhere near that level, he's going to be firing up the rankings.
He is. He's got to 2 world semi-finals, Kevin. He's got to the world semi-final this year and the year before. So, it's no surprise to us that he's into another semi-final. So anybody out there doubting him, there's only one person that's doubting himself, and that's himself completely. But if he keeps on performing that, he could be picking up this trophy at the end of it.
Yeah. I think from what we've seen, we've seen some fantastic matches. He has been probably the standout performer so far.
Yeah, and I talk about Gareth Hibbert, which we're going to come on to now. He's probably the best player that I've seen this weekend so far. But Craig Brown definitely up there was one of the top players, and the way that he's playing at the moment, the way that he doesn't look positive around the table, but the way that he's executing the shots every time, he looks faultless.
And just a word about Marc Farnsworth, he didn't really do anything wrong.
The break, that is the only thing that probably hurt him a little bit. He's not known for it being a big breaker, Marc, and he's always tried to work hard on it. It didn't go his way. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, and that's not good enough at this level. His break's got to be working to really get on top and and start winning the matches. And up against an informed Craig Brown, he's came unstuck. Craig Brown deserves his place in the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. So who will Craig Brown be playing? Well, we're going to find out his opponent with our next match. Another mouth-watering quarter-final. Corey Reese and Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, I mean Gareth, he's already played on this table, and he's been breaking well himself. He's been playing well himself. Seems to also be a bit revitalised. Corey Reese, he's had a couple of scrappy games played yourself, Kev, didn't you? So, but that's probably not a fair reflection of how he's played. But he always seems to play pretty well on this TV table. He's a multiple IPA winner, so this is mouth-watering, as you mentioned.
And these two have got a little bit of history. They met in the Champions Cup final a couple of years back.
Yes, they did, and Corey Reese got the victory in that one, and so no doubt that'll be in the back of Gareth's mind. It won't be too much at the forefront, but it'll be in there, and he'll know that he's going to be up a tough game on it. But also Corey knows how good of a competitor the Godfather is as well.
Well, the players are ready. Referee Rick Lloyd is just about to get the match underway. So, Marc, I think it's over to you again in the commentary box.
It is, yeah. I'm going to run over there now and be right back with you. So here I am, just back in the comms box, seeing a bit of me live on TV, hearing my voice also on live TV. Like to do a bit of everything, multi-skilled here at the IPA we are. What a fantastic that match that last one was, and this is just going to be just as good. I know it is. This could be a dish fest, this one. Both huge breakers in the game. And if the break starts working for both these players, who knows who's going to be winning this one? Do you know who's going to be winning this one? That's the question. You didn't get the last one right on your votes. Marc Farnsworth, 80% of you thought that he'd win that. But Craig Brown turned up to the party, and that spinning of the ball again, look, from Gareth Hibbert. We had a chat about that in the studio when I spoke to him yesterday after his match, and wow, just not even he doesn't understand what's happening. Normally, you're either coming across the ball or something, and it's just continuing to happen for him on this table. Well, it don't matter because it's not a legal shot, should I say. He's potted a ball, and now he's going to have the first opportunity in this match, in this opening frame. Got a tricky little cluster here in this bottom right-hand corner. Needs to be careful, just the way that he tries and opens these up. He might have a couple of opportunities to open them up if they don't open up first time, but he'll like this to open up straight away. Tried to open it up straight away and played it nicely. Great cannon. Nicely on his next ball. It looks like he can pinch some of this into the bottom right hand corner, so Just hit it into the bottom half of the pocket so we can stun the cue ball up and take this red that's on the cushion into the same pocket. And then it's just about, deciding, well, for me, he's going to draw this back, try and get it somewhere where he is now, if not a little bit further down, but don't want to be too short, because then he'll be leaving himself the wrong angle. Elected that he hasn't got the right angle that he needs now, so no wrong with just rerouting a little bit. So electing the 2 balls in the top half of the table first. And I think that's the thing with Gareth. He just believes he can put any ball on the table. So even now, look, just changing his mind, feels like this is the right shot, even though it's the more difficult one out of the 2. Just gets down casually, nonchalant, whichever one you're on, and he just glides the ball in elegantly. This on and off the side cushion, and then it's just over mid-range, longish pot, pretty straight into the bottom left-hand corner for a break and clearance. 1-0 to the Godfather, Gareth Hibbert. I said this could be a dish fest. What a start that is. Break and clearance, Gareth Hibbert. Is Corey Reese going to reply to that? Is he going to do it with one of his own break and clearances? These Welsh boys, Corey Reese, England against Wales. This is huge break. I mean, look at this. Look, cue ball spinning. Great caption from our TV team. Doing a great job. Always trying to do some new innovations all the time, and I hope you enjoyed that. Just shows how much that cue ball spins, and since they brought the spots on the cue ball, it's really great for TV, and you just see the action that these players get on the ball. It is truly incredible sometimes watching that. Rick Lloyd, our referee, again making sure that pack is pinpoint. Frame 2. The first look at the Corey Reese break. First look at Corey Reese on this table for this tour as well. He's trailing 1-0. Need to score in your corner. Liam Dunster 2. David Adenall 0. Corey's got a ball of his own, just coming up with the last rolls. It just rolled into the centre. I think he's going to probably elect yellows here. If that yellow does pass that red in the top left-hand corner, then for me it needs to be yellow, especially with the 2 reds on this left-hand side. So easy plant to start him off, then cannons into the yellow. Just cannons that into an easier position. On about, just had to hit that into the far jaw. So couldn't really do a lot with the cue ball because he was on the cushion. So quarter-final result in there. Unfortunately, Nathan Bridge is not sure the reasons behind that, but he's had to give his match to Dan Davies. So Dan Davies into the semi-final. I hope everything's okay for Nathan Bridges and that. Because he's had a fantastic run. But yeah, that's fingers crossed everything's okay. So I've got no idea what it's about. I've been in the commentary box, but there's nothing seriously wrong. Hope everything's okay. Dan Davey, second person into the semi-finals. He's in alongside Craig Brown. And Dan Davey, he'll play the winner of Liam Dunster or David Addinall. And Liam Dunster was winning that match 2 frames to 0. So 2 quarterfinals remaining. This is one of them, and the other one is Liam Dunster and David Addinall. Go up table, played it nicely. Don't want to be hampered queuing. He has got hampered queuing. He's not going to be able to do a lot with this, but again, it's just about making sure he does pot this yellow into the bottom corner. Top left corner on your screen, it was the bottom left now. So don't have to do a lot with it, but awkward queuing. That clock ticking down as well. He's missed that by a way. Didn't look confident on that one. So, chance. Gareth just played a very good safety shot there. Just keeping the pressure on Corey Reese, and what a shot this is. Great shot from Corey Reese. Yeah, it was only a 1 cushion escape, and I suppose there was a chance of that. Gareth decided to take the risk, and wow, what a shot there from Corey Reese. So that miss doesn't look like it's going to cost Corey Reese this frame. Black slammed into the bottom left-hand corner to level this match up at 1 frame apiece. So not a break and clearance, that one, just that one miss there. It weren't easy queuing though for Corey, and he was under a bit of shot clock pressure as well. So
Gareth Hibbert to break, 1 frame all, targeting.
frame 3. Godfather, Gareth Hibbert, off his break. I think he wants to be on the yellows, but he's the opener on reds, but not the yellows. It's whether he takes this on into the right centre. Bit of a blind pocket, just needs to drop it in at a nice pace. Done exactly that. Very delicate, very nice. Is he a little bit short of pace? Is he on this into the left centre? I think he is. Maybe a little bit of swerve here. It looks like he has had to do a little bit of swerve, but nothing too difficult. Did you see the cue ball spin a little bit there as well? Any of you watching on YouTube, that vote is on there again. Who's going to be winning this quarter final? The way that Gareth Hibbert has set off, this will be a break and clearance, the second one for him. 2 out of 2. But a little bit delicate, this one. So I'll just see that Gareth was asking referee Rick Lloyd if the yellow was touching the cushion. Just remember, after any object ball is struck, there must be a cushion contacted or pocket, ball potted. But he's missed. He missed an opportunity. Handed the table over to Gibbsy. The Welshman, Corey Reese. Yeah, it was a tricky little shot there for Gareth, because I think he wanted to try and pinch the pocket as well, just so that the yellow came back on and off the cushion, so he could put that one away instead of it going away from the pocket. Corey colliding with balls, but it's not taking it out of its path to leave himself an easy red in the centre. Just this red on the cushion, on the side cushion, but he's left himself the angle needed now just to cannon into it. Don't need to cannon into it a lot, just enough to just trickle it over the left centre. Because he'll always be on the one to the opposite centre. The other red. There's the cannon. I don't think he's done it enough. He'll be disappointed with that, I think. Or can he pot that now? I think if he can, he needs to be taking it now. Yeah, he's taking this on. This just clips, I think. Just needs to be dead weight. Probably see him just draw the cue ball back on and off the cushion all the way, come back. Put that red in the side, but he's missed that into the centre. These two are human. Seem to be, I've had a couple of misses now from Corey. One miss from Gareth. Just overcooked that a little bit, and he's got a bit of hampered queuing. I think he's good. He's okay though, I think. Get his cue in there. And nicely struck. 2-1 now. Gareth leads. So the vote is in. The poll is complete. You think 58% of you think that Gareth Hibbert is going to be winning this match. There's the other quarter-final, Liam Dunster on table number, on pro table number 2. That's David Addinall at the table. All the way from the Isle of Man, David Addinall. He's losing though to Liam Dunster, 3 frames to 0. But let me tell you, David Addinall will give it his all. He will not. You'll have to peel him off that table if he's going to be losing that match. But he's up against it. 3-0 down against former IPA world champion, former IPA #1 player Liam Dunster. Keep you up to date with that score. Frame number 4, Corey Reese to break. Got a ball last time. Didn't clear up, but got a ball. It's important that he puts a ball. Come across that a lot, but it's gone dry. Not his best break, Corey Reese. Far from it. Just trying to cannon his yellow out. That's gone wrong a little bit. So he's having to now look at another option of how he can get that yellow away from the red ball that's closest to the black. Needs to be careful with this one. I mean, it looks like he's trekking yellow onto yellow. This is a tricky little plant, but I suppose you get the pocket at the worst, but he's knocked the red out. A little bit of a disaster. Things not going Gareth's way at the moment, even though he's leading this match 2 frames to 1. Corey back to the table. Chance to level this one up. All these reds are there for the taking. Coming up next after this match is the Elite Ladies final. It's going to be Rihanna Graham against Rachel Tucker. Remember, there's going to be a new name on the Elite Ladies Trophy because Deb Birchall won the first 2 events. So whose name is that going to be? Is it going to be Rhiannon's or is it going to be Rachel's? Just make sure you stick with us to see who is that going to be. Also, we're going to find out who's going to be the men's professional champion tonight. At the moment, there's 6 players left. Whose name that could be on the trophy. Is it going to be one of these 2 players, Corey Reese or Gareth Hibbert? Race to 9 this quarter final. So just on and off the cushion, don't need to go too far. Don't leave himself any hampered cueing, keep it nice and simple. The black though, I mean, I don't think he'll, I mean he could open the pocket up if he wanted to. Just to make that black possible into the left centre. It'll all be down to which angles he leaves, but he's left that exactly where he wanted it. Yeah, you see, you don't need to move any balls here. So just keep it nice and simple, Corey. That black does pass the yellow into the top right hand corner, so it's the red that's closest to the black now. That's going to be his final ball. And just stun it in, or he's a little bit short of pace if he wants to stun it in, I think. I don't think he's really straight on this one. Might be okay though. Yeah, he is okay. So, I'm going to say this is a simple black, simple straight black into the top right hand corner to level this matchup. Just been managing the clock here, knowing that the 10-second beep is coming up. Composing himself well. It's now 2 frames apiece. None of them can get a 2-frame lead yet. Going toe for toe. Evenly poised. So, Gareth Hibbert to break frame number 5. Lost the cue ball though. It's only criticism of Gareth Hibbert's break. He does lose his cue ball now and again. And that is what we've just seen then. So he's just going to, when you're going off on the break, 1 free shot, 1 visit. Just going to develop the black here. Nicely done. I think he didn't want to tie up the yellow as well though. He wanted to get that black into a position where that yellow passes it. So, not sure if it does. And Corey's had a look at it, and him taking the yellows now suggests that it's okay. have trickled down the table. This will be a nice solid finish here. He's going to set out the statement to Gareth Hibbert, really punishing that in off. Corey will be breaking in frame number 6 as well if he does go on to clear these up. He's going to play this for a trace of run inside just to take it through the gap of the 2 yellows. Don't want to clip that yellow. Oh, he's in no man's land. So has still got a pot on. But how does he get on his final yellow? Is he just going to try and leave himself in an area of, leave himself to position just so he can have a double? He has left himself a double, and he's done ever so well to leave the cue ball there. So if it's a nice straight double, just stuns it in. And the simple 8 ball into the corner. Just trying to drop it in, but he's near knuckle. You play that with a little bit more pace. You sometimes just try and play it with a bit more positivity. Just try to trickle it in. Another unforced error from Corey Reese. Opportunity for the Godfather. Corey's not been ahead in this match yet. And not taking them chances is the reason why. Nice cannon, nicely on his next red. Might have to take one into the left centre though. Surely he's gonna now take these remaining 3 reds and the black to lead 3-2. Corey is handing out chances here. He should be leading this match himself. So this black to take frame number 5. And lead 3 frames to 2. Corey Reese will be breaking in frame number 6, knowing that he's missed chances to take the lead in this one. It's gone a little bit scrappy these last few frames. Still a long way to go in this race to 9 quarter-final. 2 places up for grabs in the semi-finals. Who's going to get it? Corey Reese or Gareth Hibbert? The other matches going off at the moment. Craig Bryant winning in the first quarter-final, 9 frames to 4 against Marc Farnsworth. Liam Dunster is 4-1 ahead against David Adenall. So David, a lot of work to do. Dan Davies safely into the final. Unfortunately, not given the match on Nathan Bridges. I'm assuming he's probably had to leave the venue for a reason that I don't know. Like I said, I hope everything's okay. frame number 6. Corey Reese to break. Not seeing the best of Corey Reese's break yet. He needs to get this working quickly. Better connection. He's got a ball. Is he going to have an opportunity? Try and level this match up again. Opening pots. He's got one on either colour set, but the reds look horrible with them two. That's together on that right, top right hand cushion. You feel like he's probably going to take the yellow into the right centre. Just got to be careful it doesn't clip that red. He's got to be careful with his work here. If it's this too thick, pots it, it cannons into that red, and the red could just kiss in, you know, and then that white could be thought with danger with a top right hand pocket. Yeah, hit it nice. Has he been lucky? He hasn't been lucky at all. He's still on a yellow, but the yellow is next to. That's going to be a problem ball now. He's going to have to come back up table at some point to try and put that in the top left hand corner. The best one to do that one with is the one that he's probably going to have to take now, unless he takes this that he's next to. Does he take a double? He's taking a double, and that's wide. He was under a bit of shot clock pressure there. Then beeps ticking away. Yeah, not sure about that shot from Gareth. Doesn't seem to have got any good angle to develop anything yet. Whether he just wanted to leave himself an angle on this one in the top, you know, on the top cushion. Try and cannon them two reds out, or has he left himself a double? I don't think it's a natural double. Used his extension for it though. Now made his decision. He has. Oh, it's unlucky. He was asking a lot with the cue ball though, but got kicked in off. Didn't really see that one coming. Free shot, one visit for Corey. Lovely pot there. got to be careful with the black here. You know, it's got a little bit of a blocker around it with that red ball. But yeah, you just can't see it being a problem. That's why he's just knocked it away, just so it's no problem for Corey as well. But we've seen what he's already missed when he's left hampered queuing. He's missed a ball already, so will that be playing in his mind, taking this one on? But you expect him to pot these. And he has potted it. I think he's okay on the black. Looking like we're going to level up again at 3 frames. I think Gareth has just nipped out for a comfort break. Coming up next, Ladies Elite Final. Rihanna Graham against Rachel Tucker. Straight after this match, who's going to be the new name on the Elite Ladies Trophy for this international event. Two champions crowned tonight. Who's going to be picking up the trophies? I know one person that's not going to be picking up the Ladies Elite Trophy. That man sat on the seat down fairway. He should be sat in here helping me with the comms. That's what he should be doing. He's 3-0 down though against Craig Martin. Yes, he's a good player though, Craig is. He's going to be sat in that seat a little bit longer. It must be quite comfy on there. So Craig's going about his business, just knocking in balls. Don't look very happy though, Dan does, doesn't he? Anyway, we'll keep you up to date on that match because we always like a little bit of the coverage of one of our own, especially down fairways, because it goes a bit viral on social media when we start showing clips of his shots and that. Anyway, that's another story. Back to this match, frame number 7. The Godfather he's broken this one. He's broke a lot better than his last match. His last frame. Himself the gap here for the yellow. And yellows are in play. Anyone new to blackball rules? You know, off the break, even though Gareth potted a yellow off the break, it doesn't mean he's on yellows. He has to pot a ball after his break shot. For his next shot. That makes sense to you. Oh, his next ball potted, that's the best way of explaining it. After the break. And that's why he's now on yellows. Looks like he's going to take the ones in the top half of the table first. Just looking now where to leave that cue ball for that final yellow into the top left. Ooh, maybe overcooked that a little bit, but probably shouldn't be a problem. Come off 2 cushions, is it? Yeah, 2 cushions with tracer run inside, and perfectly played. Great shot from Gareth. Great positional shot there. Always tricky to judge that. And now he's starting to get into second gear. 4-3, break and clearance from Gareth Hibbert. That's better. Like I said, we've had last 3 or 4 frames been a little bit scrappy with errors from both players. But that's better from the Godfather. 4-3 now. He leads this in this match. 5 away from getting himself into a semi-final. Frame number 8, Corey Reese to break. Saw a bit of a better break from him in the last one. He needs to keep that consistency or get it back to being a bit more consistent. Get the cue ball on the table, or has he? It's tracking towards the middle. But wow, look at all them balls disappear. 2 of each, 4 in total. Good break from Corey. Probably his best one of this match so far. Again, got a choice of colour sets. Just down to personal preferences is these yellows. Expecting to taking these out. Just track down table now. Just taking the ones out in the top off. And really doesn't have to do a lot with his cue ball here. Not now, he doesn't anyway. Simple stuff. Corey Reese. That's how you reply to a break and clearance of Gareth Hibbert. Is have one of your own. 4-4. We're going to see this standard now. Is Corey going to get himself into 3rd, 4th gear? We're just both players now just clicked into 2nd. There's definitely another level yet. I've seen it. Which one's going to ignite first? Is it going to be Corey Reese? Or is it going to be Gareth Hibbert? Gareth Hibbert will be breaking in frame number 9. Ball's flying around the table, but it's safe. 2 reds off the break. That might make the decision easy which colour set he's going for, especially with that red that's in there. So probably, definitely will be electing the yellows here. One really tricky yellow, so one just above the red on the cushion, right hand side. What he's trying to do, leave himself on it now, clip it up the cushion and play and just pop that one that's over the pocket. Is that unmissable? The one over the pocket. Looks like it's a little bit left of the jaw, but you feel like any contact on it just drops, and it drops, it has. Score in the other quarter-final. Liam Dunster 4, David Adenall 2. Telling me here that frame's now gone to 5-2 to Liam Dunster, so he's just won that 7th frame. We're in frame number 9 here. This don't want to come too far. Yeah, not sure we'll be able to get too close to this 8 ball. Left himself a bit of hampered queuing, but shouldn't be a problem for the Godfather. Is no problem. It's another break and clearance for him. 5-4 he now leads. Asking the question of Corey Reese. Another break and clearance. Can Corey keep up with a pace of his own? Just keep it going. Another solid break there from Corey Reese. Red onto yellow. That means his yellows. First legal ball potted off the break. Curry got a bit of a bad contact, whether it was off the cushion or off the ball, not sure. I think didn't go quite the way he wanted. So just being on the safe side, just making sure that the cue ball was cleaned. Feel like if Corey takes this out, you feel like one mistake from either of these players and that could just be all the difference. It's the outcome of this match. At the moment, see, that's just wobbled in, wiped its feet. Played it at a very nice, steady pace though. Just give it all the opportunity for it to drop. Another one that's wobbled in. Not going in clean, Corey. Needs him to go into the heart of the pocket. Is 4 breaking clearances on the spin from these two players. 5-5. Faultless pull these last 4 frames. Perfect pull is probably the best way of describing it. It's the Liam Dunster game. David adding up. So Liam's got that black into the top corner, which he sinks. Is that now 6-2, is it? Confirmed, I think. Yep, 6-2 it is. Yes. So, good with this one. Just, one of the players has nipped out on a comfort break. So Liam Dunster to break, leading 6 frames to 2. Remember, race to 9. players are back now. Didn't get quite to see the kick-off in that frame. The Gareth Hibbert break continues. Look at that ball spinning again. How have these turned out? I think Reds are favourites, but the only problem is with Reds, the red that he's probably going to take on, we will be canning into the yellow, so, and that sometimes can go wrong. Look at that cue ball. I think the red passes. It's just that, you know, when you just pot the red canning into or colliding into other balls. How's this going to turn out? First things first, pot the red. He has done. He's played it well. Played it very well. There's no reason now why he can't take these out. His third breaking clearance on the bounce. The difficult of the plant up the cushion. But now, surely. So, just coming down now to his final red, and this is going to be 3 breaking clearances in a row. 5 in total in a row. Great standard. Just overcooked Guinness, is it? Is he? Just overdone it? Well, probably, sorry, underdone it. This is thin. Very thin. Oh, what a pot that is. Very good pot indeed. 6-5 in our leads. They're going toe to toe. Been a dish fest. Just why we've been watching this dish fest, and Kev Barton, he's come back into the comms. He wants to be part of it.
Well, I just came in to say, make sure you're still working.
I'm still working. I want to know where that Andy Richardson is. I know that.
He's in the house.
Well, he's not in the comms, is he?
He's just having a few
it's been mentioned
car charging issues.
It's been mentioned on this comms about Andy Richardson missing in action. Is that a film? Yeah.
Yep, he'll be with us shortly. Meanwhile, on the quarter final in Dunster.
Looking like that's going to go 7-2. That's going to be a breaking clearance. That 6-2 ahead. That black looks like it goes down the cushion. That was just on tightly on the cushion. Frame number 12.
Yeah, as we get further on in this match, it goes without saying every frame.
Oh, straight in.
More
balls
critical.
flying in everywhere. That's aggression. And look at these yellows. I mean,
Yellows are
might
nice,
even
but
elect reds only because they're probably blocking the black, but first glance, the yellows are nice.
Yeah, and reds are nice. Apart from that red that's on the cushion, so it's just working out where where the black's going to go. So I suspect the yellow that's nearest the black will be being removed as soon as he can. Maybe in a couple of pots' time. Get the yellow one over the middle. These two gladiators going head to head for a place in the semi-finals. Where Craig Brown sits. Just seen him in the foyer, very relaxed. Two great victories over Marc Boyle and Marc Farnsworth. But he's going to need 2 more great victories if he wants to lift his first major IPA title.
This game has now shifted up 2 gears. Both these players, they know that's what you've got to do to stick with each other. You feel like he's just going to drop this in on off the cushion and take the yellow into the top right. Leave himself more of a difficult black. If anything, he's got a bit too much angle on this yellow, but there shouldn't be any problem for Corey Reese.
Just stun it, Marc, I think.
He can run it through a touch if he wants. Just don't want to leave himself any hampered queuing, so it'll just be making sure he's away. Just make sure the pot, that's on its way.
Absolutely dead straight. This table playing very, very nice indeed.
Feel like this is a big pot. One that he needs to hold himself together on. And hold himself together. He has 6 break and clearances in a row now from these two. Unbelievable standard. And that's a bit of a scrappy part of this match. And, a few frames, but these top players, they just produce it at the right times. 6-6. Best of 5 now.
Yeah, nothing to split these two on paper, and certainly nothing to split these two in the match. It wouldn't surprise me if this goes all the way, Marc. It's got the makings of an absolute classic.
Yeah, I think both players know though, one mistake, one unfortunate in-off, could be anything, could be the difference in the outcome of this. Pressure's going to be heating up. Where's the cue ball? Look at that cue ball spinning again. We spoke about this yesterday with Gareth, the amount of spin that he's been getting on it. He's got no reason for it, he says. He just blamed it on the table.
Yeah,
on the good conditions.
Just hitting the ball exactly in the middle.
Yeah. He's got a ball again though. That's the important thing, especially at this stage of this match that he's currently in.
He's got options with the reds. Obviously the red nearest the black. He does go in the left middle. He could try to put one into the right centre and just maybe disturb it.
I don't think he needs to. He could play it into the left centre quite nicely, couldn't he?
Yeah, it goes.
And just not touch any ball. You find that these top players, they don't like cannon into balls, do they?
It's just those crashers, isn't it? That just
it's bashers.
Hackers.
This one has so far. Is it going to go all the way? This is a key shot. So I don't think he's got too much window for error on the. Because I think there's only one of them two reds just pass into that corner. Obviously the one just off the cushion. And he needs to leave himself the correct angle. So important.
Just want to kiss the black.
Oh,
I think
is that okay though? I don't know. I think he's put his hand up in the ball. If he's straight on this into the left centre, then it's time to take it now. But maybe he's got a little bit too much angle on it. He's got a choice of both. Is that a good thing or bad thing? It's nice to have a choice of both, but sometimes...
Right. I think he's going to have to take it now, but he's going to have to screw the white back. Not far from where it is now, so that makes the pot a little harder. Oh, he's timed it sweet.
He has it. It's sweet as a nut.
These guys are just firing rockets at each other.
Bombs.
Bombs even, yeah. Bombs and rockets.
Absolutely. Explosions are happening. It's been phenomenal. This is for 4 break and clearance in a row for Gareth Hibbert, and 7 in a row in this match.
This is pool of the highest quality from these two players. It had all the hallmarks before. We called it a blockbuster, mouth-watering, all those superlatives, and it is living up to the billing. Meanwhile,
he's pulled one back. Must have missed that clearance, hasn't he? 7-2, yeah.
Liam scratching his head. Something you see him do very often.
Is he in trouble? Glued behind them yellows. Is he on the reds? That's he doesn't look very happy anyway. And even if he's not on reds, he's in a bad position on the yellows.
To be continued.
Looks like there's plenty of work to go off in that one anyway, in that frame. Frame number 14. Fires in another ball. Cue ball safe. Ball's flying in once again.
Ooh.
The reds were better than the yellows first glance. There is tricky yellows on the side cushion.
That's got to be a contender for smart rack break of the day, surely. Look at that.
He's making his own contender. He's got quite a few on here.
That certainly got the treatment. Obviously yellows, but a little bit of work to do on the yellows.
Definitely work to do on the yellows. He's used his extension. Drifting up table, that's probably a little bit too far, but...
I'm not sure he's going to be too happy with that one, Mark, to be honest.
Yeah. Might have to elect to play a double again. He's only missed one double in this match, so...
Could be double-double.
He ain't got any choice, I don't think, Gav. Played it nice. He's got the nice angle on this one, though. If not, he has got a hampered cure.
It is double-double. This is a little more tricky, this one.
You feel like if he wants to take it at this opportunity, he's got to take this double now. He is doing. Elevating the cue, makes it a bit more difficult. Clock's ticking down, but...
Oh, is it the jaws? That must have looked in when he first hit it. It was so close. See, I did fancy him to get it, to be honest. But this is a chance for Gareth to put daylight.
Said just one mistake could be the difference, and is that the mistake that Gareth's been waiting for? This is huge moments now in this match.
I think I'm just dollying this in dead weight.
Oh,
That's
it's
the
not
case,
a great
so
cannon.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all getting nervy stuff. I don't care how many tournaments you've won.
Yeah.
A quarter final
Gareth
on the
knows
biggest
this
stage.
is a chance. He knows, but it's not going to be easy out there. Pockets get smaller, objects get bigger. Them yellows that are all not in the way, they could all of a sudden be surrounding him. He's not got a natural angle, I don't think, has he?
Well, I think he's either going to dolly it dead weight or come up between on this bottom cushion, maybe with a little bit of side. It looks like he's got a natural angle. Well, it's all getting a little bit tense now. Gareth Hibbert knows how big these next few shots are. Put the one on the rail, run the white through to probably leave himself a choice of red into left centre or the other red into the top corner. I don't think that's perfect for either, to be honest. Has he got enough angle on the one into the left corner? No, he hasn't. So he's taking the one in the middle. So he's got to stun this one in, screw off the cushion. Oh, played it well.
The heart of it. Is that the dagger through the heart for Corey Reese? Because Gareth Hibbert has gone to clear these. He's breaking in frame number 15. We've seen the standard that he's been breaking at. And Ceci, the standard of he's been breaking out on this table. He had 4 in his last match on this table in a row. He's breaking his own records. 8-6 to Gareth Hibbert, the Godfather. Can he hold himself together? I suppose that's the question. Now, that double up. That
was the first double.
One is this one.
Oh, it was so close.
I think if it had a little bit less pace, I know he wouldn't have got the reaction. It would have been a different reaction off the cushion, but you just feel like that could have dropped then. Looks very calm and collected there. Gareth. Surely there's going to be a few nerves. Made the final in the first event in Newcastle, Gareth did. No, he made both finals, didn't he? Yes, made both finals, I remember. He did make both finals, but lost both. Lost to Corey Reese.
He's had a good year.
Corey Reese in the Open final, and lost to Clint Iance in the Pro final.
So we've had our statisticians on this one, and that miss from Corey was the first missed pot in 62 attempts.
Wow.
There's a stat.
He's keeping right.
Who's keeping these
I
stats?
love stats like that.
I didn't know.
I love stats like that.
Didn't know we'd employed a statistician.
I don't know.
Are they on voluntary?
They're great stats. But that one miss could be costing him a place in the semi-final, because Gareth Hibbert,
those reds.
Look at that cue ball spinning again. I'm going to charge him for this cloth, because we're going to have to get this re-cloth now for the semi-final.
Gee, reds are easy, but well, I say they're easy. They're all there. What's his first one? Just the red. He takes this
choice
one
of
that's
plants,
just below
has
the
he?
blue spot.
That's not the shots though, but he hasn't got any
time.
choice.
It's not straightforward.
No, he's using his extension. That's what he needs to do. This is the easier plant of the two. You feel like if he gets this, he's definitely a chance. at closing this match out. Nicely done, or is it nicely done? He's okay, I think. One in the top, just in the balk area.
Yeah. I think his BPMs have just gone up a couple of notches. I know mine have.
They have, yeah, even we're feeling it here in the
Josiah.
comms box.
Bring this right around off a couple of cushions. Yeah, that's nice.
Surely now he just holds himself together. I mean, the black, he's going to have a little bit of traffic in the way maybe, but it's all about making sure he leaves the correct angles. Like you say, Gav, there'll be some nerves out there. It's gone up a notch or two.
Yeah, it's just working out what is his last red to get on the black. It's probably the one
more
into the left
difficult
centre.
pot.
He needs that to go a little bit more.
Should be able to cannon into the yellow to hold the cue ball, but again, cannon into balls, things can go wrong. It'll be hard to see where this goes wrong from here.
Yeah, but it's cannon it full in the face. It's not too bad.
Key shot. You feel like he just draws it back on off that side cushion, drift down table for the black into the bottom right.
Yeah, he's got a big area to aim for. So the Marc judging this right hand side now off the cushion. Doesn't want to get too much side into it with the adrenaline.
Yeah, just needs to keep this as natural as possible. As you said, Kev, gets too much into it, he's not on the black. It's okay.
That's why Gareth Hibbert is a world champion.
And steadily he pots the final black. What a match that's been. 5 break and clearances there for Gareth Hibbert to see out that match. Great standard. Corey Reese, just that one missed a double. Hit the near jaw. That was the difference. 9-6. Gareth Hibbert has beaten Corey Reese for him to get the place into the semi-final. Wow. Hope you've all enjoyed that there. Is Gareth Hibbert's the name of the trophy. He's going to have a shot. 8-3. Liam Dunster leads as well. Is he going to be the next man into the... Let's see some cues being packed away, I think. But anyway, let's go and have a few words with Gareth Hibbert and Kev Barton.
Thanks, Mark, and I'm here with our second semi-finalist, the Godfather himself. He's on all the posters, poster boy as well now, Gareth. Fantastic performance there. You must be delighted.
Yeah, very pleased. Yeah, because I think the last 3 or 4 times I played Corey, he's hardly made a mistake, and he's beat me every time, and in some big games as well, finals and stuff. So, yeah, it's nice to get one back on him because he's hard to get a mistake out of. So,
and the standard in that match. I mean, I think you've done 5 or 6 on the trot from your break. I mean, that's phenomenal.
yeah,
standard.
there's a couple of little mistakes early on, but I think the breaker was still winning those frames. I think there was just one frame in the whole match where the breaker didn't win it, which obviously my breaker served towards the end when he just got unlucky on a double. Had a tough finish from the break, but yeah, they're coming out nice, and you just got to watch your white ball really. So you don't feel like you're going to miss many pots on there. So as long as you keep your white where you need it, which is easier said than done because it's very slidey and very reactive, and it's a lovely table. But yeah, as long as you keep your white ball good, you fancy your chances. But yeah, thanks to Rick, who's doing some nice racking there.
Yeah, you like to take him with you to all the tournaments.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a stat that we just were told at the back end of that. The double that Corey missed was the first pot missed out of 62.
Right.
So 62. I mean, the standard in certainly the sort of middle to late stages.
From probably about frame 4 was the last mistake till that double he missed. I think. Yeah, I felt a little tired at the start of the match. I went to the toilet, get myself washed and stuff, and got myself going a bit. And at the end, I didn't feel like I was going to miss anything.
So over the summer and the break, what have you been up to? You're usually playing in something or other. Have you managed to keep the arm going at all?
Not so much, Kev. No, just been to the odd tournament here and there, but not as much as usual. It's been a bit quiet. So yeah, I was telling Marc yesterday actually when we were in Newcastle, or should have been in Newcastle. I ended up going there for a stag weekend. So I was at the race course where we should have been on that same weekend.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
yeah. So I sort of went anyway, but just didn't hit any balls. But
no tables on offer.
No. So yeah, it's been a pretty quiet one. Couple of trips away and stuff, but yeah, it's been good.
So early on in the season, you had a cracking start. I think you got to 2 finals, did you? In Newcastle,
up at the first tour, yeah. I lost to Corey in one of them, yeah.
So obviously, despite the break, you managed to keep the form going and some. I guess you're playing better there than maybe what you did in Tour 1?
Yeah. As long as you're breaking like that and taking the chances, it was cute. Felt like it was cueing nice, getting good reaction with the white ball and just hitting everything pretty sweet. So yeah, touch wood, it carries on.
What was your sort of thoughts coming into this week? After the break, expectations. What were your thoughts?
Tricky one really. I didn't practice as much as I hoped I would because of various reasons. But we had our table recovered at home probably a month ago, and it's a lot more like these now. Whereas it had an old cloth on, and we had new cushions put on it, so it plays a bit more like this. So I feel like I'm more prepared in that way, being used to the conditions, just walking in the building. So hopefully that'll stand me in good stead.
So semi-final against probably someone who you didn't expect to play in the semi-final, bearing in mind Boyle and Farnsworth.
Some run.
But Craig Brown, I mean, he's been playing absolutely phenomenal. Have you seen any of his matches at all?
I did. I was like keeping an eye on him playing Marc Marc Farnsworth, because obviously I knew I was coming straight on, and I'm thinking, Marc's going to make a bit of a comeback, but Craig never gave him the chance to do it. He played really solid, breaking from the front and breaking massive, because he cut breaks quite a lot, Craig, but he was hitting massive breaks from the front. So yeah, we played in the semis in the Worlds a couple of years ago, didn't we? So it's another nice little semi for both of us, but hopefully the same result, but we'll see.
Gareth, great to see you playing so well again.
Cheers,
and hopefully we'll see you again later on.
Thanks, mate.
So Gareth Hibbert, who defies time, defies gravity, defies everything, defies the logic of pool, takes his place in the semi-final against Craig Brown, and we're just waiting for Marc Pickworth, who's going to come into the booth in a second. And Marc Pickworth, I mean, we keep comparing Gareth Hibbert to a fine wine, but what more can we say? He's just getting better and better.
Phenomenal. That's the best way of, he's like granite in here. I'm not sure what he eats or drinks, but let's have some. Let's get it by the gallon, whatever it is. But yeah, phenomenal performance on there, and it just shows he's still at the top of the game. He's already made 2 finals. We spoke about it in comms. It's just not going away. I think Gareth actually thinks he can win every title that he plays in, every competition he plays in. He wants another world title, and he just keeps coming back and really trying, and that's the reason why he's still one of the best players in the world. And
the semi-final with him and Craig Brown, which actually won't be on the stream table, promises to be an absolute classic, although we will have a camera on it. But I mean, both players probably the 2 form players that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this table, we haven't seen too many brilliant performances or outstanding, whichever ones, but Craig and Gareth, they're right up there, and we spoke about it pretty much in the game before about who's played the best on there. Craig Brown's definitely one of them, and once again we see Gareth Hibbert with another great performance on there. So yeah, it's got to be different for them playing on the outer tables. Well, that's what we've got to do, scheduling, etc. So it would be interesting to see that. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. We'll still be flicking over, making sure that all the fans and that will keep up to date with all of that. And but yeah, brilliant achievement from Gareth, and a well-deserved place in the semi-final.
So semi-final action coming up later, but now it's final time. It is the Elite Ladies Final, and we are going to have a new name on the trophy, as Deb Birchall, who won the first 2 events, has been unceremoniously dumped out of the event by Ashley Bird, who unfortunately lost in the semi-final. So it is Rhiannon Graham and Rachel Tucker who are going to go head-to-head for the title.
They are going to head-to-head, and I know I've already been told, little whisper in my ear, we've had a little interview with them both just before, so let's take a look to see what they've both got to say before this final.
So Rhiannon, your second Elite Ladies Final, your first year on the Elite Ladies Tour. It's been a good year so far.
Yeah, really good. Surprised myself. came onto the tour as, well, the elite section, feeling a bit like an underdog, really. So, yeah, really happy to have done this well so far.
What would it mean if you were to win this title today?
Oh, everything. It would get me out of debt, maybe, a little bit. No, it's... I've just been working hard for so many years to try and keep improving and get to the level of some of the ladies I'm now playing against. And I used to look at them and wish I could play like them. And now I'm getting to a point where I'm competing with them. It's, yeah, it'd be massive to be able to take a title away from it. So.
Is there any one thing or person that you feel has got you to this stage?
I hate losing. Yeah, just spite, really, I think. I've spent years in pub leagues losing to blokes and crying about it afterwards, and yeah, it just really, the way you feel just pushes you to want to just keep getting better and keep improving. And yeah, my family, friends, everything have pushed me all the way. So yeah, been really lucky.
Rachel, IPA Ladies Elite Finalist, how does that feel?
Surreal, actually, but good, yeah.
What would it mean to you to win this title?
It'd mean a lot, actually, Dan. I try and put the work in when I can, and it's these moments that you have to make count. So I'm here to win it.
Is there any particular influence that you feel has helped you get to this stage?
Just the fact that I'm stubborn, really. The older I get, the more stubborn I get, and it just transfers onto the table. And I think I'm starting to play how I know I can play on the match table, and it's taken me a long time to get to that point, and now I'm seeing some results. I just want more.
Great to hear from both ladies there, and obviously Marc, they're both in the final. Rhiannon has been in an elite final before, Rachel hasn't, but she's been in other finals. Could that extra experience that Rhiannon's got be the thing that tips it in her favour?
I mean, we say, recent finals, Rhiannon's been in a final this year, Rachel's was towards the end of last year, but they've both been in an IPA final. They both know what that table's about. They both know what the shot clock's about. Rachel's a consistent performer, so don't think she's going to be the underdog for this one. This is a very evenly matched setup here, and it'll be interesting to see who can get their name on the trophy. Brianna Graham, we know that she's always a little bit nervous and that, but even when she's nervous, she still plays the right shots every time, and hopefully we're going to see some of that again. But a very attacking player that Rachel is. It's got all the makings of a classic final.
Well, I can't wait, Marc. Let's get the action underway. Our referee, Brian Moss, is ready to take charge of proceedings, so let's hand over to Marc here in the commentary box.
Well, Marc's not in the commentary box, but Dan is. Good evening, everyone. The IPA Elite Ladies Final here in Coventry is about to get underway, and it's England versus Wales, Rhiannon versus Rachel, Graham versus Tucker. And it's disaster immediately for Rachel, and a first look at the table for Rhiannon, and Marc Pickworth has made the sprint round from the studio to the commentary box, and he joins me. Evening, Marc.
I'm nearly out of breath coming round. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Obviously we're going to have a new name on the Elite Trophy. Both of these players would deserve to be one of the names on it.
I'd agree. Couldn't agree more, actually. And actually, it's not just the Elite Trophy. This will be a first ladies' title on the IPA for either of these two.
Yes.
They both qualified for the Elite section, but neither of them had won a title up to now. So, whatever happens here, it's a new name on an IPA ladies' trophy as well.
Yeah, they've both been to a final, so
there's no yellow out here.
Stranger to that.
Nice shot. would have been a bit nicer with a bounce off the cushion.
Still got a chance though.
Yeah, I think she'll just flick this red into the left centre and hope for a nice kiss.
I think that's all she could hope for there. It's just now about getting the cue ball back up table.
Yes.
It's one you need to cue like a dream.
And she didn't.
She didn't, but I don't think she's done too much damage. I mean, she might have tied the reds up a little bit more than she wanted.
She'll definitely be the most nervous of the two, Rhiannon. I heard you and Kev talking about, you know, they've both played a final, but
Also mentioned about, you know, Rhiannon's, she is quite a nervous person and that, but she
yeah,
always seems
she is.
to select the right shots and executes them, which we've seen that.
She's come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, she deserves to be where she is at the moment with that elite status in this final. So she'll put up a good fight, definitely, as both of these ladies will. With the right shot range, I'm not sure it was quite on. She expected it. So, another chance for Rhiannon.
Yeah, it's a good one as well. Oh, it's a safety.
Containing shot, nothing wrong with them.
Has left Rachel a shot though. Rachel can take the middle of those three yellows down to the bottom left. And if she does, it's going to really open things up. It's a big shot, this. If she gets it, you'd expect her to win the frame. Played that quite delicately. And has missed it. So, Rhiannon.
Back to the table.
She's straight enough on the red in the middle that she could probably screw back through the gap here. This is tricky. Don't think that's quite gone to plan. Threw her arm at that one a little. Thin cut. Good shot.
Great shot.
Needs another one. This one needs to be spectacular. There is a big pocket for a long double.
Has she seen it though? Has she seen it?
I think she probably will. She's she doesn't hold back, generally. But no, this is not the Rhiannon I'm used to seeing, if I'm honest. She's normally ultra aggressive.
You feel like, you know, a race to 7, you really can be a bit ultra aggressive, and maybe she's missed a trick there. Or has she? Rachel's missed that pot by a little distance. There's obviously some edginess out there from both players.
Oh, there's real nerves for these two.
Sorry about if you heard any clattering going off there.
Yeah, interrupted by the hotel staff. That's a great shot.
Brilliant
what a shot that is.
That's better. Gonna need another one though.
Real confident bit of cueing from Rhiannon Graham.
Got to keep very, very still here.
Didn't have a full pocket, and my didn't it show.
Yeah, come across it a little bit. And, the way that she's left this opening pot now for Rachel. I feel this is Rachel's best chance to take this opening frame. That's not gone to plan.
No, Rachel really needed a very full contact between those two yellows to be able to screw back and play that shot. And any slight misjudgment, and that was always likely to be the case. So this will be a safety. Is she going to cover the 8? Is she going to go in off?
She hasn't covered the 8.
She's not going to do either. She's left Rhea a shot at this.
What's interesting in this one, we are seeing a lot of nerves, but neither player's used the extension yet. Whether what that's down to. Shot.
Oh,
What
that's a
shot.
beauty. What an absolute beauty of a shot from Rhiannon Graham.
Great end to this opening frame. What a
very,
puller.
very scrappy opening frame, you have to say, but that is a monster.
Heart of the pocket. She'll feel better after that.
She will.
Yeah, some smiles now.
Yeah, all smiles after that one. I was going to say, Marc, without meaning, I just wonder if there's too much, if there's a bit more pressure on this for both players because they're both, neither of them have won a title before, whether they both feel like this is their best opportunity. Because both of them have come up against seasoned players in their previous attempts. Whether they both feel like this is just the best opportunity they're going to get.
But it's now time for these two ladies to, start believing in themselves. They're part of the elite group now, aren't they? I understand what you're saying, but this just proves that the reason why they are elite ladies because they're in the final and they deserve to be in the final. They played the final. But yeah, there is definitely some added pressure picking up their first IPA title. We're probably going to see a few more nerves when it comes to the conclusion of this match.
Nice break for Rhea there. Her break cue matches the table quite nicely. A nice blue break cue. Looks great.
All colour coordinated. She's straight down to shot. To swing this round off a couple of cushions. Just stretching a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen her pick up a rest. Dance is here though. It's not the worst flick ever.
No.
Could have gone horribly, but actually it's all right.
If she can get through to that red, the potting angle on that red, that's just trickle that one that's over the pocket and take it now.
Yeah, I just wonder if she might end up. No, she played it a lot harder. I wondered if she might go for the gap between yellow and black. Try and run that difficult red in there, but she's going to try and break it out with this shot.
That ultra attacking attitude that he says she's got. We're seeing it in this frame.
Yeah. She may have to.
4-ball plant?
Put it away now. Really? I mean, she might.
No, she didn't even try.
It's actually a really good shot.
When you've really gone a bit ultra attacking there, and maybe she should have probably took that 4-ball plant on.
Possibly, but she's still got some control in the frame at least. It wasn't a bad safety that, and Rach can put distance between cue ball and object balls here. I don't think she can do much more than that.
I like the way that she's played that, the pace that she's played this at. Knowing. I don't think she's snookered her though. I think there's a thin edge. But that thin edge will be opening up that pocket. So it's just about making sure she controls the pace of this to try and get that pocket covered again.
Yep. Very, very delicate one.
She can get through to both. Well, I'm assuming she could get through to the one over the pocket as well, but it's okay.
Decision time now for Rach because she's got she's got options here. She could try and cover the pocket herself. The yellow she's closest to. She could try and screw into the yellow and red, but if that goes wrong, she might end up covering the pocket worse. Not quite sure what her plan is here. I don't think that yellow passes to the bottom right corner. This time it's the cover, and that's maybe okay, but it does look like that yellow's come out quite a fair way, Mark.
Yeah, it does. So maybe if you can block the pocket.
I reckon you can
Self.
squeeze that in there.
So she don't like to use the rest much, but wow, did it?
Decent pot.
This would need another one.
Yeah, this would be a much easier chance had the cue ball come across another 3 or 4 inches. Where it is now, I don't see how she can get on the black easily, as she takes the red up to the top pocket. And so it proves. Difficult, that. A chance that Rachel Tucker should be taking now from here. There's a plant first off. Careful with that cue.
I feel like she should be levelling this match up now. This opportunity has come to her now. Needs to draw this cue ball back.
Yeah, I don't know if she's slightly off angle. She's down in it quite quickly, so looks like she's okay. Yeah, that's good. There is a rest there. Rest is available. Does make this just a fraction more difficult. Choosing to come round the angles. And I would say this black is just slightly more difficult than it could have been. It could have been easier, this. Lovely shot. 1-1. On to the third frame we march with these two neck and neck. I think this is going to be a match filled with tension, Mark.
Yeah, and for obvious reasons, indeed. Even though Rihanna looks a little bit more relaxed there, just chatting to somebody in a corner. But yeah, there'll be butterflies.
Great break from Rachel Tucker. She's absolutely leathered them. But actually, a tricky table's emerged. She'd love to be able to play that 3-ball plant up to the top left now. But I don't really see a way that that can be done. At all, actually. Cue ball's tight on the yellow and tight on the cushion. If she leaves an open table here, there is danger. She hasn't. Makes the first one. But what comes next? Yellow down the rail has a big pocket. That's a thin snick from here. That 3-ball plant is still on. She could play the cue ball thin off the yellow, go into them, but there's danger of pushing a yellow safe in the process. Oh, that's unlucky. That's really unlucky. Played a really nice shot to open everything up and has ended up in no man's land. And actually pushing her own ball safe as well. She's going to come out with this cushion first. Didn't cue that particularly well. Has got away with it. Because that yellow just nudged the cushion after contact. She was bridging over. More than a hint of unwanted side on that one. Reese is aggressive. She's going to go after plant first shot. I don't really think she can go game here. Just a containing safety. Nice shot. Gets her red out into the centre of the table. I don't think the yellow on the rail will sneak past the red and make a plant, but it might do. I feel like you'd have to play it pretty slow though, and you might end up with the cue ball in behind the red. What's Rach going to take on here? Well, she's played it off the cushion, off the red, and very nearly pulled off a stunner. Just a fraction too soft. Now the chance is there for Rhiannon. Pretty open looking table this. She's trying to cover the black pocket. I'm not sure about this shot. She did have an aggressive option there. She did have a cut to the centre. Tried to cover the 8-ball and hasn't succeeded. She needs to catch this yellow thin. Back across, nice shot. Oh no, Rachel, what have you done? She's overscrewed that by a foot. Just had to drop that in. I think the only option is to come side cushion. Try and cut this black back. Be a great shot if she makes it. Got that red there as a bit of a sighter on the side cushion. Avoid that and this might go. Well, no such luck. Rhiannon again will be stretching across the table here, full length. Dropped in the first, that's job done. possibly could have played that slightly more confidently and brought the cue ball a little further away from the cushion. Just going to be off angle again. She's going to come around the angles here. Needs to avoid the black if she is. The thinnest of touches on the black was okay. One long straight red. Good cueing required. Good cueing achieved. And a good counter clearance achieved as well. Rhiannon Graham retakes the lead after it looked as if Rachel had done all the work in this frame to win it.
Yeah, she's feeling it, bless her.
Showing her nerves there, I think.
She's human. Deep breaths. Rhiannon Graham. Deep ones. Deep, deep. Rachel looks a little bit more relaxed out the two.
Yeah. But, I mean, I wouldn't say either of them look all that relaxed, to be honest. It's a tense encounter. And as it should be, an IPA final. Nothing to be sniffed at. The blue break cue makes an appearance once again. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Oh, that's harsh. Cue ball straight across the table, off the side cushion and directly into the opposite middle. Using her extension. This is a messy table. Looks like she's just going to try and get some movement around that 8 ball. Just open things up a little more. Oh, she's potted the yellow. Terrific shot. Possibly hasn't brought that 8 ball out as much as she might have liked. But she has got the 2 yellows down towards the bottom right corner. If you can get on those 2 last, then black will go left centre. But she hasn't got the action on the cue ball there that she needed. I think she needed to top that through. If she was a bit straighter on this one in the middle, this would be easier. Now she's going to have to go up and down with the white. Screwed it back behind that red, and that is okay. But it's getting really tough now. Because if she tops this through, I think she hits the red. That's a miss. Tricky shot. Leaves a decent looking chance for Rhiannon. Was that a kick? She didn't look like she'd didn't look too perturbed, but it definitely didn't look like the cue ball followed through. I'll try and move the reds on the right hand side. That's not the way she wanted to move them. Didn't play that with a lot of positivity. Little bit of trouble. Nice shot, nice containing safety that. 2 reds out in the open. And Rachel can only really see, if she might be able to see a thin edge down table, but she can only really see the yellow near the pocket. I think she'll probably play the slow roll safety in behind here. Careful with the pace, easy to go in off. Ooh, she diced with death, but it was a well-controlled shot in the end. I think she might be jaw snookered here, Rhiannon.
Yeah, eagle-eyed. Ryan Moss.
Yep, heard him there, total snooker, so the jaws count in this. There are some rule sets, aren't there, where if you're snookered by a jaw, it doesn't count as snookered, or...
Yeah, it has to be snookered by a board, doesn't it? Not part of the table.
Looks like Reese looking at swerving this. Yeah, really good shot, because to get round, to get past the yellow without hitting the jaw, good effort. Is the side going to take it? It's not.
It definitely had some side on it, because the way it reversed back up, went off.
Just a fraction more. And, yeah, she'd have got out of that. But to be fair, it was a really nice shot from Rachel.
An effective one. One. It looks like she should be levelling this up now. So, that's the acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that shot. I mean, I reckon a lot of other players might have just knocked that red out the way. One just below the black spot, just to make there's a lot more room for error.
Yeah, or, I mean, she had ball in hand as well, so she could have given herself a little more angle and maybe played with bottom left. Or
Nerves can do funny things to you, though. She's still,
Has she left this red to the left centre? Because if not, that's not a bad outcome.
I feel like Rhiannon should really take control of this frame now. Needs to try and hide the cue ball. Just don't believe in a shot on that double kissing. Gonna help, is it? Or
I think it has.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think that's alright.
That could have gone wrong. I think it's is it a total? No.
No, Brian Moss. A shake of the head from the referee.
Rachel's said no, have a look again, and he's adamant it's not a total, so there must be a thin edge there.
Again, flirting with the pocket, but coming out okay. Just asking the question of Rhiannon here. Because if you get the long red, then you win the frame. Oh, and she's got the long red all right. She does just get down and knock in astonishing pots at times. But positionally, slightly awkward.
Yeah, opportunity missed there. Rhiannon gifting Rachel another chance here. I feel like this is one that she's going to have to take. She hasn't taken it. Look where these two yellows are now as well. Huge advantage now for Rhiannon Graham to open up a 2-frame lead.
Yep. Just thin off the side of this red.
Yep, doesn't have to do anything this visit.
Nice
Just
shot.
be patient.
I think a good thing that she's done there as well is not left a total. So I think Rach can see a thin edge of that yellow. I mean, she's got to hit this a bit harder to ensure a contact.
Oh, that's okay. And when she was going directly on the bottom cushion, he thought that maybe she won't be hitting after contact. There was no cushion contacted, but yellow spring back off that other yellow and made contact with the bottom cushion. So Rhiannon still in huge control, but keeps slamming balls in.
Yeah, awkward again. Cuts this one back.
And then cue ball, obviously going to be travelling a little bit. Oh, it's okay.
It's pretty poor, to be honest. Bix,
But yeah,
she's
done
got
much
away
damage.
with that. That was a bad shot. Nerves are still out there. That's a nice shot from Rach.
And these yellows are edging back into play.
Yeah, a little harder there, and she might have covered the pocket and really given Rhiannon something to think about. Now, Rhi could play a safety. She could go for the double. Safety it is. Nice weight. Just that distance between cue ball and object ball makes this shot more difficult. Oh, no. It's a great shot, and again, the cue ball is not Rachel Tucker's friend at the moment. Little bounce there will help Rhiannon.
The only positive out of that shot is that she has blocked one of the top corner pockets for the black.
Oh, she's really hit that. I just feel like Rhiannon's struggling ever so slightly for the pace of the table.
This is where pace needs to be right.
That's-
Cue ball.
Wow. Shake of the head, she knows this is a big opportunity to go 3-1 up. Two all. We move on. think for the first time in the match, it'll be Rhiannon who's annoyed. Rachel, I think, will be relieved to be at 2 frames all. Back to the professional event, looking over into the arena. The 3 professional tables. In front of you there, Gareth Hibbert in his semi-final with Craig Brown. Another decent contact from Rachel, but not as big as the last break from her. And this time it's dry. That has worked out pretty magnificently. Rhiannon has these yellows at her mercy. The one nearest the balk line will take a little working out. I feel like he's going to end up leaving it till either last or second last here, because she can just drop this in and drop the yellow into the middle, but I don't think she can do a lot else with it. So that difficult yellow will be last. Positional shot to get on that is going to be very tricky. She tried to pinch the middle pocket, it wasn't on, and Rachel Tucker can come back again with a chance to go into the lead for the first time. Nice shot, using that big pocket well. May have just made life ever so slightly more difficult for herself there, because I think that's covered the red nearest the balk line to the top left. Be a problem ball for Rachel now. She's got the wrong angle on the red to the left centre to stay on that. I have to find a path to that later on. They might have to wait. She could take it on now, but I think the cue ball's running into the yellows. Looks like it'd be going pretty perilously close to the corner pocket. Oh, she screwed it off. She has. Disaster.
Yeah, it's really not one that she wanted to see there.
I'm getting real shades of the Rob Donkin Craig Marsh match from last night, Mark, where clearly both players were struggling to adapt to the conditions. And I think that's true here as well. I think Both these players have, they won't have played on the stream table all weekend, they'd have been on the outer tables. They do play differently. Cushions aren't quite as slidey on the outer tables. Cloths aren't quite as reactive. Still very reactive, but this table can really catch people out.
I think she's okay. I think so.
It's borderline, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's real.
From our camera angle, it's hard to
It's
see.
really tight to see if she's on this red or
the
not.
overhead, it's I'm not sure if it's on.
Shot. Oh, that's a good shot. Is the cue ball going to hold up in time? She cannot stop hiding the white, Rachel, at the moment. What can she see here, Rachel? Can she see a thin edge? She can go cushion first. Well, it's a minefield out there at the moment. I think both these players will feel they probably should be 4-0 up, Marc. 2-2, probably a fair score line. Rhea hasn't hit that. Just had to screw it back and leave herself straight. Now the cue ball's travelling. But that's a nice weight. That's a well executed shot. And it's 3-2 to Rhiannon Graham. Nip and tuck all the way through so far, this one, Marc.
Yeah, it seems like there's not going to be a lot in this, and if it does go to a deciding frame, it's going to be very edgy.
As you see, plenty of action still happening in the arena. Gareth Hibbert is 1-0 up in his semi-final against Craig Brown. Dan Davey versus Liam Dunster will follow the ladies' final in the other semi-final. And Dan's had some good runs lately, Pix.
Yeah, we mentioned that today actually. About the he's been pretty consistent. Either quarters, semis. So he keeps knocking on the door. It's a nice shot. It's a really nice shot.
That's opened the whole frame up for Rachel. Just drop this one in. Doesn't want to be hampered by the red. Just a hair's breadth too far, that. Still okay, but just makes it that much more difficult to cue. She needs to push the cue ball through a couple of inches here. Ideally, would be straight on a choice of either centre or corner. Gone a bit further. Needs some real precision now. Using the red as a blocker here to hold the cue ball. A fuller contact with that would have been nice, and a slightly fuller contact with the yellow would have been even nicer. As the yellow's pinged off the jaws of the centre pocket. Allows Rhiannon Graham back to the table. Given the way she's been playing in this, I'd be surprised if she didn't play a safety shot at some point, to be honest. She's got an option now. She could just get that red off the side rail and swing the cue ball round off a couple of cushions. Instead, she's gone down the rail. And I mean, I think in or over was good there, to be honest, Pix.
Yeah, it's a useful shot, and that's exactly what she played on. I feel now we're at the stage of this match where both players, you know, they should have settled down a little bit, got used to the conditions, got used to the pace of the table, etc. And now I think this is where it should be always starting. There'll still be a few edgy nerves and that, but they seem a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, I'm sure it will start to come together. Rachel's got an interesting dilemma here. It's stick or twist, really. It's hard to see how she opens up that pocket. There is a way that she can get round behind the yellow. Just about right. I mean, if she really dug into the cue ball here, she could possibly, I was going to say pop both these yellows in the same pocket, but actually from the overhead, I think it's too thin to do that. I think she might have to try and go into it and just trust her luck a little.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, you've hit the nail on the head there. I think we are trusting to a little bit of luck. It's not bad.
Oh no, that's all right.
Yeah,
that gives her a shot.
Nicely controlled. It's just now, can she control this cue ball and get this into an area where she can have a chance at this black?
I mean, for me, you've got two options. You either go hard at it and try and go up and down twice, or you play this with a ton of right-hand side. Go and flick the cue ball into the red.
Overreaching a little bit makes this pot a little bit more tougher. Looks like it's just going to cover the pocket. Fully covered the pocket.
Yeah,
it's in the way.
I mean, I think she'll be glad that hasn't gone in, to be quite honest. Reese got options here. She might just play a safety.
Yeah, just be patient. Yeah, like that. I mean, it's an easy get out, but there's only one cushion escape.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful of the in-off. So you actually want to catch the yellow quite thin, which does mean you can run the risk of missing it.
You should play this at a nice pace. Like you say, you've hit the nail on the head again. That's not the best of shots there from Rachel. She'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
Should have been hitting that a little bit thicker.
No, but again, it's one of those where we talk about how slidey these cushions are. Sometimes you can almost over-allow for that. Not quite sure what Rhiannon's doing here. I'd be getting that red off the cushion personally, but
worked out okay.
It's not a bad shot.
Yeah, worked out nice.
Looks like it's go time. I mean, it's quite nice now. She can take the one down the rail, and it's hard to see how she can leave anything obvious for Rachel. Shot. Just feel like Rhiannon is beginning to find her rhythm, but I do feel like she could do with just slowing that Q arm down a fraction at times. A bit more like that. You know, the previous shot, if she played it at that kind of a pace, I think it would have been ideal.
Yeah, you just feel like, you know, after this shot, she's potted it nicely. This one can be a bit edgy.
Yeah, I mean, it's really edgy because it's so... If you're trying to screw back from here, and the only option I can really see is that she screws straight back. It's so easy to just rip the cue ball back a couple of feet by accident. Or, conversely, to do that. And
cue ball going to be travelling. I think the risk is the NF into the opposite middle, is it?
Can't just drop this in, surely.
She's done
Tell you what, that's really nice.
Nice pot. And probably, you know, the way that she's, you know, gone about this final, she deserves to be leading in this, and
I think so.
4-2 is probably the correct result.
Yeah, I don't think that's unfair.
That was a nice pot down the cushion. I mean, it's all very nice and steady. You just saw the grimace on her face, but she didn't get down over it, you know, and she got herself back up, you know, got her concentration back and potted a very good black. 4-2 she leads.
Yeah, like you say, it's deserved at the moment. But it's still a toss-up, really, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of pool to play in this one.
Which one of these two will end up with a celebratory curry tonight after the... I think we'll all end up with a celebratory curry tonight, won't we?
Yeah.
What are you having, Marc? Vindaloo?
I don't think so.
No?
No. I even find a korma too hot for me. Try break from Rachel. She really needed to, you know, get a ball off a break and try and get a frame back. Still want Rhiannon to go 3 ahead.
No, that really would be tough going. Would like to be a bit further off the cushion here. She could have potentially got that awkward red off the side rail. Oh, that's a horrible little kiss.
Yeah, it's
cue ball clinging to that red like a barnacle. What's she going to do from here?
Ideally needs to get that one off the side cushion, and that's exactly what she's done. She's put it in a bit of an area where it could be a little bit of a problem for Rachel, so...
Yeah, it was nice work, that.
Yeah, it's not a bad shot. Rachel might just cover this bottom right-hand corner pocket with this yellow, just to get a bit of inshore. Again, overreaching a little bit. Clock ticking down. Oh, she scored her extension. I didn't know if she did or not. Little mini book, but that's not been played very well. I mean, She'll be okay with it. You just feel like she didn't want to glue it to the black, but that's really give Rhiannon something to really think about now. But it's a direct plant, any connection with that, you know, there's a possibility of a skill shot. Yeah, she's doing a bit of edgy shots of her own.
Yeah, that's nice. Sometimes you come to the table and all you can do is make your opponent think. Sort of wish I hadn't mentioned curry now, I'm getting hungry.
Been hungry for the last 4 hours. I'm sort of past that way now. He's got a good amount of control in this frame with that red over the top left, but Rachel's sort of equal to it. It's a bit 50-50 at the moment, this. Close. But I don't think Rhea will be too disappointed that hasn't dropped in. I do think she'll be the one most likely to go for it if the opportunity arises. Just on the far jaw, but it drops. Is there enough room to get this yellow?
Pretty good. It's knocked a red safe, even if this doesn't go. But Rach is going to try and get that yellow through the gap. She's got to be careful not to double kiss the red and foul.
He's played at a good pace, and that's cleared the red out of the pocket. So
yeah,
it's a good shot.
Result, really. I think Ree should probably just move that difficult red at this point.
She must have a sound piece on because she's heard you. And not only that, smashes the double in.
Monster
Great shot.
double.
Great shot.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
Yeah, she's lifted levels up a little bit now.
And that's all right as well. That's quite nicely played. I mean, Rach has got an easy ball over the corner. But that yellow is next to the black is actually almost as big a problem for Rhiannon as it is for Rachel. Rachel's actually... There's nothing around that. So, as you said, it's an absolutely made plant, but Rachel's got to find a ball to attack it with, and when she does attack it, make sure that the yellow she's going to use for the plant comes back out away from the 8 ball.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Probably going to see a bit of get on mouse here. Just trying to, you know, put balls into position so they can go out and win this frame. So we might just see a bit of a stalemate, just trying to develop balls, etc. Oh, to see who's the favourite for this one at the moment.
I mean, you kind of got to say it's Rach, but the problem is I think she's going to have to play. If she's going to play that as a 3-ball plant, she might have to use her last yellow to do it now, And that's so risky. See, this is so tough. Kind of needs to hit the 8-ball half ball on the left hand side from our camera angle, but even then there's no guarantee that the 8-ball doesn't come off the cushion and block it again. She's gone too far now though, she's got no other choice really. That's very full. She hasn't controlled the cue ball.
Yeah.
It actually came out alright.
Yeah, she didn't really think about where the cue ball was going. I think that's what the problem was. Or she probably hit it maybe a little bit thinner than she wanted, otherwise the cue ball would have been further up the table. She would have a chance of getting this frame. It's like the 8-ball, it's just off the cushion.
I can understand why Rachel's played that shot, but for me, it's negative.
It's second favourite now.
You might as well try and make something happen, I think, because Reese is going to put her in snookers, surely.
Just got to go up the table. That's all she needs to do.
Well, that is doing that. I mean, I can't explain. She hasn't left this on.
Well, there is a cocked hat. You know.
There is a cocked hat, you're right.
Yeah. But it doesn't get you naturally in position on the black. But is she going to just try and hide the cue ball behind the black? Yeah, a useful shot if she does. But she hasn't got it. Rhiannon needs to be very careful now.
Yeah, I mean, Reese can now go game, but I think she needs to slam this one in to try and get the cue ball up table. That's a nice shot.
Yeah. Needs to make sure every shot that she commits to.
I think she'll play a safety. What she could take the left hand of the 3 reds up to the top left. I think it's a good pot.
Wobbled in.
But again,
she's not getting the cue ball in a position where she's going to take, making sure she's not leaving Rachel a chance.
Is she cutting this?
I think she is.
I mean, that
cue ball. Opportunity gone begging. This one's got to be good.
Didn't like that from the get-go, and
I don't think she's on it.
That's why she might be, but if she takes the pot on,
black could be flying around.
She's flying. Both the 8 and the cue ball are flying around. I think she just plays safe here, doesn't she?
Could just gains the pocket, knocks the black up, maybe. I don't know. She has tried to go for it and knock the black out. She had plenty of angle there.
This is tough. This is such a big shot. I mean, she can play this dead weight and at least leave the red difficult. Boom.
Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot indeed.
Rach Tucker has liftoff.
Yeah. Is that now something that is going to ignite her to go into another gear? She'll feel better after that one, definitely.
is a tight, tense race to 7. We've had 7 frames, so we are over the halfway stage now at this match, regardless of what happens. Deb Birchall there giving Rach some advice. Partners, of course, the two of them. Rhiannon still struggling with those nerves, clearly.
Oh, she's got to think to herself, she's still leading this match.
Last ball rolling, drops in, and that might be a tonic for Rhiannon, because actually these yellows look pretty decent, Mark.
Yeah, they do.
Even those 3 clustered, I mean, the bottom 2 of those are practically a made plant. And I'm not quite sure how, but she's landed on it. So... options are available here. I feel like she could just do with taking her extension here to work out the rest of this pattern, because it's not getting any easier. Can she avoid the red here? No, I don't think she could have done anyway. I actually think that miss might benefit Rhiannon in this frame, to be honest, Mark.
Yeah, Rachel's got a lot to think about here, because the reds on that side cushion are horrible. I mean, has she got a reverse double first shot? Try and reverse it over the opposite corner, because it will develop both shots in one. If this comes off, she'll be favourite for this frame, and it has come off. Great shot.
That is terrific stuff from Rachel Tucker.
Maybe that last black that we've seen in the previous frame. Maybe she's lifting the level up a bit.
Yeah, she's just starting to hit that ball with authority.
The foot up firmly on the throttle now. Feels like this is the chance. Oh, this one looks short of pace. It was the right shot to play that one into the left centre first. I mean, it's still on.
Yeah, this can still work.
Black will be travelling towards that yellow. Does that mean it's going to be blocked out? That's the chance. Is that the risk that she wants to take?
Also, is she going to have an angle to get back up table into balk? Great shot.
Brilliant shot.
It's a great shot, but the angle's not there.
How does she get up to the balk line? And can she play this with top and left hand side? Is a natural angle to get up there? Does she play a double and stun it? I mean, has she seen that shot? There's options.
The double might be a little bit too thin to hold the cue ball nicely. Top and right, by the looks of it. Huge shot.
Oh,
this is spectacular. What a shot that is.
She couldn't have hit that any better.
That is so sweet.
Yeah, absolutely pinged it in. Great shot.
It's just a hair short pace-wise, is it? Can she
No,
get there without the
she's
rest?
perfect for a left-hander.
Left-handed, yep.
Perfect. Nicely dropped in. This match is looking like we're going to go into a best of 3. Sorry, best of 3, best of 5.
It's been a great finish. And Rachel Tucker does finish it off 4-all. And Rhiannon might be sat wondering what might have been.
Yeah,
because to be fair, it didn't look, that clearance didn't look on when Rachel got to the table. That is without a doubt the best clearance of the match so far. Superb stuff. And that shot there, how's about that for position?
Crowd liked it as well. Really did.
The players just stepped out of the arena for a minute. So, have you thought about what you're going to have for your dinner? I'm going to go back to the food talk, Marc.
Yeah, well, I don't want to talk about food.
No? Are you getting hungry?
I'm over hungry now.
Over hungry?
Yeah, over hungry. Let's talk about this match. Gareth Hibbert, Craig Brown. Then we'll go back to the food talk.
I don't need food talk, I just need food.
3-3.
Proud son of Sussex, I think I fancy a banoffee pie. What's the local cuisine in Lincolnshire? That's your area, neck of the woods, isn't it?
It is neck of the woods, yeah. Why would you be interested in that when you live miles away?
I don't know, I'm just trying to make conversation. We haven't got anything else to do.
Well, ring your friends up, see if they want to talk to you.
Rude!
I am so rude.
Oh.
It's because I'm hangry.
Hangry,
is that what
yeah.
they're called?
That's the one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's. I mean, you go on about Indian food, but it's not my cup of tea, unfortunately.
No? Sausage and mash, is that more your...
I tell you what, put a plate in front of me easy like that.
Full English, sausage and mash, cottage pie.
Yeah, anything like typical.
During the war.
You've heard of Lincolnshire
Not
sausages,
having that foreign muck.
You've heard of Lincolnshire sausages, haven't you?
Lincolnshire sausages are delicious.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. You've answered your own question.
But yeah, you're not none of that foreign muck then. No. Not having nachos, guacamole, or.
I don't mind fajitas or something like that.
Oh, fajitas.
Yeah. Again, a little bit hot for me, but no, they're okay. There's only the mild one. It's okay. Got a bit red in the face when I'm eating them. But
Yeah, is mayonnaise spicy in your household?
Yes. Especially the cool one. Very.
Need some heat on this. Get the mayo out.
But yeah, you've making me hungry now thinking about my sausage mash. Sausage mash and peas.
Oh. Wish we had smell-o-vision. I could do with smelling some sausages and mash right now. It sounds great. I'm so hungry. This is right. I need to stop.
Yeah. Well, I did warn you.
Yeah. Right, moving on. Rachel Tucker back at the table.
Best of 5. We're in 2.
Another good. I mean, her break has been excellent in this game so far.
Yeah, she seems to have lifted up a level now. She take this match though with both hands.
I mean, these yellows are mint.
Just a bit of awkward queuing.
Oh. Surprised. I thought she topped that through. Take the one on the rail next. She could cut the one into the left centre. Come down for it now. A little bit of right hand side just to widen the angle of the cue ball.
Yeah, just dropping down onto the cushion. I think she's over it. There's a touch. Yeah. But again, she's left-handed, so that's going to benefit this shot. But the cue ball is going to be running a little bit further away from her work, so I need a little bit of control.
I think she might be, you know, I think it's worth taking this on because the worst comes to the worst, you probably get the pocket that you need for the black. She hasn't got the pocket with the red ball. So Rhiannon is back to the table.
Yeah, and with that yellow not dropping, I mean, if it did drop, I don't think she was on another option with a pot. So it's not a bad shot, really. Is Rhiannon going to pull the trigger here? You know, just losing the last 2 frames. That made her a little bit more edgy, possibly. Is she going to try and shut up the shot?
It doesn't look like it, does it? But I would, I think. Well, she has.
Yeah.
Oh, that was...
Not easy to...
I mean, it wasn't, but equally, if you don't want the ball in, don't hit it towards the pocket.
Yeah. Let you tell her that. Give it a telling off or whatever.
Definitely a good idea. That's a nice little recovery. That's better. But yeah, I don't feel like she played the wrong shot. She could have played the red into the top rail rather than into the jaw.
Yeah.
Because it's no secret that these pockets play slightly bigger than an outer table on the stream.
Yeah, and plus, you know, it's all brand new cloth, brand new balls. It always makes it a little bit more slidey.
Yeah, I don't mean that they are bigger. Just that they play bigger. Was that total snooker or not?
I think he called total snooker. I believe he did.
No, he didn't. I've just heard
didn't.
Foul. So no cushion was contacted there. Now what can we do from here?
1 free shot, 1 visit.
Want a really aggressive shot? You play the yellow onto the 8 ball and the 8 ball onto the corner pocket.
Big shot.
That's
huge shot.
Bit too much.
But if it comes off, but then again,
I mean,
just developed that red.
Quite nice. The red's gone a bit too far, and she's a little straight on the one in ball, because otherwise that was a perfect ball. With her next shot to open up that pocket. I don't think she can get there now. She's screwing this.
She's overcooked it a bit.
I don't think that's. Yeah, I don't think that's on. Not quite sure what she's looking at here. This is almost containing safety.
Say, this isn't a bad opportunity now for Rachel.
Really
take the lead.
Just the 8 ball, really.
Take the lead for the first time.
Yep.
The momentum has definitely swung.
Just those sorts of shots. Rachel's just suddenly started putting her cue through the cue ball, and she hadn't done that the whole match. Everything up until a couple of frames ago was very tippy-tappy, wishy-washy from Rach. It was, and she was overrunning stuff. Now she's cueing the ball, looking to get that cue right through it, and the control's just there. This is not necessarily going to plan, though. Looks like she's going to take the double on, in the knowledge that she shouldn't leave too much if it goes wrong. So here is the big chance, because actually what Rachel's done there is left Rhiannon a long red. The way that she's been slamming them in and sort of stunning the cue ball off, she's got a good chance of moving the black here and landing on another red.
Like that.
Like that, but the contact on the black was just a little bit thin. It's a nice effort. It's a really nice effort.
Yeah, you feel like if she contacted that black a bit thicker, she'd have, coming into the red or the yellow or whatever it was.
Still has a pot on. My word, it's tough. Oh, hello. What a flick as well. That's brilliant.
Yeah, now she's got the nice flick. That's what she was wanted out of the first one.
Absolutely, but what a pot under pressure as well.
What a great 2 pots.
Yep.
Just a bit on the cushion. Just got to cue through this, cue through it. Lovely. Wow.
I think the hand up was telling the cue ball to stop rather than an apology.
Now, just hold yourself together.
Yeah, like that. Stepped away from the table. She's taken her extension. Going to line this up.
It's there,
And
only just, but it's there.
Dropped by the barest of margins. That, I mean, if you're honest, because she's missed that one, but the 2 before it, I think she deserves.
Yeah.
The 3 before it, really. 3 tremendous shots in a row from Rhiannon.
Yeah, even the roll, it's quite a simple roll through, but she was like glued to that cushion. So to get the position after that was a very, very good shot.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
But what was looking like Rachel Tucker was going to take the lead for the first time. It's an opportunity missed again. 5-4 to Rhiannon Graham. Led all the way through this match. Still work to do though, still a few frames. I do think that this match is heating up very nicely. It's the trophy. Whose name is on it? Rhiannon Graham to break. Frame number 10. Cue ball's okay, and potted a ball.
Rhiannon at the table. Chance to reopen that 2-frame lead, but there's much work to be done. Shot down the rail first off. That's a nice shot. Slightly fuller contact on that red would have been preferable. That's a really thin cutback now, and I don't think she's on the red to the centre. She might think she is. Tough to see. Wasn't on. Now, I said a couple of frames ago that it might be best if Rhiannon missed at one stage. She looked like she was running herself into trouble. I'd sort of think the same here, but actually, the more you look at these yellows, they're on, Marc, because those 2 in the cluster there, I'm pretty sure they're not far enough off a plant that it can't be made. Missed pot. What does it leave Rhiannon? Doesn't leave her a look at the red she's closest to. Leaves her a look at the one in the centre. Which means she can drop this in and take the one down the rail, but it's going to be really difficult to get out from here, you'd say, wouldn't you, Marc?
Yeah, you would. That red that's glued to that black, that's key ball. I mean, ideally, you probably don't want to pot this. but she has potted it. We're seeing this ultra attacking style from Rhiannon again.
Yeah, I mean, it's what she does. She's a bit of a potting machine, to be honest. She doesn't miss many.
It's just how she gets on that ball near the black. She's had a good attempt at that to try and make something happen. Was asking a lot. Now, what's she thinking now? Playing the double. Trying to screw into the cluster. She's playing the double. Just missed the cluster. That might just trickle over the pocket. That's not bad. It's stayed out in the open. It's not just trickled onto a cushion or anything. So she might have another opportunity soon. You feel like Rachel, she is just going to shut shop here. Just pile the pressure on. Nice shot. Developed the yellow. And got a pretty good snooker. Missed that one, so Rachel's going to get an advantage here now in frame 10.
Like this from Rachel. Just gets that red off the table. So that she can play a telling safety shot, and it will essentially force Rhiannon to open things up for her.
Yeah, it does, but I think Rachel, she don't want to take this one over the corner off the table. She's having to go up table.
No, but I don't actually think that matters that much, because even if it's almost better in some ways to leave Rhiannon a sight of this red, because this way she's got to hit a cushion afterwards. So actually, like, there's no way that red's going anywhere.
You just never know this game. She puts a bit of pace in this, clips that yellow, comes on and off the cushion, doubles in. I've
from
seen
this
it.
angle, I can't.
She's not hit with any pace, though, no conviction.
I think that's better. I think Rhiannon's played a good shot there, to be honest. She's pushed the yellow onto the rail. She's got the black out, but she's still left a bit of a cluster for Rachel.
Yeah, that cluster is to really hide behind. Rachel will be just planning on trying to get the on free shot one visit. That's just about how she does it.
Yeah, I think she'll be thinking about that the next shot, because again, I think she might. Oh, she's
Cue
gone in
ball.
off.
Where's the cue ball?
Oh, that is disaster. Well, that is. I mean, that's an unforgivable error, really, isn't it? She had the whole table to play into. What can Reed do from here? I don't think the red will go from where it is. If the red went into the centre pocket from where it is, she could actually just play the 8 ball onto the yellow over the corner, leave it there and just drop the red in, and she'd have the black over the pocket. But I don't think it does. This is... oh, that's gone horribly wrong. Wow.
Yeah, that's not come out well at all.
Can she even see it?
She snookered herself. I think she
I don't
has.
think she's called a total, so... good pot, good hit, rather.
The way it's gone now, though. Rachel's dodged a bullet there. She's glued to that yellow. Rhiannon's not even getting out of a chair. Yeah, both players have used their extension in this frame. It's only a one cushion escape, I suppose, up and down.
Yeah, could do. I mean, I'd be tempted to go 2 because you have a chance of making the red.
Try and keep it simple.
She's hit this, hasn't she? No, not
just
quite.
misses.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you went 2 cushions there, you had a chance of, you know, round off the baulk cushion off the left-hand side and coming round that way. There's a chance of cutting the red in down the rail, or at least covering the pocket or moving a yellow. I just think there are times when you have to push the boat out. When your opponent's got 7 balls left on the table and you've got 1 on a cushion, I think that's probably a good time to do it.
Yep, I can hear you.
Slightly under hit from Rach there. This time with her being left-handed is, well, not a disadvantage, but I didn't think she could reach it quite that easily, to be honest.
We're expecting this match to be levelled up once again. Is that going to be the case?
Slightly tentative that from Rachel, because I don't know, personally I don't think I'd have wanted to play the position on the black from the one over the pocket. Not that it's too difficult, but
nice pot.
Yeah.
As you said, sometimes these are not easy to control.
Certainly makes it harder. It depends which pocket she's playing for.
We're reaching a little bit again, so getting the mini book, little extension that she's got. Clock though was still ticking down.
Oh, she's overhit it. It's come out okay. I thought she was just going to drift down, to be honest. She
played that the right way, didn't she?
She did. She played it. Yeah, she did play it in the right way. And she levels the match. We're at 5-all. It is a best of 3 now, Marc.
Yeah, this is going down to the wire. Very topsy-turvy game. Be either way.
Pressure's just starting to intensify again when you get down to this stage in a match.
Yeah, that's right. Things just get all of a sudden a little bit harder. 5-5, pretty fair reflection now, I think, on the actual match itself. 80 score, pro semi-final. Craig Brown 3, Gareth Hibbert 6, and that race to 9. That's the next match coming up after this final. We will have a small presentation after the conclusion of this final afterwards. Dan Davey, it's Liam Dunster, is coming up next. after this match. And the final match of the night will be the final. Cue ball.
Oh no.
And not only was it a dry break, Rachel lost the cue ball as well. I think Rhiannon's probably broke better out of the two players.
Harsh. Oh,
Yeah.
I disagree actually.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
Rachel's hit the break really sweet.
There's not a lot in it, just edging.
No,
That was all.
No, I
Just
agree.
that I've seen Rhiannon pop more balls off the break. That's the only reason behind it. Not going to have an argument with you about it. But
Oh no, let's have a fight. Go on.
won't
I'll
be
meet you in the
live.
I'll meet you in the car park in 20 minutes.
It won't be live.
Oh, that's not gone well. Rhiannon just containing the situation. Asking the question of Rachel, but she's left an opportunity. Rachel's got a red to the right centre. Red to the bottom right. The most difficult of the reds... I don't know. The two on the right hand side are pretty tricky. The one on the left hand side looks like it might squeeze past those two yellows. So potentially a big shot here, because could Rachel take the double on? Use the big pocket with that yellow there, or is the yellow in the centre of the table in the way? I think it might be. I think she's thinking about it, but yeah, I don't think it's there. So going into them off this one. To the centre. Terrific shot. How's the result? It's alright. Yeah, it's okay. An awkward cut back now to the right centre. It's hard to see the position going too far wrong from this. She played it with pace, and the pace has worked. So the question now remains, does that red pass the two yellows down on the left-hand side of the table? Rachel Tucker obviously feels that the answer is yes.
It does look very tight though, doesn't it?
It does look very tight. She's having to play this with the rest as well. Now, if she just drops this in, it makes the next shot really tricky. Because I think she'd have to take the red nearest the corner pocket, down in the bottom right of the table. And if she does, cue ball's definitely careening into that yellow. So will she end up on anything? She would like to take the other red first, so she's going to have to hit this with some pace. And she's missed it, cued across it. Has she got lucky? You'd have to say no.
Yeah, she's left herself, well, she's left Rhiannon a chance. There's the yellow in the lower half of the table. That's the problem one. Yeah, just making sure she leaves a good angle on it. She's out of position.
She's just not getting to grips with the position at the moment. I feel like it's a confidence thing. I feel like Reese in her lead slip and she's just not quite seeing the shots. Oh, this is close as well. Got away with that.
Well, you say got away with it, Dan. Another opportunity for Rachel now.
It is, but I would argue it would be probably a worse situation for Rhiannon if she was still at the table, bearing in mind that yellow on the left-hand side wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Rachel now needs a couple of really good shots.
Yeah, one pot. Two and she needs to get over again. Give herself a shot. With the one in the top bag would have been the ideal ball next. And then she could have just drifted down table. Just drop that in.
She has to take this one now.
She has to now, yeah, she hasn't got any choice.
Trusting to luck with the cue ball here because it's going to be running into that yellow.
Yep, you're all right.
What sort of contact? Well, it's not, but it would have done had she made the pot.
Well, she left.
Well, she's put a hand of apology there, but...
Does that yellow pass that red into the centre? It probably doesn't, actually.
It's borderline. It gets tight, that.
Yeah,
really
doesn't.
tight. I think it might.
Well, I think Rhiannon thinks it might as well. He's going for it. Big shot. Big shot that's been missed.
Well, we'll never know if it actually would have passed or not, but it was close. Just would have liked to have seen Rhiannon maybe have a look at a couple more options when she came back to the table there. Oh, but Rach has given up the same opportunity. Now then, Rhiannon, can you hold yourself together? Still a bit of work to be done. That lone yellow in the bottom half of the table. Still causing problems. Come a bit far here. I think if she could, she'd like to just flick into the other yellow, but I think... Oh no, she can. Good shot. Really good shot. So here's the one. What do? Do you just stun this in and leave length? Do you top it through and try and get closer to that last yellow? Do you take the yellow that's in the bottom half of the table now?
Yeah, I would. So now she's gonna...
Oh, she's slapped that.
Yeah, that weren't her finest effort. Feel like she had to just take the one in the bottom half of the table first. I think she's under a bit of shot clock pressure. I mean, she'd had an extension if she...
Yeah, I think so.
Didn't really feel it.
Gareth Hibbert on the hill against Craig Brown.
Yeah, he's rolled off 2 frames. He's just rolled off 2 frames very quickly there. Oh, and
Rachel Tucker's missed another one.
I think that was harder to miss. Think, you know, especially on the overcut.
Yeah, to overcut it.
Oh, Rhiannon, is your name on the trophy? Because Rachel.
I mean, this is a nice angle as well, but she's underdone it.
She's underdone it. She's underdone it. You say she don't use the rest, Dan? She needs to, I think. That's a tricky one.
I think it's come just far enough to cut it, but if she's not careful, she's going to be almost throwing her arm at this. It's that far away.
That is overstretching to the max.
It's a good cut, that.
It's there. It's there. One big double.
Oh. Don't know if I can take this. This is horrible.
Gareth Hibbert, he's into the final now.
All your eggs in one basket, Rhiannon.
this pushes this
Went
red
for
down
it.
as well.
Oh, I tell you what,
It's a good bit of good fortune.
That has made things interesting.
Bit of good fortune. So, Rachel, where can she not hide the cue ball? It's about where can she place the cue ball? I think anywhere in this top right hand corner. Yeah, that's okay. Good pace. Leaving Rhiannon with the
I
decision.
think if you're Rhiannon now, you just push the black out into the middle of the table and leave the cue ball welded on the red.
Yeah, welded.
Just get that cue ball tight on that red. Ideally not touching, I suppose, but as close to without touching as possible. Leave a Rizzler in between the gap.
He's listening. Just hasn't got the
Bad.
cue ball glued.
No, she hasn't, but she hasn't also moved that red, and that red is in such a nasty position. This has asked a question of Rachel now, hasn't it?
She just developed the one on the left cushion. And just hope that Rhiannon finds this pot very difficult. It's not an easy one. Was she going for it? No, just developing. This is a chance.
I feel like she could have developed that, but taken the cue ball up table.
She could have done, yeah. But then you'd leave the cup back if she didn't hide the cue ball. So I think she felt that that was the right shot.
I mean, for Rhiannon now, this is just to concentrate on the pot. She doesn't have to really worry about the cue ball here.
No, that's good. She's used her extension, so that's coming handy now.
This is the shot. This is for 6-5. No.
Not there. Taps that red back. She hasn't tapped it enough though, and the black ball is in a position where, you know, Rachel, she's going to have a free shot at this. Feel like if she does make this, she will be taking the lead for the first time. She's got to hold herself together though first. Great shot.
Perhaps just a little bit straight on this, to the point where she's got to screw it back, and I don't know, I worry about bounce outs with these shots.
Yeah, you can force this a bit too much sometimes. You don't need to, because the cue ball is smaller than the object ball.
That's really beautifully
played it very nicely.
Six, 5. Rachel Tucker takes the lead for the first time in the match. She only needs one more frame to complete a victory. It's been tense and tight all the way through, Marc, but perhaps the experience of the older player is just starting to tell now.
Yeah, that could have, you know, might be the difference. I mean, there's still a chance. Rhiannon's not out of it yet. Rachel hasn't got over the line yet either. So, seen stranger things happen.
This will be Rhiannon's last break in this match, whatever happens.
Unless it's a re-rack.
True.
She'll have to break again. Good for this frame.
There's definitely not going to be a re-rack because that black is glued to the spot. It is going to be first chance at the table to Rachel Tucker.
Clock's ticking down, right? Right. Still ticking down.
Not quite sure what's happened here with the shot clock.
Bit of an alien in there.
An alien.
Aliens have landed. No doubt you could hear that at home. I'm shouting at the TV then, Rachel, the clock's running down. She weren't fazed by it. It was only me that was worried about it, I think. There's no panicking out there anyway. I was in control of the situation.
Oh, a miss. But perhaps not the worst, because actually I think if Rachel was still at the table, she was in more trouble than not. These yellows are by no means easy.
Gonna drop, is it? Yep. It is. Yeah, these yellows are far from easy, as you said.
No, I mean, I think if that had hung over the pocket, it might have been better, to be honest. Reese digging here. She's digging herself into trouble.
How she plays, though, as you said.
Just not sure what her plan is, Marc. I mean, skill shot? I don't know. I don't know. That's a nice shot. It's a really nice shot.
Yeah. It's not given Rachel much options, definitely. Many.
Digging into this, because of course she can't just roll into this, she's got to make sure she hits a cushion, which means actually you need a fair bit of pace. She's done, but pushed the red to the side rail. Don't think she's left Rhiannon any pots on. Certainly nothing easy. Went for the double there. In or over, I think, was okay. Got neither, really. Shot, and it's very much advantage Rachel now. I feel like time is running out. Is that a touching ball? Doesn't want to contact that red.
Oh, it's out in the open.
Well, it's quite a good shot, that, yeah. Just keeps things interesting, doesn't it? They've both got the one ball tied up.
Yeah, I've put Rhiannon will have an option of that, of doubling that yellow, where Rachel won't. And,
that's not going to make it.
No. Oh, and she's now tied them two up.
Yeah, now that might relieve the pressure slightly on Rhiannon here. It might allow her to go for this, because whatever happens, Rachel's got a couple of difficult balls.
She just needs to understand that yellow, it does double. It's going to drop. Now, has she noticed it? Is that part of her plan? Is she looking at it?
Does it go past the other yellow?
I think it does, just. It's hard to tell from our camera angle, but she's eyeing it up. feel if she gets this, it's a chance. Just
They definitely went past the other yellow.
You don't want that to tie up.
I mean, it has tied up the red though, so it's not over yet, this.
No. It's hard to see how this frame's going to just pan out.
Well, is the angle, I mean...
Oh, she's opened up them two reds, so it is now she's putting on a bit more pressure on Rhiannon.
Yeah, does she have the angle to nudge that yellow out or not here?
Oh, I only just missed it. That's a double. Reverse a double.
Yep.
Feel like she takes it on, trying to hold the cue ball there off that red. And the problem is she is then releasing that red.
Well, she's got no choice.
6-5 down.
I mean, she could go for the skill shot, but even then, she's still got to play the double afterwards. So
she's looking. I like this. I like the style.
Oh, she smashed it.
What damage has she done? The yellows are in there open here.
That could have done with a bit more control.
Yeah. Rachel just going to really tie it up. Is she going to go all out attack now? She's going all out attack. Are these the closing moments now of this match?
Or is there one more twist? Well, if there's one more twist, there could be several more twists, to be fair.
Just don't like that red onto red.
No, absolutely what I was thinking. I really would be worried about that shot.
Plus, they need to get the correct angle from this ball here, and she's using the rest. This has got a level of difficult about it. Difficulty. It's a must to get over the other side. She's got a nice angle. It's not bad.
Oh, is it good enough though? Can she?
Can she see enough of it?
Can she see the full? If she can see the full red, then this is okay. But even then, it's still got to be delicate.
You feel like if she does it, the left-hand side of the red, if she comes down towards it, you feel that the red comes away from the pocket.
Oh, that's a foul.
Ryan was right behind the shot, and it is a foul. But that's how close she needed to be. She had to hit that side of that red, didn't she? Or you had to hit it dead eye, if you want to call it that.
Now, Rhiannon, take your time, take your extension. Me personally, I don't know about this. I think it's okay, but she's got to get past the black. I don't know. I don't like that. I think I'd have knocked the black over towards the bottom left. You'd have had two straight shots into the middles.
Oh,
now, this is not easy.
Yeah, it's just on that over yellow now, isn't it? So she believes in her ability. That's the one good pot away. She get back to her chair. Just,
this is the one where she can just stun this off the side rail. Key shot.
Shot. Where's the cue ball?
This is okay.
I think there's a chance.
But this is a thin little sneak back and the cue ball's running. And again, it's just that little bit of tension in the arms just didn't quite get through the cue ball.
Plenty of time.
She's made it.
It's a great pot. She's up to the challenge, this Rhiannon Graham. And we're into a deciding frame. 6 frames each.
But of course we are.
First one.
One final frame of this ladies' final remains. 2 elite ladies, Rhiannon Graham, Rachel Tucker. The trophy is on the line for these two.
It's come down to 1 frame. It's the shootout.
In your best Tom Hardy impression there.
Yeah, nearly got it. Here we go.
Good contact. Cue ball's close.
Cue ball's okay though.
There's a
Here's
yellow.
a yellow.
Yellow not there, so. Tricky table this. It's you look at it and you think those reds are pretty open, but the one next to the black is awkward. She does have a yellow she could start on as well in the centre. But there's the yellow that's tied up over on the left. In some ways, it's kind of the worst kind of break you could ask for, because they're so open apart from a couple of little areas that Rach is kind of forced to go here and take on what could be quite a difficult finish.
Yeah, the yellow in the top half of the table, you feel like all it is a double. That's it. And that black, does it go easily? You know, was it all depending on where the cue ball is? Or is she going to have to bounce into it? She has bounced into it. Does it open it up any more? Possibly.
Probably has actually. Yeah, I mean, if she was on the black now, you'd fancy her to get it. So I don't think that was the case before. If the cue ball was there, so yeah. But she's running out of options for that last yellow. Was it double? I think it'll probably double. Certainly double to the corner, but that's a really tough shot.
It's not ideal on this yellow because the cue ball will be travelling. It's going to be travelling in an area that she probably didn't want it to be.
I think it's bound to hit that red, isn't it? Near the middle pocket.
Near the middle, yeah. There's a chance of that. There's also a chance of travelling up in the area where she don't want to be.
Well, I mean, you say that, but it's about the only part of the table she can get where she's got a good view of this yellow. She could try and knock it down the rail. If she covers a pocket, it's at least causing Rhiannon a problem.
You've got to say it's advantage Rachel Tucker in this deciding frame. This is close.
Oh, it's wide.
It is wide, but it's in
cover?
a good area.
Yeah, good cover. Piles the pressure on Rhiannon.
And we know how attacking Rhiannon's been in this final. We're going to see a safety shot because there is a very good one. If she wants to play it.
I don't think she will.
No, I don't think she's got any intention of any safety shot. The problem is them 2 reds in the bottom half of the table near the black spot. They're difficult.
If you can get the cue ball, you've just got those 2 reds left, and you can get the cue ball somewhere sort of halfway between middle and corner pocket on the left-hand side. then you'd fancy that, but it's difficult to get there, to be honest.
Don't want to be straight on this one. Don't want to be on the cushion either. I think there's problems ahead.
Abort. Abort, player safety.
No chance of a safety shot. Now then, Rachel Tucker, the chance. I think she can get through to the potting angles on, even on the one in the left centre as well, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. But I don't think she'll get anywhere near that. I think you get the cue ball through the gap between yellow and black, probably. Would be ideal. Oh, she's under-hit that in a big way. And the tension is really ramping up. And it's really hard to see how she gets on the 8-ball from here. She pops this up to the top left, isn't it? Can she just stun across? Would she go too far?
I think that black's opened up a little bit more than we think. She don't want to be on this anywhere near the side cushion though. It's on its way. Is it going to drop? It has dropped. But this black is far from easy for your first ladies title. I think she's on it. Brian is directly behind the shot.
It's tight, that red, isn't it? It's really tight.
It's great from there.
Looks clear from there, yeah, easy.
It's on its way.
That's there.
It's on its way.
Congratulations, Rachel Tucker. She wins a marathon final by 7 frames to 6. Rhiannon Graham, well, had her chances, didn't take them. She'll be back. Stronger, I'm sure. And you'll have to prize Rach Tucker and Deb Birchall apart after that one. Deb is so supportive. They're both so supportive of each other. But yeah, you'll need a crowbar to get them two apart for a little while, I'd imagine. Diamond Deb there, tears in her eyes. She's that pleased for Rachel. That's a really nice moment. That's nice. But we can see Marc Pickworth has made his way from the studio to the arena, where he is ready for the trophy presentation.
Well, another great ladies final, and a final that pretty much had everything. So a round of applause for both players, please. Rhiannon, please come on, just have a few words. Yes, you do have to. This is yours.
Joy.
First of all, congratulations on another final. Obviously, you're disappointed, but you put up a really great fight. You've got to be pleased with yourself.
Yeah, I am. I think I started a lot stronger than I finished, and I think if I'd carried on the form from the start, I would have had a fighting chance, but I just made too many silly errors, and once Rach got into a swing, she was just flying after that and pulling off some great shots, so take nothing away from it, she was brilliant.
And you know, when you first started in the the elite section, if I'd have said to you before you even kicked off with a ball or anything and said that you're going to make 2 finals, what would you have said to me? Well, you have done exactly that. You've made 2 finals. Unfortunately, been on the losing side, but you've played a brilliant final. But a little bit about your opponent, Rachel. Put up a great, a real great battle.
I mean, me and Rachel played a couple of times, and they've always been like really long slugs. So the fact it came to a deciding frame, I'm not surprised. But yeah, class outweighed me at the end. I just made too many errors, and she punished them. So yeah, she was brilliant.
Thank you for that, and well done for reaching another final. It will be your time soon, trust me, I promise you. Rhiannon Graham, everybody. Come up here, Rachel. Take it all in, Rachel. What an incredible performance in the end. Pleased to get over the line?
Yeah, I'm pleased. I fell over once from that was scrappy, and it was as hard as it looked. I was pretty pissed. Taking it with Rhiannon, she put me through the ringer, to be honest.
I think we do it to each other when we face each other for some reason.
And a little bit about your corner. Obviously, I've been commentating pretty much on most of that match there, and I could just see everybody just in your ear. Did that really help you just get over the line in the end?
Yeah, I mean, Deb's my biggest supporter anyway. She's always there in my corner, which is great, and so I've got Holly and the Welsh ladies and Sally, so it's nice to have that support, especially in moments like this where I'm not too familiar with being at the match table under these conditions, so it's great to have that lot.
And a little bit more about Rhiannon, it's your first final that you've both made, and obviously there was going to be a new name on this trophy because Debs has been a bit selfish, hasn't she? She's had a name on it, only one written on it. But you've both made a final before, so for you both even have a chance of winning this title, you've got to be pleased with yourself. And obviously a little bit about Rhiannon.
Yeah, so Rhiannon, obviously great player. She's been up and coming for a long time, snapping at everybody's heels, and she still is. I mean, when she gets going, there's no stopping her, and I was feeling the pressure, for sure.
Well, you have done it. You are now the Elite Ladies Champion, and Brian is going to now present you with a trophy. Rachel Tucker, everybody. Kev's just going to have a few words with me there, so Kev, great final, had pretty much everything, and what a great response to a great winner, and obviously to Rhiannon as well.
Yeah, what a fitting end, a great end to a great Elite Ladies tournament, and Rhiannon, her day will come. She showed everyone what she's capable of. A single ball potting is as good as anyone in the ladies game. If she can just string a bit more consistency together, she'll be lifting the silverware next time. But well done, Rachel. First Elite title for her. Great win, and great advert for the ladies game.
Yeah, I know Debs has been pretty selfish with that Elite trophy, but she's going to have a little bit of competition now, and no doubt, don't be surprised if we see somebody else in the final next time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all these Elite ladies are very, very evenly matched. Debs had it her way the first couple of times. Rachel's taking the third one. We could quite easily see two different winners for the remaining two events, so all to play for.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Right, that's one trophy given out. There's going to be another trophy given out, not for the next game, because we've got another semi-final coming up, and that's going to be coming up in a few moments. So just give us a couple of moments, go and get a cup of tea, a few biscuits, and we'll be right back. Well, we're back. I know. Oh, sorry. Have I ever nicked your job here? So I hadn't seen you all day, so I thought I'll take the ownership on that. But we're going to be right up next. It's going to be Dan Davey against Liam Dunster. we've already got one player in the final. Do you want to talk a little bit about that last semi-final with Craig Brown and Gareth Hibbert?
Yeah, Craig Brown, Gareth Hibbert, probably the two form players that we've seen on the stream today. And Gaz Hibbert came out on top in that one, so he is the first man into the final.
Yeah, I mean, Gareth's been pretty solid all the way through this weekend so far, and continues to show some good form, and no doubt his breaks keeps working for him, but he's in yet again another final.
Another final. What is it with Gaz Hibbert? He just loves the final, doesn't he? He'll be hoping he can go one step further than his previous appearances in the final, when he's been beaten twice. But what a season he's having. Just a word about Craig Brown. I mean, to beat Marc Boyle and Marc Farnsworth in consecutive matches, there's not many people who have got that on the CV. He'll be bitterly disappointed that he couldn't get into the final. That semi-final jinx that he's got, unfortunately, still remains.
Yeah, and now there's going to be the second semi-final. Kev, Dan Davey against Liam Dunster. Interesting one.
Yeah. I mean, we all know about Liam Dunster, former world number 1, former world champion. Obviously, he's took a bit of time out. He's come back, and Dan Davey, who's been one of the most consistent players on tour this season. Regular in the last 16 quarters, semi-finals, and yet again another semi-final for him here. Really nice, punchy type of player. Whereas Liam is like strokes the ball in. That white ball's not moving anywhere. Dan, a completely different type of player, and fascinating matchup this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dan Davies come up against, when he gets to the quarterfinals and semi-finals, you always come up against the Liam Dunsters, the Marc Boyles, the Farnsworth, and that's what's happened with Dan, and it's just about whether he can now take it to another level.
Well, he's certainly got the ability. Is he going to get the opportunities? And obviously, as we say every match, the break is going to be critical. He has won a title before, so it's not uncommon for him. Yes, it was quite a few years ago. But he does know what it's like to be in the winner's circle, and I was just speaking to him off camera a few minutes ago. He's got the bit between his teeth. He fancies the job, believe me.
Well, that's it from us, Kev, and we're going to need about 5 more minutes, so here's a quick video of Marc Boyle.
You think sometimes that helps to be able to just sort of come into it with less expectations? Do you think that helps sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes. I'm a practicer. That's hence I've got a pool table back home, so I like to put the hours in, because then you think, well, if you put the hours in, you kind of deserve something back, but it doesn't happen like that at pool. Yourself, you get it's all down to the breaks, but you like to go out there feeling good. That's all you want. So luckily that weekend I did, but sometimes you can, and you can practice, and then you just feel like you've not picked up your cue, but it's a lot mentally, but physically you've got to feel right. So you sometimes can expect too much sometimes.
Well, there is a very handsome man, and I can say that because he's in person next to me in the commentary box, so let's hope he sounds as handsome as he looks. Good evening, Marc Boyle.
You can keep that £20.
Only 20? Oh, I'm getting cheap.
Don't carry cash these days, eh? You need to get a wee card reader with you.
Yeah, I should. Dan looks slim in that photo, doesn't he?
1-0 to you, I take it. I'm up against a pro here. It's been a good game. I'll be really looking forward to this one, because I've played Dan at the last event twice, and he played brilliant.
Yeah, he's not your biggest fan.
No, that's it.
In recent times.
I'll not let him forget about it. He's looking well, though.
He genuinely is, isn't he?
Yeah.
He does look well.
And then Liam just looks like Liam.
Yep. Little bit more face fuzz than usual, I would
He's growing
suggest.
a wee bit.
Yeah,
yep. I think that's just stress of running a pool club.
Is that it? Is that 5 o'clock shadow? He shaved this morning.
Yeah. So it'll be an interesting game. Really like the rest of the matches. It'll be all down to the break. Yeah, I mean,
the one thing I would say is Liam realistically is going to be everyone's favourite. I think if we were to put a poll up, there wouldn't be many choosing Dan Davey, but you have to say, barring his matches against you, Dan's been in terrific form.
He's been brilliant. I was lucky.
I mean, this will be his
against him the last 2 matches.
The last 2 were semi-finals, weren't they? Were they both semis?
No.
No?
Quarters.
Quarters. So that's 2 quarters and now a semi.
Mhm.
I mean, he's really on the right track.
Mhm.
Whatever he's doing it right.
So who do you fancy yourself for this game?
It's so hard to back against Liam.
Score?
9-6.
Remember this first to 9.
9-6 Dunster.
Yeah. Right, okay. I'll say 9-7 Dunster.
Enough. Sorry, Dan. I feel bad. He's my co-commentator.
You've got a crush on him though, so it's fine.
Of course I've got a crush on him.
Well, this one looks like he's... the reds are... the ball's here. He's only got the awkward 2 reds up next to the black, but they can... You can either go to the plant or take the one at the top right into the left corner. Apart from that, everything's got a pocket. There you go, that's him going up to get his hard ball out the way first, and that opens up the other red into the top right hand corner, so that'll be his last red, I think. The one next to the black.
Yeah, probably just got to be a little bit careful with the cue ball.
Yeah, you can
going back up the table for that later on.
Yeah, he's got a bit big room because he can come off the top cushion, side cushion, back down for the black.
Yeah.
So he's got plenty of room there. He'll punch us off the 2 cushions back into the middle of the table. There you go. So how was commentating on the last game? Did you enjoy it?
It was a very entertaining game. It wasn't the greatest ladies' final we've ever had. I don't think anyone, will begrudge me saying that. But it was tense. It was tense. It was nervy.
Yeah, I seen that at the end. I only caught the last 2 frames, and it was a good crowd watching as well there at the end.
Yeah, I mean there usually is for the ladies' final, and they support the game.
Yeah, that's getting stronger every year. You can see it.
Yeah, and they've got a real love for the game that I think is unmatched actually by the men's section. To be honest, I think there's a lot of male players here who just play, because they're good or because they used to. But actually, I think you watch the ladies and they really love it.
You can see them getting better every year, so
yeah,
that's good to watch, and you're kind of growing with it, watching them.
It's just a sort of infectious enthusiasm, really.
Yeah.
That was a nice shot.
You can hear them.
Sorry?
You can hear them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely true.
That's without a drink. Yep, so he's got just this one, roll off the bottom cushion and take the other red into the same bag and up for the black, so it's looking like 1-0. You look always screwing it back. Must have been 2 straight.
Yeah, it did look quite straight.
Yeah.
There was a couple of shots ago that he very nearly overcooked it, didn't he? And he's rescued the situation nicely. But there's a bit of traffic to avoid here on the way back up for the black.
Has Liam played on the stream table yet?
That is a great question that I do not know the answer to.
Because it does look a lot as fast, but the cushions look softer compared to the other tables. Yeah. It does look like it's breaking very well, so I don't expect many dry breaks.
No, haven't seen that many. From what I've, I mean, this is only the 3rd match I've commentated on today. So.
How have you been doing?
The videos, everything.
I know it's been busy. It's been busy off the table, eh?
It's always busy off the table. Nice stuff. Liam Dunster opens with a break dish. Dan Davey sits in his seat and contemplates life, the universe, and everything, I'm sure.
He'll not be thinking badly too much just now because he's not had a chance. It's when you get your chances and don't take them, that's when you kind of beat yourself up.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the ones that hurt.
Big weekend for sport, really. Obviously, this is the main attraction for everyone. But,
oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Rugby World Cup, Ryder Cup. Do any of those particularly pique your interest? Or?
I love it. I love watching the golf, the Ryder Cup, even like the Open and the Masters and stuff like that. I seen Europe went, was it 5-1 up or something like that, or 5.5, 1.5 up at the start, but I don't know how it went today.
Oh, it went all right. It's a good day to be European.
Oh, is it?
I think going into the singles, I think it's 10.5, 5.5.
Oh,
it's a good
game over. Yeah.
Well, you'd think so, but stranger things have happened in sport. Not that many stranger, granted.
No. And then you've got the US Open at the 9-ball.
Yeah, of course. Plenty of Cuesports fans.
And then you had
watching this, who will also be watching that.
Obviously, you had Celtic playing today. They had a good result.
Who were they?
Well, just a small Scottish team.
Oh, okay, right.
They're a bit bigger than Man City, you know, so I'm surprised you've never heard of them.
Everyone's bigger than Man City. I don't know. Don't talk to me today. I'm a Brighton fan. Normally very happy about that. But
that was a bad one, yeah.
That
was a bad one. Black.
Oh, 8 ball nearly made its way in.
These reds are looking sweet.
Yeah, they're absolute. Oh.
I'd put my house on. Dan clears these up.
Yeah, these are gimmies.
Yeah.
Any sporting heroes that?
Sporting heroes. Yeah. I can't. Dan Fairway. Marshy's my idol. That's 2-1 to me.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm claiming an assist on that.
Thank you. Right, we'll call it a draw. That one.
Yeah.
You set me up.
Personally, Eric Cantona.
Oh, I like that one. That's 2 each. We'll go. I'm trying to think. I like Nadal. I liked him as a tennis player along with Djokovic. But
See,
then
I like Nadal and I like Federer, but I'm not a massive Djokovic fan.
Yeah.
Just think he just bores me slightly, to be honest.
It's just a machine, isn't he?
Yeah, that's it.
He's like Liam Dunster the pool.
I'm not getting drawn into that one.
No.
I'm not taking no.
Have you had your fingers burnt with that one before?
Way. No, I'll hide away from before I answer that one.
I like Tiger Woods at the golf. You know, it's like you appreciate these kind of people, you know. But an idol-wise, I kind of grew up like with Stephen Hendry.
I mean, everyone you're mentioning is basically a serial winner.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
There's clearly a type.
Oh, you're going to pick a winner, aren't you? You're not going to, obviously.
I don't know. See, and maybe it's why I don't win things, but I've always liked the underdogs.
Right, so who's your idol then?
Oh, it's a good question, actually. Do you know what? You might have to come back to me. No one's ever asked me. I've asked that question 100 times and no one's ever asked it to me.
Pick somebody, go. 3, 2, 1. Put you on the spot.
There's no spot here. There's no spot. You don't get to put me on the spot.
Why not?
Because I put everyone else on the spot.
Can you not handle pressure, no?
No. That's why I'm in here and not out there.
I know, that's why I'm in here too. But no, there's that many.
Yeah, there are.
You could be here all day, and it might not even be a sport. You know, it could be anything. Could be an actor.
Shot from down.
He's making hard work of this.
He is, yeah.
Yeah,
your house might be safe, but not as safe as you thought.
No,
put it on this one.
so it's might get blown down in a minute. But he's got to put this one quite thin, so his white doesn't slide down towards the black. Oh, he's missed it. Oh dear. Oh my god.
Oh. Dan is dicing with death here.
The house is safe so far, just as well. That bag's the size of a house.
Hey, you play on here as well.
How did that go in? Seriously?
You benefit from that.
Oh, that's why I look good sometimes.
Absolutely. We like to help.
Yeah, so that's 1 each.
It is. It's
a break and dish each.
It's a good start so far. Break and dish from Double D, Dan Davey. This was.
Oh, that should never have went.
No, that's a big pocket. New cushions, slidey.
Nah, you can say that. You can say that all week. Aye. That was a full ball knuckle.
Yeah.
Liam's surprised with it. Look, he's like, wow.
It's so rare that he shows any emotion. But
No,
when he does,
you're getting emotion out. I'm getting it out of him.
Yeah. You know exactly what he's
yep.
feeling when he does.
You see it now. He's becoming more human now. He does show his emotions a lot more now than what he used to.
Yeah, he really was quite robotic for
Yeah,
a time.
yeah,
But
yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
You see more of it now. Dan Davey arguably has got away with one because, well, as we said, you'd have put your house on it, I'd have put my house on it.
They were lost their houses, yeah.
Somewhere with 2 new houses.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we would have been living out in a tent outside somewhere. Just as well we don't bet, eh?
Yeah, there's a reason I don't.
He's going for the cut break again. Tries to squeeze this yellow, he hits into the middle. That's the ball he's looking for. We'll track it, see how it goes. No. Oh.
Awkward.
He kind of goes for a kind of controlled kind of timing break rather than a punch, you know, like no, like a crush.
How do you hit that so hard? Cut break.
Just move my cue fast.
It's
quite simple, isn't it?
How does the cue ball stay on the table? Because every
you
time
don't
you see
bounce
someone try to hit it like you do.
The secret is you don't want to bounce the white too much.
Right.
If you hit down in the white, you kind of bounce the white, so you're trying to hit the white
So
flat.
it's keeping the cue flat, as well as getting the power.
Yep. If you start, I've done it myself. Leading up to this event, I must have put the white off the table more than on the table with crunching it, you know.
I think I've seen you do it once on the stream, and I was so shocked. I fell off my chair. But,
Champions Cup, wasn't it? The final with Gareth. I done it against Gareth in the final.
Yeah, you're right. It was a good event.
That was a great event, yeah. We were talking about that today. But that's the thing, on these tables you don't really need to hit them hard. It's more as timing, you know. But obviously the harder you hit it, the more chance, yeah. Like, you may get more chance of a second ball going in, like kicking off something, rather than it going straight in off the break. So you deserve it sometimes if you do hit them harder. Played that well.
Yeah.
So we'll stick our 2 houses on, he'll clear this one.
I think my girlfriend would kill me if I came home. Lost the keys.
Sorry, she wouldn't be in the house anyway.
Not anymore. No, the bailiffs will get there before I get home.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Liam's done the hard work here.
That's perfect. Probably leave we'll take the bottom yellow of the 2 first, and then we'll take the one on the bulk line into the top right hand corner, or bottom right hand corner now. You'll leave the one that's next to this yellow he's taken, that'll be his last ball. Just keep it nice and simple. What do you think about the shot clock? Do you think 30 seconds is enough, or should we reduce it?
Reduce it? No,
yeah.
God no. I think 30 seconds is about right, to be honest. I've made an argument before that I wouldn't mind seeing 40 seconds.
40 seconds.
And then a 20-second extension.
Right, okay.
Maybe. But I think realistically 30 is about right. I think you go any less than that and you run the risk of making good players look like idiots because it's just not enough.
Yeah, you're running round the table.
Yeah, and you go much more than that, and you're just giving players. There's almost no jeopardy in it, you know. So I think 30 works well. Yeah, 30's a happy medium, I think, between allowing the players to think and do their job, and not allowing the broadcast and the stream to go stale.
Yeah.
What would you do? Would you reduce the shot clock at all?
I would. It's a tough one. Sometimes you think 30 seconds is long.
Yep.
You know, like 20, I think is perfect. But for your first visit, you're allowed your 40 seconds. I would say.
I don't know, because I think you're right if the frames are all going like this, where it's a dish fest. But when you get those tactical frames, I think 20 can be too quick. But I mean,
30 is a good
very
in
much
between.
each to their own, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't mind players having thinking time when they need it. To be honest, I think it makes for a better standard overall, and I think that makes a better watch personally. But I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to sport.
Yeah, you've got to think obviously the people that are watching as well. You know, the last thing you need is wee lulls in the game and stuff. You know, so it's finding that happy medium.
Yeah. Dan Davey breaking off frame number 4. 3 break dishes so far. Are we going to see a 4th?
Yellows?
Yeah, they're not bad, are they?
Yeah.
They're not bad at all.
He's got to get over for this one on the bottom right hand corner next to the white. Try and get rid of that one, because I don't think that yellow on the cushion goes by it. So if he clears that away quite soon, these are there for the taking.
Does that yellow on the cushion pass?
No.
I think it might.
Well, on this table it will.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
This table will fly in.
I think it might anyway, but it is very tight.
Yeah, I wouldn't play it. You would on any table you'd need to clear that yellow away first.
Yeah.
For that one to go, unless you hit it off the cushion, off the yellow, and in.
Yeah,
but you don't want to be
pushing
playing
the
shots
yellow
like
over,
that.
aren't you, so.
He's under hit that by a fair amount. Now he's got to play the long plant. I think even if he rolls onto the black here, that'll give him a good angle on that yellow over at the top right.
Yeah, just wants to nudge the black away.
Yeah,
far enough so it's not awkward queuing. But yeah, I think that might be the shot.
And then the black will go into 2 bags, the 2 bottom bags that'll be. Or he will need it. He'll probably take it into the bottom right anyway, come the time.
It's always nice to have options though.
Yes. There you go. Oh, he's nudged that a wee bit further down, but that's fine because he's left that perfect over the bag, so that'll be his last yellow.
Yeah, I think the worst thing he could have done there was the skill shot.
The 2 in 1, yeah.
Potted both yellows at once.
Yeah, so that's worked out perfect. So all he has to do now is screw back between the red and the yellow. He should be fine. Just like that. Dead reactive this table, eh?
Yeah, really rapid, isn't it?
So he's about 5,000 to 1 to miss this one.
I don't know if I buy that. Slightly tricky, this.
Nah, he's fine.
I know, but...
he's fine. Oh.
Well, he didn't fancy it. He didn't fancy it.
Aye.
I'm not... that doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
See on that, see one of the outside tables, if he played that like that, his white would be back into the middle of the table.
Yeah. I think he's played the right option there. I think that yellow down the rail was missable, just because it was awkward where he was putting his hand.
With this one, he can put the white anywhere.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, I think he's played the right options there.
That's fine. Yeah, I think he'll banana this in and hold the white.
Oh, I'd love it.
I so want to try and do that in a tournament one day, but you know, if you do it, you end up making a mess of it. Yeah,
that's the thing. If you look like an idiot, I'd love him to banana it round and play the black into the same pocket.
Aye, that'd be good.
That'd be great.
But I would need to be 7-0 up in the first 8. But even then, you still wouldn't want to do it.
It's just dicing with death and playing with fire, isn't it?
Yeah, but it'd be entertaining.
Oh, definitely. I'd love to see it.
I think Liam will do it.
Shots. 4 break dishes in a row between these two, and it's 2-all.
So Liam looks awfully happy.
Yeah, no emotion there.
Yeah. Back to the old Liam.
Yeah, that's about as much emotion as a wooden pallet. That.
3-2 to you. So what do you think he's thinking about?
Do you know, I
think he's
that's
thinking...
a great question. Well, I mean, you know him much better than I do, so what do you think he's thinking about?
Sleep.
Is it late for him?
No, I just like sleeping. Every time he walks in here, you can tell he's just been sleeping, eh?
Excellent.
He just loves... he loves...
I mean, a man after my own heart.
There's nothing wrong with sleeping. You know, everybody needs it.
It's one of life's greatest pleasures, and on a tour weekend, not one that I get to experience very often.
Or he's either thinking about all my waters in Marc's car. Likes to store all his water in my car.
If it were me, I'd be thinking about food, but then that's pretty
food.
Normal.
But he's probably thinking about that as well. I don't know what he's had here. I don't know. He's not had his dinner yet.
Genuine question. How difficult is it to go on a run through a tournament like this? Because there must be times where you get literally no time for hours and hours at a time, from sort of midday to midnight.
Your dinner could be a can of juice and a Mars bar or something
Is
like
that
just
what
a bit
you
of
do?
sugar.
Literally just chuck it in when you get the chance.
The last one, the last event, the 2 days, honestly, it's like you don't get time.
No.
You don't get time. Maybe on the Saturday, you'll get time on the pro event. You'll get time in between matches. The first couple of matches, you'll get like chance to get your lunch, you know. But then once after you see you hit the quarterfinals, that's you all day.
Yeah.
Till 10, 11 o'clock at night, and then you're playing catch up in the Open. So you're starting the Open at 9 o'clock the next morning, you know. So you get your breakfast, and then that's you all day if you're playing all day.
I don't think a lot of people necessarily think about that, and it's really good insight, because obviously, as someone who's now won both events in a weekend, the amount of table time over a 24-hour period, there's a chance that you were on the table more than you were off it.
Yeah.
Which is sort of mind-blowing, really, that you can keep that level up at the same time.
It's just being mentally focused. That's a battle.
Liam Dunster breaking off in frame number 5. No one's ever accused him of not being mentally focused, that's for sure. For me, the most focused player in pool.
100%.
Slightly awkward leave from the break there.
Yeah, I don't know if he can get that yellow.
The thin
red,
snip to the middle is tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the yellows.
I think he can maybe squeeze in and get that.
If he can.
He might be hitting both at the same time.
It's a nice opportunity to have one of these type of shots, isn't it, when it's open table.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about the foul.
Yeah, I would say he can get that. So I think if he gets that and just kind of leaves the white where the gap is, round about there, should be fine, because the yellow will move away. Or it might even, I don't know, he'll punch through, so his white will come through in between the red and the yellow to the right of that, if he runs it through a wee bit, maybe.
You have to be a bit careful of the double hit if you're looking at it through.
Yep.
Probably easier to stun, isn't it?
Yep. He's tied his red up on the bottom. So he's got work to do.
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, the red he's closest to, does that go up to the top right?
Yeah, I would say that one that goes up to the top right, and I don't know if he can get through.
It looks like it
for
does
the one
there,
in the middle.
but the overhead looks...
Alright, yeah.
Ooh.
Right.
I mean, if he hasn't really got much of a shot, has he? So
playing a thin one.
Played it to cover the bag.
It's a good shot. So we've got our first tactical game.
Yeah. Is there an opportunity for Dan to do exactly the same back here and cover that top left? I feel like the red's far enough away that he could get in there.
Yeah. Just put the white in behind the black.
Yeah. Interestingly, Dan doesn't use his extension there.
Oh, it's a good shot.
These kind of frames your bread and butter? Do you enjoy a tactical frame, or would you rather a dish fest?
It depends if you've broke or not. If you've broke, then no, and if you haven't broke, then yes, you've got a chance. I don't mind it now, getting old. I think you do enjoy it. Well, obviously it depends if the frame of mind you're in.
Yeah.
And how the game's going, you know, like if it's free flowing, then you just want breaking dishes all the time, you know. It's good to mix it up. So Liam just brought out his hard red, so it kind of puts Dan in a position. Does he try and tie up that bottom right hand corner more?
Yeah, it's a little bit stick or twist here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got this, so he's got the yellow over the pocket to get back down table, because you might as well. There's no value in leaving that there.
No. You might put this one on top of it and like cover the bag on the bottom right hand corner here. But he's got an angle here.
I was going to say, he's got an angle on the right
perfect.
centre, hasn't he?
And he's once he clears them away, that yellow will go in there to the bottom right hand corner. So it's all about getting that red away from here.
The only worry with this shot is that the red might catch the jaws and just hang in the pocket.
So he needs to have a wee bit of pace on this. There you go, he's had it at pace. It's landed okay.
Come out.
I think he might need to take that yellow out, because he can play it in a way he can screw it, so it's coming off the side cushion. And he'll want to leave it roughly right, even just where the red is now, just to the left of that red. Oh, he's going to come across.
Yeah, it's
a big target if he comes right across.
There's no absolute guarantee with playing a ball like this, is there? Because the contact on the red can vary ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's going to come right across, so like kind of square to the red. You'll see it because he's hitting it thick enough. There you go.
Good shot. How's your luck?
He's okay.
Whoa.
Take that shell onto the top left and stun into the red just to the right of it. Nice easy shot.
Yeah, nice easy shot. You can tell you see the game differently to me.
You can just float this in.
Yeah.
A big shot. If he gets this, he wins the frame.
It's a missable pot though. It's not the
top
easiest,
right.
is it?
No.
No, the pocket's not that big.
That's tightened up. That's the thing. Some people see them different because it depends what kind of eye you are. If you're predominant right or left.
Okay.
Right-eyed would have went that. I bet he Dan's left-eyed. That's why he's went to the right. I never noticed. What do you know?
Makes sense. Me?
No, Dan.
It's
What eye does he cue under? Should he cues under his left, doesn't he?
It's a great question. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Because that determines that kind of shot you would play there.
Do you know, I've never even thought of that. You know, you learn and you know about right eye dominant and left eye dominant and where people hold
Everybody's
the cue.
different.
But I've never thought of it affecting my choice of shot before, and I guess it makes perfect sense that it would.
Because if I'm right-eyed, so I see the right-hand side of that ball better than the left. Feels like you're going against it. It's just natural. Where if I was left-eyed, I would go up to the right-hand corner and hit the left-hand side of the ball. Always under-hit that a wee bit. I don't know if he might. I think he might take the plant here and screw into the red. It's a big shot. No, he's going to.
It looks reasonably well made, the plant. It looks, as far as a plant of that distance goes, fairly makeable.
He's just going to play. He's looking at it now, but I think he's going for the plant now.
Yeah, he
and
hasn't got time to get back now, has he?
He can screw into the red here and bring it out. There you go, perfect.
Terrific shot.
I'm saying perfect. It's not really because his weight's going to run away a wee bit.
I feel like he could probably screw this across, can't he? And play the last red to the.
It's one of them to get the reaction out the white to screw across. He's got to hit it a bit harder, so it's so easier to get right over, and he could easily go behind that yellow on the left hand side. It's one you've got to time, so he's actually going for a double here. That slid. Good shot. I would never have played the double there.
No?
Never.
He's
A
got
snooker background.
He's got such a confidence about
Yeah.
it, Liam. Yeah, of course. You spent. How long did you spend on the Pro Snooker Tour?
I was on it for a couple of years. I was on the tour.
And
But,
any big scalps at the time? Or when was this, if you don't mind me?
It was about 15 years ago.
Right.
Maybe
So sort of early 2000s, mid 2000s.
Yeah. It's coming up. I was qualifying my guys qualifying for the TV stages back then.
Yeah.
Because it was like you had to win 4 matches to get to TV stages. So I was in the same, starting off with like kind of Judd Trumps, Marc Allens, up against these guys. So tough school. Plus there was only 6 tournaments a year, so it's not like nowadays where there's tournaments every other week. So it's a lot better.
Do you feel like you'd have had a better chance of making it than had there been that many tournaments or not?
It's hard to judge. I think now it's more open. It's more everybody starts in the first round now, where back then you had like Ronnie's and Stephen Hendry's. They started at the telly stages, so you had to get 4 matches to get to where they are. Now it's like the tennis, everybody starts first round, so everybody's under pressure. You're not protected with your ranking. So apart from you do get seeded, but I think now's the time to be a professional snooker player, rather than 15 years ago.
Now, of course, it's time to be a professional pool player.
Pool's getting bigger every year, so, and it is. I can't watch snooker now. I just find it boring compared to watching pool, because pool's more quick and it's a lot faster. Yeah, it's so it's snooker. You drift in and out it.
Tell you what, Dan's hitting that break.
Yeah, he's hitting it sweet, but it's a bit of work to be done here. The red in between the yellow and the black. If he gets that out, then doesn't need to get that out, because that red will go down by the black. So he's got a finish here. Take the one up the rail first.
Yeah, he's got a big pocket for that. Not that you probably need it, but you might make use of it.
Still got a big pocket if that yellow wasn't there.
Sorry, you're right. He's got an enormous pocket.
Yeah, it's enormous now. Yeah.
Physically unmissable.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's taking this now.
I don't know. It depends if he thinks he can get that other red into a better position.
No, I can't. See, that would have been a good red to get on that red that was sitting there once you clear away these bottom 2 down the left hand corner. So I don't. He's going to just bring it out here into. He's going to just stun into it.
Yeah, I quite like this in some ways, because he's got that enormous pocket up the top of the table.
Massive.
He can save it.
Yeah.
Because basically, as long as you've got a sight of that red on the cushion, it's
there you go,
pretty
perfect.
much unmissable.
Oh.
That's a little unlucky.
Might need to take this one now up the rail.
Yeah, if he's on the one over on the left-hand side, then maybe. But that
he's not.
That yellow almost rocked back, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Has it covered it or not? He's looking at it.
It's hard to tell. Going by the way we're seeing it, can't see it.
I don't think he can see it.
No. He's probably lining up his next shot.
Yeah.
Play this with bottom right hand side. And that'll bring the white back down. There you go. That's okay.
just a fraction short pace.
Might take this one now and come off 2 cushions. I would take this one with just play it with right hand side. Try and play up onto the bulk line, just below the bulk line. So you've got a natural angle to come back down after the next shred.
Here we go, that's the
He's
shot.
playing it plain by the looks of it.
Oh,
damn.
wow.
That was a quick one he flung in there. He flung in a quick one.
I mean, yeah, did he think it was thinner than it was, maybe? Or
He's put, what he's done is put right hand side on it, so the white's flung to the left. So it's hit the object ball thinner.
Yeah.
And obviously, because he's hit it hard, he's got more throw on it. You know, because he did hit that too hard.
But that's what I mean. I feel like he didn't have to hit it that hard.
No,
he didn't have to go twice across with the cue ball.
If he had it softer, it wouldn't have threw as much.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I think he's just had it hard. A wee bit of pressure, maybe.
It was very hard though.
Because I don't know if that red goes into the top right hand corner. So first big mistake.
Yep.
So a bit of getting on the one into the middle. Looks like it's out far enough just to drop it in.
Yeah, if you're right behind it, you
Yeah.
fancy that.
And that yellow next to the black goes into the bottom right hand corner, so it's really just a shot in the middle.
These are always a bit difficult, these. Where it's that close to the cushion. Doesn't take a lot of...
Yeah, if it just drifts off or something, if he's playing at pocket weight, that's why sometimes you like to drag these in. So
Yeah.
you're getting the pace on the white and it just kills it at the last minute, so you're not going to get that roll off.
Just got to let gravity do the work.
There you go, that was fine.
Nicely done.
So now you just want to stun this one in, maybe even bring the white back a bit a ball or two. So he's just dropped, so he's straight on the one into the middle, so the white's not rolling away.
This one will have to go down as an opportunity for missed for
Yeah.
Dan Davey if Liam can take these out.
Yeah, if Liam takes his out, Dan will be a bit agitated with himself in the chair. There you go, it's perfect. So you've had time to think. Who's your idol?
I haven't been thinking about it. Okay, let's take this seriously. There's a player who played for Brighton called Gary Hart.
Gary Hart? Is he Scottish?
No. They signed. So this is back in the days when Brighton nearly went out of business. I think they signed him for £1,000 and a set of tracksuits.
Right.
And he was just solid and dependable. He was a rock, basically.
Right, okay.
He was a centre forward. Scored tons of goals, but he just worked so hard. And I think I've always felt a bit of a resonance with players that have to work really hard for everything they have.
Old school.
Yeah, you watch some players and they've just got natural talent, and I sort of hate them. I love them. I love watching. I love watching all of the professionals on the tour.
But guys with natural talent have worked at it as well. It's not.
Of course they have.
They've got. It's like
when you see a player that clearly doesn't quite have that natural talent, and yet their hard work has pushed them up.
Yeah.
There's no phrase in there. Hard work beats talent. You need both. The fact is.
So being a Brighton fan, right? So obviously Graham Potter, he left.
Yep.
What's your thoughts on him? Is he, you still like him, or
I don't begrudge him. I
No.
think he was an idiot.
for leaving?
Yeah.
Do you think the team? I know that you sold a lot of players now, like obviously for last year in the Graham Potter era.
I thought Potter was.
Do you think
I
that the
thought
team's
Potter was
still
mad.
based around the way he built it up, or is it down to the new manager?
It's a bit of both.
Bit of both.
Bit of both. But Graham Potter left a team that was 5th in the league and flying for a team that was really struggling. Only 8 games into the season, with too many players.
Yeah. Aye.
It made no sense to me.
It's players that you've not brought in.
Yeah. Yeah, and £1 billion worth of that you haven't brought in.
No,
Yeah, no,
that's
crazy.
pressure on its own.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought Graham Potter was mad to leave Brighton, to be honest. And I know that's easy to say, but I think I would think that from anywhere.
So obviously money talks.
Well, yeah. That's the thing. Equally, we can say he's mad, but that one contract, Graham Potter never has to work again if he doesn't want to. So, and he might not want to after that job, to be honest.
It might put you off.
Not sure I would.
There's another good break by Liam, and it looks like he'll go. What do you think he'll go here, Dan?
The yellows aren't too bad, are they?
It's just that one on the top left-hand side cushion.
Yeah, I think if you get
goes
right
into
behind
the middle,
that, you can drop that in the middle.
Yeah.
So I think it probably will be yellows. I think
Yellows
are easier
yellows.
than reds. That red on the bottom cushion's horrible.
Yeah. Reds are only good because you've got the starter into the middle, but with the yellows, you're taking this yellow into the bottom right-hand corner and you're moving the red over to the other yellow, so you need to punch it just enough paste so it doesn't stick to the yellow.
You just don't want that red causing a nuisance, do you? The one that you're going to have to move.
And then the only issue after that is getting up on that yellow into the middle, but he's going reds.
He's going reds?
Yep.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with Liam.
No, me neither.
If he says reds is the colour, then reds is the colour for me.
It's just getting on this red next to the. Try to think. The 3 in the line, the middle one. See if you get the right angle on that to come down the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what he's playing for here. He's wanting to stun this one up the rail on the right hand side and come down and try and get that one in the middle of the 3 reds. I'm a bit surprised he did take yellows reds. I think because of that yellow into the middle, that'd have been the tricky one. I think he's came down too low.
Used all of the pocket, but there's plenty of it, so it's fine. A little bit straight.
Yeah, it could be. He might need to punch it, or he might need to just screw back a bit and take the one into the middle next.
I think that might be the shot. I don't think he can punch this up to the top, to the bottom row. Been wrong before.
Oh, he had a wee
Just
angle.
about. Awkward this now, though.
Yeah, and he's got to he'd like to bring the white back to the left rather than follow through to the right.
Is that taking a bit too much of a liberty with the cue ball when you're this close to the yellow and bridging over?
But see, the joy with playing on these tables, you don't need to get a lot into it to come back the way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I think he'll be glad that didn't drop, to be honest.
He'll not be glad at all. He'll, you just couldn't get low enough on the white there.
No. So now Dan has the problem that we were talking about that may have been Liam's problem with the yellow.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an awkward one, isn't it? Because it will go in the centre.
Do you think he'll screw into the red over the bag?
Well, I mean...
Just like that. There you go.
Why not, I suppose?
Frees up the 2 yellows, but now he knew he was a bit unlucky because... saying unlucky, he might have flicked that red half ball and came up a wee bit, like too far, and landed on nothing there. So, but his white ball's going to come down a wee bit low here.
If he does have to leave that yellow...
Yeah, so he needs to be careful here a wee bit.
into the left
Yeah,
centre.
see, he's come down quite low here, so he's got a fin snick into the bottom right hand corner. Could play this in a way, maybe. Cannon into his hard yellow. Off the
The real problem with that yellow is if you get right behind it, it's fine, you can drop it in, but you don't want to have to push through past the red to get onto the black.
Onto the black. You would need to stun it and leave the white just before the yellow. So you might run into it here. Slides enough. Oh, he's played with side again.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? He didn't even play with side there. Because there was no spin on the cue ball.
It's actually quite hard to tell what.
Is either a kick or he's just misjudged it.
I think he's probably just misjudged.
Yeah, he's trying to hold the white and he's just caught it too thick. Natural instinct is when you go to try and hold the white, you hit it too thick.
It was thin, but I mean that is a long way from the pocket.
That was another bad shot. It's not like Dan, he's been playing well.
I mean, there's the pressure of the TV table. It's a semi-final. It's been a little while since Dan's seen a final, I would suggest.
Seen a semi?
I'm not going to touch that one.
And this way a wee bit left hand side, so he's just coming off the one cushion. There you go. A wee bit left, just kicked it away.
A little
like
bit
it
there. I mean, that's certainly
out.
closer to the middle pocket than Liam expected to be, I think.
It looked good at the start, and it looked like maybe the sides reversed and pulled it towards the pocket. But he's perfect, it's straight, so he can just stun this in. Even just roll it in. And leave the white where the red is. And that will be 5-2 to Liam. Oh, he's run too far. He's left this awkward.
No.
Still fancy him to get it,
What?
but oh, mind you, it's a big bag. That's right. So it is.
Now, this is a shot I'd put my house on. Like,
is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
What happens if you were playing it?
Do you know what?
Where would you rather be, where the red was or where the white is now?
No, I'd back myself to get this all
Right.
day long. But I like these shots. You know when you just have a type of
Yeah,
shot that you particularly
yeah.
like.
I was just trying to talk it up a wee bit, you know, but
I know, but the thing is, I've seen you so far say that shots that I thought would be sort of awkward, say they're quite easy, and then the roles were reversed that time.
I just know sometimes when your white's not where you should have it, you put a wee bit more pressure on yourself.
Well, if there is pressure on Liam Dunster, it doesn't look like he's feeling it right now.
No.
He trails.
He
Sorry,
never
he
does.
leads by 5 frames to 2. Dan Davey trails by 3 frames. And Dan will be disappointed because let's be honest, he should be 4-3 up.
He's played 2 really bad shots.
Yeah.
And I would put them down. The first one was a quick one, so that's nerves right away when you deliver the cue too quick. And I don't know what happened the second one. I think he's just tried to hold the white, and your natural instincts when you're holding the white is to hit the ball thicker.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's happened there.
Senior referee Scott McMillan making sure that everything is perfect.
Back for his hair.
That's not a job you want.
No, not when Liam's at the table, that's for sure.
That's true, actually.
I'm surprised he's not checked him.
Implicit trust
Or
in Scott.
has he been told not to?
I don't think that, no. Firstly, it's Dan's break, to be fair. Secondly, I've seen Marc Farnsworth check the rack today a couple of times, so our first stream game.
They've split perfect.
Absolutely caught those.
He's timed them. Couldn't time them any better.
No, that is a class break.
His first shot here is going to be, he's going to go yellows, and I can see him taking the one into the top left.
Yep.
And just nudging that red out of the way a wee touch.
Yep.
And then they all go.
Is this just a trace of left hand side, just to pull the cue ball
Just
across?
a fraction, because the cushion will slide anyway. So you're just looking to hit this red half ball. Or is he actually just always going to play the plant? See, that's where I think black ball's too easy. Playing a red onto the yellow to start with, I think you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Because it makes the game too easy.
Disagree. I think I don't think you should be punished for a good break, and I think without that,
he wasn't punished. It's luck at the end of the day. The break.
Of course,
if you get a ball, you get a ball, so you're in the frame. But I think that just makes black ball too easy when you can hit a colour onto another colour.
I think this is the perfect rule set. There is one rule that I would change.
The break. If you're going off the break,
yes,
it should be one shot.
That is absolutely the one rule I would change.
And that there, I think, will make it a bit tighter for the top level.
Yeah.
Because it makes it too easy.
I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I can see it. I think I like the way that it is. But I wouldn't be wholly against that. That wouldn't turn me off it at all. I do think one after the break, after an in-off, would be better.
Yeah. Because you know yourself, if you go in off the break, you've lost the frame.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
So just like that, it's 5-3 in a minute. Unless Dan throws in a quick one.
Well, I mean...
But I'm sure it'll be fine.
The two that he's missed so far have been thin snicks, haven't they? So
yeah. Oh, there you go.
No problems there. A break dish gets Double D back on the board. Back in the zone, you would hope.
Yeah, he's still looking comfortable.
Still looking well.
Yep. Just back for walking the dog. He's looking fresh, isn't he? He scrubs up alright, Dan, didn't he?
I know Dan, he had a long time, didn't he, where he didn't have a local club and he wasn't able to practice. And I think that's changed in the last couple of years. You can really see that in his game.
Big time, yeah. His game has well improved the past. I would say I've noticed it the past year. And he's enjoying it. That's the main thing.
I think it might be my fault because he won the Open event in the very first tour that I ever went on.
Right.
And hasn't won one since. So, yeah, I think it's me. He won me 250 quid that night. I was well pleased. I had no idea who he was. I had no idea who anyone was.
Well, that's crazy, the pool world, the amount of people you actually know now through pool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we've been
got a
doing
big
a few
following.
interviews today, and so many people have talked about, particularly the IPA, as sort of a family, and it really can be. It's obviously not one big happy family. That would be insane, but there's levels to it, aren't there? And I think
you've just got to look at what happened to myself. Like me and Laura. Everybody, the whole pool world came together, and it was good. It was like wow. But then it's sad, and the same thing that the whole pool world came together for such a sad reason, and then it all goes back to the way it is. But at the end of the day, we're all pool players, and we all love the game, so we should all want it to grow.
I couldn't agree more. Yep.
But as I say, if anything bad happens, everybody's all in it together.
Oh, of course.
So we're all one happy family then.
Yeah, and I think as a general rule, it's on this tour. I can't speak for any other experience because I don't really have that much. But there's obviously the odd falling out and stuff, but generally, at the professional level especially, all of you guys seem to get on so well.
Oh yeah, I don't know anybody out there that doesn't like anybody. Do you know that way?
Yeah.
It's like when you're at the table, obviously you want to win, but at the end of the day, if you get beat, you get beat. It's not the end of the world.
But do you not think that's a little bit weird in some way? Because can you imagine any other sport being like that?
I just think because the prize money's not as big. See, if the prize money was big, then I think it would get a lot more needle and people would go in their own wee bubbles and stuff like that, And I think just now it is like a happy get away for the weekend. If you win, you win. You get beat. You'll have a good time with catching up with your friends. But I think if it did get, like you're talking, say 20, 30, 50 grand to the winner, something like that, you would see a lot of people like going about in their own wee teams. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
you know, it's it'll be more serious.
What was it like on the snooker tour?
It was a wee bit like that, I would say.
Yeah.
You know, you had your people, but everybody was all nice to everybody. There was no like anybody you would go like, oh, he's stay away from him or don't, you know. But I would talk about Judd and stuff like that, you know, and everybody was brand new. Marc Allen, everybody, even all like your guys like John Higgins, Maguire's, McManus's, everybody's so approachable, you know, and really nice.
I think maybe we just get used to watching, you know, you get your sort of Netflix documentaries on the tennis or the golf. Or,
yeah, they're superstar sports, you know, like.
Yeah, but I wonder if actually those sports are similar as well, and they're friendlier than we think, and it's just the sort of manufactured drama of the TV cameras that leads us to believe there's all these warring factions everywhere.
Oh, you look at the boxing. They all hate each other, and then after the fight, they're hugging each other. They're like, we've just made 20 million, you know.
It's a lot
having a barbecue the next weekend.
You in the face.
Oh, aye, that's what sells
when
fights.
Made you 20 million quid.
Well, I'm not saying it's the same. It's far off the same level, but look at me and Farnsworth. Everybody thought there was needle between us two. I know there's been bits and bobs said and stuff, but at the end of the day, the respect's there for both of us.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and that's like a total smaller scale, but it's amazing how other people can get involved in that, and that's what sells games.
Yeah.
You know, a wee bit of needle does sell a game.
Yeah, there's obviously still a huge amount of respect between the players. But yeah, you're right. You need that little bit of needle at times.
Shot clock's going down. He's fine here. He'll just roll this in. Use the red as a wee bit of a stopper.
I imagine Liam's had his fair share of disagreements with people at times.
Now he's got
perhaps
a pool
in
hole,
his younger years, not so much now, but.
Only thing people used to like going to Liam about was obviously him taking his time.
Yeah.
That was it, and people used to get their back up with it and that. But at the end of the day, there wasn't a shot clock, so you can only play what's in front of you.
Yeah, no, that's it. I mean, you play to the rules, you play to win.
Yeah, that's it. It's just sometimes you know yourself, you can get bogged down yourself playing, and you can walk around the table a couple of times more than what you should do. But if you've not got something there to push you, then why should you? It's all about staying calm and composed, you know. So you can see it from both angles.
It's one of those, isn't it? If you had the resources for a referee on every table.
Yeah, you'd have stop clocks. Aye, you would.
Well, it's a simple 8-ball here for Liam Dunster. And he leads by 6 frames to 3. So, both our score predictions looking okay at the moment.
You said 9-6?
I said 9-6, you said 9-7, I think. So, yeah. Here's one for you. Right, talking of formats and rules and stuff. Would you like it more if you had to win by 2 clear frames? Make it like a leg of darts or tennis, or... Do you think that would be interesting?
Yeah, your timings would go out.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
It's a tough one because pool is like tennis, right, as you look at it. You've got to... Your breaks, you look at your break as your serve, you've got to win your breaks.
Yeah.
Right, so that's the way you see it.
But for that reason, you have to win by 2 clear points.
Yeah, because then the lag doesn't really... You're not losing out, because if you lose a lag by a millimetre, then your opponent's got a huge advantage to start with. He's got an extra break.
Yeah, I've got no particular view on this. It's something that someone said to me once, and it's one of those questions that makes you think. As Dan Davey gets kicked off horribly.
He didn't hit them as well that time.
No, he didn't. You could
tell.
Cue jumped about a mile in the air as well, didn't it? But what a chance for Liam to open up a 4-frame lead.
was just looking at my times there, I'm meant to be on at 10:15, but it's a wee bit delayed tonight, so.
Is that the actual time? Good lord. No, it's not. The laptop I'm looking at is an hour ahead. Okay. It's still quite late, but it's not. It's not 11 like the laptop in front of me says.
So yellows for Liam here.
Who have you got in the open?
Who have I got in open? I have winner of match 95, whoever that is.
Oh well, you'll be a while then yet.
Probably get moved to tomorrow morning now.
I doubt it somehow.
Or they just so that the match is sent at one each just now.
So we've got time for some more.
Yeah, we'll get the final in. We'll have a party. We'll go clubbing, and then we should be ready.
I quite fancy a night out now that you've said that.
What's a night out?
What's a night out?
What is a night out? Yeah.
It's not been that long, surely, Mark.
I was out last weekend, but it was like a day thing. We went out in Glasgow during the day, and back home tucked up in bed for about 11 o'clock. So that was good. Good day.
Showing your age there.
Yeah, I'm getting old. Catching up on you, Dan. Can't handle my drink. That's what it is.
I had two nights out in a row last weekend. Astonishing. I don't know how I did it. So Liam's taking the yellows here. You can't see any problems really, can you, Mark?
No. I'm stood up for the one just on the left-hand cushion next. It's just... Stand up through the gap. Oh, he's under hit it.
Oh, this is nasty now.
Yep, but he's fine. We'll take the one on the bottom cushion now.
Oh,
I just felt like he was messing about a wee bit there.
Has he not gone? No, he's just about okay, I think. I thought he'd gone a little bit too far. I thought.
Oh right, no, you can see the bottom cushion. So we'll take the one in the bottom. He might even just play the last shot onto that. See the one that he was playing for there. That'll be his last yellow now. So he's just having to reroute. Oh, Liam, what have you done? It's fine, but he was playing up to where the black spot is there. That just flew off the cushion.
Was that a little bit of extra adrenaline, or just misjudging the cushions?
The way he hit it, you could see he hit it quite hard, but it did fly off the cushion as well, so a wee bit of both. But I think you can just see this one. No, if you can see the one at the bottom right, take that, but he's going to take the one down the rail, so he'll need to screw this back a wee bit.
Slightly surprised at this, if I'm
honest. Played that well.
That's a terrific shot.
Now we'll just stun this one out onto the red. Or even just miss the red, so he's a bit straighter on the yellow, because you don't want to be. You want to be on the left-hand side of the yellow.
Yeah.
So your white's not running into towards the red there. You know, so.
So would you want to come across the face of the red now?
Yeah,
then?
yeah. It doesn't matter on these tables. You're fine. Even if you hit into the red, because you can just screw up. Yeah, just like that. So he's came across. There you go. He's fine.
It's pretty much spot on.
Yep. So a wee bit of rerouting there, but he's got there in the end. 7-3. It doesn't look like he's going to come back.
It's a long way back for Dan, isn't it, from here, realistically?
Especially the way the couple of misses and that, so you can tell he's not cueing the best.
No, and Liam really...
As Liam, he's just keeping it nice and simple.
It's hard to see where he's made a mistake in the whole match. You could possibly make an argument in the fifth frame, but he still won it.
That's because he took that bag, remember? And
yeah.
Dan missed the one into the same bag, had it too thick. So it's like mistakes like that you've got to punish, and then that's what leaves the dent in your opponent, you know. But he's kind of let Liam off the hook with that one, and hence the scoreline.
Is he much of a party animal, Liam?
Oh yeah, he's
Are you
out
aware?
bluttered every weekend.
I mean, Dan definitely is. I've seen
Is
Dan
he?
on
Is Dan?
Oh, Dan loves it.
Does
yeah.
he? Is he up there with Marshy?
No.
No.
Now there is a situation where you can legitimately say that Mark
Well, mind
is
you,
your idol.
I remember Dan over in France. He had a good night. We had a good night over there.
Yeah, Dan's
we had a great laugh over there. He was giving it to me tight all week, and so we got our own back at it on the last couple of nights. We had a good laugh. Even started a food fight, so it did. I was a bit surprised.
I'm not, if I'm honest. I'm not surprising.
I'm trying to remember what he hit me with. It was like a potato or something. So I got him back right in the forehead.
I mean, that's quite a big target, to be fair.
Yeah.
Is it a cooked potato?
So that's yellow again into the middle. Watch out for that. There you go. Oh, this is messy.
It's a horror split. I mean,
you don't mind when you're 7-3 up when
No.
you get a split like that.
Is it too much to go for? Has he got an angle on the red below the left centre to try and move that other red? Because other than that, all the reds are nice.
I would take if you've got the angle to play the yellow into the red into the left middle. If he's got a wee angle, he can stun across that red in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
And leave an angle so he can come off the bottom cushion and into that yellow and red. But
I mean, it's got to be reds, hasn't it, really?
yeah.
So, I suppose, because the decision is that easy, it's all about how do you get that red out.
What's he looking at? He's taking yellows. He's going to take this yellow and try and bring one of his bad yellows out. He's got the plant there in the yellows as well. Oh, there's one out. He might just tuck him in here. He might just...
I mean, he's still got the other cut.
I think he really wanted to bring out the other yellow, not that one.
Yeah.
Because he could play the plant and bring that yellow he just brought out there. He could have brought that out with easier. So he's just going to tap into this a wee bit and just try and get the white up right next to the red. Just like that. And Dan's not really got a shot. He's got a plant if he's wanting to push the boat right out, but he'll just roll into this. But then you're either forcing it Liam to go for this here, or Liam could just hang the bag here and leave the white so he can only see that red again.
I suppose the one thing he can't do, at least Dan would have proximity. You know, Dan wouldn't be so close to the red if Liam plays that shot. At least he'd have something to do.
I think Liam's... No, he's not. I thought he was
just going to lay up.
Yeah. But then if Dan goes for a double here, and double D.
Yeah, double D at the double.
So we're calling it. He's getting this. Even if he's too far, he might flick the black and go in here.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite a big bag when you look at it that way.
He's got to go for it.
Oh, if he gets it, he's won the frame.
Yeah.
I'm surprised with that shot. Oh no. I'm even
long.
surprised now. I didn't fancy Dan for that for some reason, just the way he's queuing. I just feel like he's not queuing very well.
I wonder. My concern was that he wasn't actually going to get a better chance to go at that red.
Because how are you going to get it out?
Yeah, because all the yellows are in the way.
Because you need to get it out in a way that you've got to kind of punch it quite hard.
Yeah.
To get it out, plus get the white out as well. So Liam's, he'll be going for this now, surely. No, that's drifted.
Well,
he's got to go for the double now, surely. Surely.
You'd think. I mean, he's got an easier straight pot on now as well, up to the top left. So if he does think that maybe there's a better way to get that red out,
he's going for the double.
But yeah,
he's learnt his lesson, I think, here. After that shot, I should have went for the double. Now he's going for the double. He'll get it.
Oh no, he won't. Jesus, he nearly knocked the black in. I think Dan's race is run here, to be honest.
He's struggling.
It must be tough. I mean, to be fair, he spent quite a long time sat down.
Yeah. It's tough then. You play a couple of shots the way he's played. The couple of shots, it does dent your confidence, and then everything looks hard. You know, so you either hit the ground running again, or you play shots like that, you're a wee bit out. So I don't know what Liam's going to do. Is he going to? I think he'll take this yellow up into the top left-hand corner. I don't know. It's tough because then he's got to work away. He's got to work away getting up. He's really got to get this. Oh, that's a big shot. He's missed it.
Wide.
No, see
Might have
that.
drifted a fraction, but I think that was
Oh, that was always wide, eh? But on a club table, you wouldn't have went for that.
No.
Not in the Marine.
No.
So D'Angelo, at one point he'll probably need to play a 2-1, or if not, he might not need to. So this is Dan's. He's got to take these out.
Yeah,
if he
and this
doesn't,
is his first good chance, really, that Liam's given up.
Yes.
You know, okay, he could have gone for the double, but then he went for the double a shot later and missed it by several miles. So I think this is the first chance where Liam's made an honest mistake in the match.
I don't think he'll need to play the 2-1 here. The two reds will go into the top right-hand corner, so it's all a case of getting over to that bulk line.
Yep.
On the left-hand side, just below that. And I don't know what he's doing here. Don't know what he's doing
doesn't
there.
want to be on that yellow.
Don't know what he's frozen.
Oh, that's horrible.
Don't know why he played it.
I'd argue that's still a bit unlucky. I agree that I don't think it's the right shot, but to finish on the yellow like that, I think is harsh.
What was he playing? What was he playing on? Was he playing on the one
middle,
above him?
I reckon. I thought he might have been playing on the one to the left centre, but good question.
Slid
Double again. Hasn't got
Cushion
it this
slid.
time.
He's actually got away with it a wee bit. He's tied that up. Yep. But Liam can play the plant here and come off the side cushion beside, and free that yellow out. So he's okay.
Would you the plant here, the yellow onto yellow?
Yes.
And coming down the table with the cue ball. Would you want to pop both these yellows in the same shot this time? Because because it's surrounded by reds.
Yeah, you kind of want to glance off. Obviously thinks that will go into. He's got to take that into the right middle. Or the top right. It makes more sense because then you're not having to rely on, because you could play into that and stick on the red and then you've not got a shot. That's how you play it with a wee bit aside, so it's more likely to glance off it. But it's going to, the idea is just, what's he? Oh, I'm surprised here. He's in so much control, but you're still, Dan can come off this left hand side cushion and pot this.
I mean, Dan needs something.
Yeah, he needs a bit of magic.
He's had 3-4 chances now in this frame to make something happen, and you feel like this is surely the last chance he's going to get to do that.
This will get him in the frame if he gets this. Shot.
That is a beauty from Dan Davey.
This might squeeze in. This will squeeze in the top left-hand corner. I was so surprised at Liam, because Liam could have played this one down the bottom left, screwed up the side cushion, and played that yellow that he just played into the right corner, right middle. Oh, this one's going to be sore for Liam.
This is I mean, it's a huge giveaway, really.
It's not like Liam. That's kind of like a negative kind of shot that he played there rather than positive.
Yeah, it's been a strange frame, hasn't it, really?
It's not finished yet.
It's not.
But it soon will be.
That's fine.
Wee bit of right hand side on this one. Just come back along the bulk line and just. Where's it go?
It's been a really weird frame, this, to be honest. So, particularly in the context of the rest of the match has been such high quality.
Look at that. Wow.
Damn.
He was quite quick there as well. I think it could be just feeling a wee bit of pressure.
Just struggling with the pace, but I mean, my word.
But you can tell the way he's hitting the right.
He's made this tricky.
Yeah, he's going to run off 3 cushions here. 1, 2, 3.
Doesn't want to finish in a direct.
Fuck, he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just held up in time, but.
Yeah, another couple of rolls. Yeah.
Could have been real awkward.
That sums up this frame.
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
I was sucking in like a mechanic there when they're about to tell you how much your car's going to cost. That was, I mean, that's a terrific shot. Very, very well judged. And a huge surprise, frankly, that that Liam gave him the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, Liam will. That's a sore one for Liam to take. And if is it Dan's break now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so if Dan breaks and clears up here, it's 7-5, and pressure's on Liam to get a ball off his next break.
Yeah.
So that was a lifeline for Dan there, and he's took it.
You know Liam probably better than most. I mean, how will he dwell on a mistake like that for long? You know, obviously not.
Depends
for too long,
on
but
the
if Dan finishes these up, do you think that Liam will come to the table at 7-5 thinking? Oh,
there's more pressure on it. Yeah. He'll be thinking to himself, I need to put my foot back, basically take control of the match again, get a break and clearance. But then if he doesn't, or he gets kicked in off, then before you know it, you're level again. That would be 7 each, you know, possibly. So he's just got to. He'll be sitting there stewing a wee bit if Dan gets a good break here, and if Dan clears up, then the pressure's back on Liam.
Dan kicked it off on the last break.
Yeah, and his weights.
Cue ball was close again.
And he never hit them either. He's not tight. See the side he had in the cue ball there?
Yeah.
That tells you he never cut it flush. So the wee saviour here maybe could be the 2 balls on the right hand cushion. It doesn't look like it's a plant. Looks like it needs to be made a wee bit, but if he can go yellows, he can that yellow just on the right middle. You can leave an angle just to roll into it.
It might be a plant, but I think you'd have to play it quite softly. So I think you're probably right in that it's not the right option now, because you couldn't get the cue ball back out. It's one of those. Again, from there, it doesn't look like one on the overhead. I think that looks closer to a plant.
Or even the reds are good. So a couple of balls to get it out. So if he runs, oh, he was unlucky. Tried to just run by the black. So he had that red there, just to even the red into the middle. He would take that next after the one into the bottom left-hand corner. Try and leave an angle. So he wants to get out as quick as possible now.
There's still tons of options available though here to get that red out.
That's came out perfect. That's perfect.
He wouldn't have wanted the yellow to go that close to the red, would he?
I think he's okay. I think he can. If he just stuns this in, he's got a straight shot on that red next to the yellow.
To the
he's shaking his head.
I don't think that goes.
No, I don't think he can see it. So if he's straight on this, there's not much you can do with the white. So he'll need to leave that one.
I mean, I think the only place that red goes, it might be the right
centre.
centre.
What's he doing?
Covering up.
That's going to. But that's crazy, because Dan's got the top one into the top left, and then he's got the angle to bring it out into the one in the middle. That's crazy. Liam's feeling it a wee bit. That's two kind of negative shots here, because he could have took the red there into the bottom left hand corner and worked about it, and then took the one down the rail and brought the ball out.
And I feel like the real surprise is that he's feeling it from 7-3 up.
Yeah. He's just still not comfortable with the tip he's got in his cue. It's playing, because he'd let me have a hit with it this morning, and you could tell.
But even so, he was, he was 7-3 up. He's dished what, 5? I think.
He's not had to pull out any big shots really. It's been kind of be nippy, just keeping in control of the white. But as a player, you kind of notice shots like that there that they would never play.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like that gives you confidence.
Yeah.
So this is a chance that Dan should never have had. So if
Dan's going to be growing into the game from this if he takes these out.
So he's wanting to really go for it now, get this yellow out, because he's got more chance of landing on a yellow here. So he's got to hit this a bit of pace so the yellow comes off the cushion. There you go. I think he's okay. That goes into the middle.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got a full pocket.
Yep.
It's a little tight.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just going to run into this red, so he needs to play it in a way that he needs to. If he can catch a red thick enough, that red's going to hit the yellow, so that could push the yellow onto the cushion. You know, so you need to be wary of that too. Because he's lucky he's got that yellow in the middle of the table that goes up to the top left. So he's got a couple of options here. Just depends what you can do with the white. He's got a big shot here. I don't know about that yellow. I think he's just got to roll this one up to the top right and come over and then take the one down the rail next.
Yeah. And
that yellow go into the middle. And so, fancy him to get this. This is a big bag.
It is awkward though. It's a bit of a cut back.
He's actually going top left. Well, this white could hit the knuckle here. Oh, it did. And
it's almost like he played it off the knuckle.
I think the other one was a more natural shot.
Yeah,
and the top right, your white's floating over rather than you're having to punch it in.
Is this perhaps a left eye, right eye dominant?
Maybe that, but he's thinking he's probably took his eye off with the white there.
Yeah.
Trying to catch a knuckle correct, where if you're playing it the other way, you don't need to worry about that.
Yeah.
So Liam's been let off here. So I fancy Liam to clear these up.
Well, Liam's had a couple of let-offs, to be honest, in the last two frames. He didn't take advantage in the previous frame to go 8-3. Dan played a terrific shot, but one that Liam left on. Is Liam going to make the same mistake twice? You would suspect not.
Oh, these are sitting easy for him. Just on the white in here. And then take the one bottom cushion and then side cushion, and then that leaves you straight on the black. Into the left middle. See, some players, like the difference between, I say, like a player, a top player and a kind of amateur player. An amateur player might roll that through and leave it quite straight without even thinking about it, you know, but you always want to leave a natural angle so that creates a pace.
Yep.
So all you're doing is just potting the ball and the angle's your pace, you know, it's giving you, it's just wee things like that, just leaving the correct angles.
This black to go one away. The international professional final. And it's there. One more frame required for Liam Dunster, and he will be breaking next. Dan Davey yet again coming undone at the hand of a Scotsman. Just a different one this time.
I'm taking a day off. I know, I'd be sick of our Scotsman's, but that's what happens when we were over in France. He was giving us it all tight, giving it all the banter, you know. He was back and stings you in the bum. Oh, now he's got to think to himself, well, perfect pool.
Yeah,
that's all you've got to think about at this stage.
I mean, I would argue it's 50-50 whether he actually sees the table again.
Yeah.
I think, you know, in these conditions, and I'd say this about any of the sort of top 8. I think in these conditions on this stream table, particularly towards the latter stages of the tournament where you know you're playing well, I do think it's a 50-50 whether you break dish or not, to be honest.
Should be. Your breaks, you're looking to clear up. Get a ball and clear up every break.
One more frame required.
Watch this yellow again, he hits straight into the left middle. It's more like a timing break rather than a power break. Got them a wee bit harder.
He did?
Yep.
How's it come out?
Got yellow into the right middle, but apart from that, they can take the long red. The reds are easier.
Yeah, they are, because actually it's just the one red, isn't it? The one that's sort of in the diamond of yellows on the top of your screen at the moment. That's the only red that really needs anything.
Just noticing this, you can take that yellow into the left middle. See the one that's right next to the red?
Yeah.
That wee diamond. And then roll through, and he's got the one on the rail next.
Yeah.
You can take that down, and that clears that path for that yellow down the rail after it.
Yeah,
I think that's a shot. Yep.
Probably makes yellows the colour.
Yeah, I would go yellows now after looking at it. You just want to run through about 2 balls. But he doesn't really need taking here and bring it back. And he can take the bottom yellow and screw up and nudge that yellow up towards the middle. You've got a couple of options here. Looks like he's rolling it through. There you go. You can even just play it in a soft fake and stun that yellow out above it. And he's got he's basically got the bottom yellow, and he can use the red as a stopper. There's a few ways he can play this.
Call the near knuckle. That's definitely more than one all though.
It's a wee bit of work to do to get this yellow on the left hand side. Unless he wants to screw this off the red and come back a wee bit and play the double on that yellow.
Wow.
Or just punch it.
That is well, he's ripped that round the table, that's for sure.
This is one.
Wouldn't have minded 6 more inches or maybe 2 feet less.
He's got a wee bit of angle. He might just roll this in, or if he's wanting to punch it, he'll just stun across and take the yellow into the left middle instead of the right middle. So the last thing you really want to do is roll into the reds, because you might sneak behind them. So he might, if he's playing it, I think he's going to punch this in and go yellows into the left middle. There you go.
Oh, now then. A lifeline perhaps for Dan Davey.
That's when
said
you know
perfect pull was required. Well, it certainly is now.
When somebody's confident to roll that in, you know.
Really? That's interesting, because I would have thought it was the other way around, because if I wasn't feeling confident, I'm pretty sure I'd
When you're not confident, you hit balls harder.
Makes me
If
feel
you don't
better.
trust your technique, it's harder to roll balls in. you know, I'm not talking like pocket weight.
Yeah,
you're just hitting at a controlled pace.
Yes.
Rather than he's punched at there. So when you're not feeling confident, you're kind of punching balls rather than stroking them in. It's a bit straight on this. I thought I wanted a wee bit more angle, so you need to run through a wee bit. Leave it a wee shade longer than what he wanted. So he's running through now. Oh, he's punched it. See, he's not came. It's got a wee bit. On these tables, you can hold it the white better because you're just killing the white. Ideally, I would have liked to have been like 2 balls over to the right. But he's fine. So he's still in.
He's still just clinging on in there. Dan Davey.
He's had a few lifelines, Dan, in this match.
I mean, more than you'd expect.
Yeah.
But I suppose you could argue Liam has as well. They've both made mistakes.
Do you think it's the waiting time they've had between matches? Do you think that's had a wee slight effect on them this game?
Possibly. I mean, yeah, it was a long wait between the quarter and the semi. And would you rather be playing this now and going on to the final, or would you rather be Gareth Hibbert and having had quite a long rest?
They're best just keep rolling,
Yeah.
keep rolling, rather than stop start. You know.
So do you think that whoever wins this match has a slight advantage then going into the final?
Yeah, if they played well.
Okay. Yeah.
If they've played well, yeah. If they've not, then the way Liam's played, to be honest, and the way I've seen Gareth play, Gareth's played brilliant today, for what I've seen.
Yeah.
I would put Gareth as favourite after what I've seen here.
Interesting. Okay. Time will tell.
He's hit them better.
Yeah, he's really caught hold
But
of it.
he's
Is this
not-
dry?
Yep.
That's unlucky.
Yeah. And if you can, I don't think you can see that red top left. If you could see that, it was game over.
I think he might
Oh,
be
no,
able
wait,
to.
no,
you
no, it
know?
doesn't. No, it doesn't matter because the yellow's bottom right. I just see the yellow there.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. So he might even play that yellow bottom right and just go into the 2 yellows. Right, a gamble. I think that's only because if he goes reds, he'll need to get rid of that yellow. But then he's got the red over basically the right middle. They come down and clear that yellow away. So it's a good chance if he's on reds. Yeah, you can see it. So it all boils down to getting the right angle on this one into the right middle.
That's fun.
Had to get that one in.
I'm stunned that it's taken you that
Took
long.
that long, I know.
Yeah. In fact, I'm disappointed that I didn't think of it either, to be honest.
You're slacking. It's been a long day.
It has. Isn't it always?
Played too much darts today.
According to the laptop, it's nearly midnight.
Feels like it.
It does. You're not wrong. Have you got an opponent in your open match yet?
Let me check. No. I'll refresh it.
Just the one problem ball. The problem ball being one of Dan's yellows.
Yeah,
Is he taking after you here, Mark?
Oh,
Is he
he's
going for the skilly?
Oh, the skill shot.
I think he might be. I think he looked at it.
He's got to, yeah, because he's if he was playing the one into the middle, he'd be a lot higher. I'd have preferred to go that way, to be honest, but
I think he had a look at it just a moment ago.
And come off the cushion. It's a natural angle for your white to spin out, you know. So, but you go with what you feel comfortable with.
But when you've sort of slightly messed up a couple of frames, does that make this harder?
Sure, it'll be fine. He's right behind it.
Oh, flew
there
past
you go.
it.
That's crazy how the angle that we've got here.
Yeah.
You feel like that could never go in a million years.
No, it really didn't look like it, did it?
No, so that's.
I'm glad it makes you look like an idiot as well. Sometimes,
Yeah.
Because it makes me feel a lot better.
Doesn't take a lot to make me look like an idiot.
Well, it turned out then it was a pretty simple finish for Liam this. So
just bring this back about 1.5 feet. A wee bit shorter. They came back a bit more. They came back and you wanted to be on that red into the bottom right.
Yeah.
You know. So now he's got to.
Yeah, I mean they were unmissable if he's a foot further back. Now there's just one more shot to be
See, it's
played.
wee shots like that you pick up on, you know, like where like during a match you go right, you know that they're not queuing as well as they might look like they're playing well, but then there's wee shots that you know that they're not timing as well. He's shot then again, so now he's going to roll into these. He'll need to play this in a way. He's going to be close to this corner bag, so he can come in basically below these two yellows.
It looks like he's struggling with his tip, doesn't it?
Yeah, he has.
You know,
Aye.
It's
You wouldn't have known that unless I told you.
no,
so.
of course I wouldn't. I would have just thought he'd played 2 bad shots.
Yeah.
But now that you mention it, he's clearly struggling with the reaction he's getting from the cue ball.
It just shows you how good he is when he's playing like this,
Yeah.
struggling with the tip. There you go.
This is
Perfect.
spot on. I thought it was just going to flick the yellow, but that is game over. Dan Davies' final chance has surely been extinguished. Liam Dunster will be our second finalist. He will take on Gareth Hibbert in the IPA International Professional Final. That will be coming up for you shortly. There will be no interview before this game, so that the players have a chance to rest and recuperate. So we're going to throw over to a nice little video. Thanks for your time, Marc.
No problem, anytime. Thanks, Dan.
So, from your experience from becoming a good amateur to becoming world champion, what would be your advice to aspiring players?
I say this to everybody: you have to practice with better players. You have to get beat up by better players because I mean you can get so far, in my opinion anyway. And I know a lot of other top pros say the same. You can get so far, you know, playing by yourself or just knocking about in the pub or with a club or whatever. But if you're getting beat up by good players all the time, you pick up the patterns, you pick up the way they take the finishes out, you pick up certain things, and when you're out there, all of a sudden you'll see it. It's a strange thing. It's a strange thing to sort of do, but it does come. It will come, and that's my advice: play with better players and play on the IPA tour because all the best players play here.
Welcome back after those few wise words there. Not something I often say about from Craig March.
No, that was a serious side of Craig though, wasn't it? Definitely.
Yeah, loving his shirt as well. Loving his shirt. Great cause. So we've just witnessed our second semi-final, and what a final we have got, Marc. It's a blockbuster. It's Gareth Hibbert against Liam Dunster. These two have played on many, many occasions, including that memorable world final from 2 years ago. What a treat the audience are in for tonight.
Yeah, 2022, way back before my time, not really. But they've already had one Titanic struggle in that final, and you know Liam came out a victor then. I think Liam, he's going to have a different sort of game here. You know, in this this different venue, Coventry. You know, that was back in the Bradford venue, so it's going to be a little bit different here. Liam, he's still trying to chase up, you know, another IPA title. Gareth, he wants to be chomping at getting the titles again, so it will be an interesting matchup, this one.
Just reflecting back on that semi-final, I know Dan was really confident going into that match. I think he certainly fancied the job. just a couple of little errors which you can't make at this level against Liam.
No, you really can't, and you know, I think we mentioned it in the studio. It is all about being consistent, and especially when you come up against the Liam Dunsters, the Marc Boyles, the Gareth Hibberts, the Farnsworth. You have got to make sure them errors are at the absolute minimum. You know, as soon as you're into the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, you're losing the match, and that's exactly what's happened tonight.
So obviously, Gaz Hibbert has had a bit of a break, hour and a half, maybe a couple of hours. Liam's just completed that match. Do you think either player is favoured by that situation?
Yeah, I think so. You know when you've had a bit of a long day, having a little bit of a rest can help you. And we've seen what a rest does for Gareth. You know, being away from the game here, he's into a couple of competitions and that. But you also see he's quite revitalised on the table. So he seems to have found his routine very nicely. He's played pretty well in every game so far. It is all about now how can he continue to keep playing well in the final. The way he's been playing, you expect that to continue. So Liam Dunster just coming off the table as well. Is that going to favour Liam Dunster? Yes, in a Liam Dunster way, you know, but you always get the same Liam Dunster whether he's been playing 16 hours or 6 minutes. He plays the same shots no matter what.
Okay, we'll continue our build up to the final, which is just a few minutes away. We heard a few words there from Craig Marsh, and let's hear a few words from Marc Boyle. No, we won't hear a few words from Marc.
Not quite.
Boyle. He's not ready. He's not ready to share those words with us yet. So we'll just continue our preview of the final, which is coming up. The players are just, or the officials are just getting the table ready. Let's look at their route to the final. On the left, the Godfather, the number 3 seed, Gareth Hibbert. Talk us about his passage to the final, Marc.
Well, I commentated on the one against Adam Griffiths, and it was. The score isn't really a true reflection of the way how well Adam Griffiths played, but it also is a bit of a reflection of how well Gareth Hibbert played. The way that he broke like that, he broke like God. Matt Davies played him in, and he won within about an hour, 8 frames to 1. Then we saw the Corey Reese match, and a very high quality match, and that one missed double from Corey Reese cost him the match. And then we had Craig Brown, and he made quite light work of Craig Brown in the end. And you know, 70% win ratio and a frame percentage. It's not bad, is it?
It's a figure we'll never see, Marc. That's for sure. And obviously Liam, similar. You know, it's pretty comfortable route to the final for both players. You know, Liam's at 74%, just under. So literally not much between the players, and I think that's what we expect in this final, that by the end of it there won't be much between them.
No, there won't, and you can pretty much say that they both had a comfortable route all the way to the final. Not that it's been easy in any way, shape or form, no doubt. They both had the tussles, but yeah, it could make it an interesting final. Definitely a difference in contrast of styles. But yeah, Gareth, I think he owes Liam one, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him did it tonight on this table, because he might be the one under pressure, because he'll find himself being the favourite for this one, even though he's a lower ranked professional. But it's a bit of a false position that he's in at the moment. But Gareth Hibbert is playing well. Can he continue this form on the table? It's going to be an interesting one to find out.
And just reflecting back on the ladies, now that we've all caught our breath after that deciding frame thriller with Rachel taking the title.
Yeah, and you know, I've been reading through social media. I had a little break. I'm not going to tell you that I had a little break, but yeah, I had a little break just while this other semi-final was on. And some of the social media comments and that is really, really nice. I mean, we saw all the nice chairs at the end of it, all the nice atmosphere and that. Rhiannon, she's still gone back to her room, absolutely gutted. She'll get her chance. She'll be back.
Yeah, she definitely will be back. Well, the players are in the arena. The referee's just shaking hands with them both. We can see them. It's literally just a few yards away from us. So I think it's time to get to the commentary box. And once again, it's over to Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kev. So the final knockings of this tournament are about to get underway. The IPA International Professional title of 2023 is on the line. The trophy behind the two players. The hands shaken. The lag about to be underway. It's Gareth Hibbert with his sledgehammer break, who will start things off. Well, Marc, I'm afraid I'm going to leave you to it for the final. Marc Pickworth has joined us.
Yeah, I'll be in here, so
Yeah.
you never know, Dan, you might make it back.
I'm sure the viewers are bored of me talking about food, so it's time I went and ate some.
You've been still going on about food, have you?
If this is a long final, I might see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck,
Race
mate.
to 10.
See you soon.
Dan, thanks very much. That's Dan Fairway. Done an absolutely sterling job tonight for us, and I hope you've all enjoyed the voice of Dan as much as I have. Well, if we don't hear him back tonight, we'll definitely have him back tomorrow. We'll make sure we pay the overtime for him. First opening break, that is, from Gareth. A little bit of a loose white, if you want to call it that. But is this going to be an opportunity to take this opening frame? Just deciding to take his extension. That opening shot, that is. That double, brilliant shot. Assuming that yellow just passes that red to the top right hand corner. So he's on this yellow now in the bottom half of the table. This looks a bit pacey. Is it going to be perfect? Is it enough? Yes, I think he is. In the end, played it at a very good pace. Well, 4 cushions. Gave himself a nice angle, but it's just like he's de-accelerated that. And maybe that rest break that he had probably hasn't done him any favours. Maybe a little bit on the cold side. So, off the cushion. Is this going to be close? Is it going to rattle? No, it isn't. And now Liam Dunster, great chance to take this opening frame. Gareth had the first chance, just didn't get into that. One into the middle pocket. At the perfect angle, really. Just got these reds in the top half of the table. Drift down table, take the remaining 3. And that should be the opening frame.
Extension, please.
Really, these are bread and butter for Liam Dunster. A little less angle than he wanted, but absolutely perfect. Have to do a lot with that. Simple black for 1-0. And there it is. Positional error from Gareth. Give that Liam Dunster the first opportunity in the opening frame. Gareth has just been away from the table a little too long, but opening frame, still a long way to go in this race to 10. Right, frame number 2. The break that is. 3 balls, 2 reds, 1 yellow. So everything will depend on whether that red passes into the bottom right hand corner, because if it does, he'll take the yellow onto red plant. Choosing the extension now, so he's had a quick look at that red. Yeah, has got the option to go for yellows as well, but with that left-hand middle, blocked that one yellow, that might force him into these reds. Reds it is. It's not bad. Well, it obviously didn't go, that's why he's had to just bump it out. But, you know, we'll say, you start cannoning into balls, things can go wrong. Just rolling that back nicely. So Liam gonna get his first break off with a break and run out and lead in this match by 2 frames to 0. What a start there from Liam. Punishing Gareth for his poor positional error and then just breaking, clearing on his own break. 2-0. So this is the final of the professional event. Tomorrow we'll probably start off with the final of the amateur event, and that is currently still being played. Well, one of the semi-finals is yet to be played, or it's in progress now. I'm not 100% sure, but I know Lee Shepherd, he's one of the finalists. He will either be playing Matt Peel or Alan Robinson. So I'll keep you up to date here on how that pans out. Pretty sure that will be played at some point tonight, unless it is already on. It could well be. Oh, I am being told in me yet without me looking. It is currently being played. Didn't quite hear who it is to, but it is 4 frames to 1 to Matt Peel. So Matt Peel looking like he could be in the final against Lee Shepherd, and we normally bring that to you when we go live at 12 o'clock, so that could well happen again tomorrow, but we'll have all that information for you a little bit later on. Not too late, because we've not got much more time left, but there's still a bit of work to be played in this final. So we should have it before we come off air tonight. Been a long day for all of us. No doubt a long day for all of you at home. You've enjoyed all the free coverage. break though from Gareth in frame 3. It looks pretty much. I'm just about to say, looked like he had a very nice angle on that. So it's pretty perfect, but a little bit of work to do now, I think. I'll have to do a bit of navigating with this cue ball. Only navigating, needs to leave him a nice gap, and found it very nicely, very well controlled. Got a choice of both reds. Trying to pinch the knuckle a little bit. Done well there to hold that. Played it at an absolute exquisite weight. Dunster, he seems to be in punishing mood. Again, kept Gareth Hibbert sat in his chair, leading 3 frames to 0. It will be Liam Dunster to break next in frame number 4. Successful again, 2 reds. I think he might elect the yellows this time. all depends on the red that is closest to, just left of the black spot, where that would go, but I don't think it goes anywhere, so apart from the right centre. That's why he's decided to take these yellows, leaving that yellow in a nice position just so it can drift up for the last yellow in the top half of the table, and then to leave himself a simple black. So I expect him to take these yellows out in the lower part of this table. Gareth Hibbert sat in that chair. You just wonder, what can you do to stop Liam playing faultless pool? He's just going to have to sit there patiently and just wait if there's ever going to be an opportunity. If one comes along. First shot he played, plant leaving that yellow there. Now he's just got a simple stunt up the table. You want to play ball, just roll it in, keeping it as simple as possible. And again, he'll just drop this in at the dead base. And now another simple 8 ball into the top left hand corner. For 4 frames to 0. Devastating pull from Liam Dunster. The only mistake that Gareth Hibbert's made is a positional shot. He's had a positional shot, a poor positional shot, and a dry break, and he's 4-0 down. Race to 10 though. Oh, still a long way to go. And Liam, he'll know that at the back of his mind. You know, it's just about him keeping his concentration levels for that long. You know he can do it. We've seen him play hours and hours on end and play faultless pool. Have a look at the Gareth Hibbert break. He's got a ball. So he's going to get another visit. Not had too many visits in this final so far, due to pretty much just being a spectator. Looks like it's landed a touch untidy. So yeah, that's what Gareth's looking at there. That's the key shot. Well, key positional shot anyway. Clock ticking down. Is he on it now? This is what he's played. He's missed it. Under a bit of shot clock pressure, but also he's been put under a lot of pressure from Liam Dunster, who's been faultless. But he's now going to ask the question of Liam, and if he does decide to try and go for these are far from easy. Looks like he's got a slight angle here. Not too much of a gap. But when you're 4-0 ahead, feels like he could have a go at it, but he's missed the pot. He's human. It was a big shot though, it weren't easy to execute. A blind pocket and then trying to just go through that. You know, it weren't a very big gap. But it's not left it easy for Gareth. I mean, Gareth would love an easier chance than this. Again, that shot clock ticking down. Gonna try and draw this back, is he? Trying to make something happen. Just left himself an angle now. Can he just drop on it? Or has he got too much angle? Take the yellow into the top left hand corner, top right hand corner that's on your screen at the moment. Don't think he's got the angle just to hold it, has he? Not a lot of room for error. Played it with a bit of pace. Gonna make something happen. He's got it out, but he hasn't left himself an easy pot. Good pot. Is he on the black? Yes, he is on the black. A lovely little shot there from Gareth Hibbert. Very well developed. And he's got a frame on the board. Not the second opportunity, but he'll take it. That missed there. I mean, he did get into the reds, but he's probably concentrating on so hard on the cannon. That's what made him miss the pot. Seems quite relaxed there, Gareth. Just how that miss is now going to affect Liam Dunster. Doesn't normally. 4-1 now, though he leads. Will be Liam to break in frame number 6.
Leading 4 frames to 1. Time release.
Well, I think Liam's up and out. There's a rack. Let's go the ball. Yeah, one yellow.
Inspection, please.
That's gone wrong. Don't think can he get through to any potting angle? I'll be touching ball. I think it is. Means he's going to have to play away, making sure that yellow is closest to. Touching. Doesn't move. Missed their knuckle. The yellow just on the bottom cushion. It's going to need some work. Where's the cue ball gone? It's not a great shot there from Liam. Then he feels under his own pressure there of just waiting a bit too long to the shot clock. But he'll not be happy with that one. Is it just on? Can he play the red onto red for the plant? I think he can, because he's just come round to have a look, see if that red passes the black into the left centre. So it didn't pass, so yeah, he had to cannon into it as well. So what a good shot that was. A lot better than it looked. So I've just got to drift this up table. Ideally not to be on the one on the cushion first, needs a bit of angle. He hasn't got one, so just about now. Does he draw that back for the red in the middle, or can he take it down into the corner, I think. A few ways of playing this shot. Yeah, just elected for the middle. You don't want to be too straight. It looks like he is too straight. Is he just going to have to roll this through, or has he got an angle he can pinch? He can pinch an angle. As you just saw, that went into this far side of the pocket. This black. 4-2. So Liam just going to nip out for a comfort break. Losing the last two frames, just try and get his thoughts together. Gareth Hibbert. Not out of this yet. Race to 10, remember, for this final. Seems to be pretty relaxed out there, Gareth. a view. What's going off? Very, very busy still out there. What's the pool going off? There's our very own Dan Davey. He's lost out in that semi-final against Liam, now battling away on the outer tables in the Open. Looks like he's having to play a few safety shots of his own. So the poll's in on the YouTube chat. Dunster has won it by 65%. Think of you that he's going to win it here tonight. We're just having a look round, don't know what he's looking for. He's just having a look round. Referee's gliding round the arena, our senior referee, making sure everything's in order. Back. Gareth Hibbert breaks in frame number 7. Needs a ball. Needs a ball. It's not gonna... He has got one, a red. I didn't see which pocket it went in, but he's gone down. That's the main thing. Must have been pretty late on that, did it? Or did it go early? Oh, just went up this cushion here. I was late on. That's why I didn't see it. So, red ball down. Got a choice of colour sets here. He could take yellows if he wanted, but I mean, if yellow onto yellow, has its own risk. Yellow as it is. So obviously the 2 yellows on this right hand cushion and the lower half of the table. That's the going to be a key shot. I mean, he can play to get them out if he wants, but does he need to? You know, he always believes in his ability. Maybe the one he's left on the cushion. That's going to be his final ball. Drifting up table. I think he's come far enough. Looks okay. Yeah, this is the last ball. Just drops it in nicely. And then this black to the left centre. To go within 1, 4-3 now. 3 on the bounce for Gareth Hibbert. Dunster, he'll be breaking in frame number 8. Feel be a huge moment in this match. And we are starting to see a couple of errors creep in the Liam Dunster game. He played a perfect pull for the first 4, but then give an opportunity back to Gareth, and he's taking it with both hands and taking 3 frames on the bounce. So we're back within 1. Got a ball. So he might only have an opening shot on the yellows. Not sure. Does that yellow? I think it passes into that centre. Scores for the extension. I mean, yellows aren't bad anyway, so they'll probably be yellows anyway. Regardless whether you've got a shot on reds. There's only one for concern, is the one that's left in the lower half of the table on the cushion. He's a little bit shorter pace than he wanted. Can he just avoid that red and get over to play that one on the cushion next? I think that's what he's intended to do. Can't avoid the red. Rerouting a bit here. I think he was hoping for it a little bit of a thinner contact to that red. This ain't getting any easier for him. He seems to have been ruffled a little bit. He's not his steady old self as he was in the first 4 frames. Clock's ticking down as well. That added pressure. Played the little cannon off the red just so he punches his white ball out. I think the thing that will help him here is that it looks like that yellow is pretty much glued to that cushion, so as long as you hit it good, it will just go along the cushion and the pocket will just take it in, or suck it in, whichever one you call it. I think he's just okay.
Is he alright moving this? He's right in his way for this shot. Is that alright? Yeah, just check up, yeah, cheers.
Very good pot. He's stopped that little comeback or mini fight back from Gareth Hibbert. So 5-3 now. Liam Dunster leads. Gareth Hibbert to break in frame 9. He's going to get one. It's dry. I think that red was tracking towards that middle pocket as well. But the white got in the way of it and stopped it. Reds. Just that red on this cushion, right hand side. That's his issue. Because of that, he decided just to play a containing shot. He's basically won that last frame, so he's leading by 2 frames and just said to Gareth, you have a go. You might regret it. Gareth will go for these, I think. Very attacking. He's, oh, is it also make me eat my words? With a containing shot. It seems to be up for the battle here, Gareth. Good to see. direct plant. I think he's tried to just get in front of that yellow ball. Way off. So now, Gareth's thinking, is he looking for that skill shot? The yellow onto red. They obviously both pot at the same time. Yeah, without yellow. Liam's closest to now, that's the one that Gareth needs out. That's not bad. This top right hand corner. Lots of work to do. We might see a few shots like this now. Not really a lot of any player can do just yet. Don't want to give an advantage to an opponent either. I don't think Gareth minds the tactical exchange, even though Liam probably plays a bit more tactical than most. Liam just developing that red into an area where you can get up into the top half of the table and just open it up a bit. So Gareth needs to be a little bit careful now on his shot selection. Shot. Cleared that pocket, but he's still going to have the problem. Top half of the table. Oh. Yeah, that's above the baulk line. That might double across and play the plant. A clever little shot. getting any easier for him though. Clock ticking down. Yeah, cross double. Still got that red, sorry, that yellow below the baulk line. Does double in the middle though. So he's done well to get here. I mean, this will be some clearance. One of the best clearances of the day if he gets them. Is he going to play another double? Yellow to go across the other side. Not sure. I'm not sure. Sure he's got the greatest of angles on him. Maybe that yellow's just close enough to the cushion that he can. Well, is he going to go over into it, or is he? He is going over into it. How's it come out? It's come out pretty well, pretty good. That's there as well. Now this simple 8 ball into the left middle, and what a clearance this has been. 5-4 now. He trails Liam Dunster. A tactical frame, eh? And Gareth Hibbert has come out on top. Just as that clearance has happened, I'm going to have a bit of company in the comms box. Not quite yet, but I'll announce it when he's ready. Well, it looks like he might be about ready now. We had Dan Davey, he's sneaked in. I know he's been playing on the outer tables in his open match. He'll probably tell us how he's got on.
Hello, hello.
Dan, welcome to the comms box again. Missed you pretty much all afternoon. Been grafting away, haven't you?
Missed me, have you?
Yeah, we certainly have. We all always miss you, my mate. But Gareth Hibbert, just missed that frame. Don't know if you watched a bit of it before you come in here. It was a bit of a tactical one. A bit of there was like 2 reds, 2 yellows in the top right hand corner with the pocket blocked, and Gareth decided to pull the trigger. Had to play some outrageous double plants, but got them all. Got this final yellow out, and everything's pretty much history. Liam Dunster has lost a tactical frame. He's back within 1. And just as he does lose that tactical frame, he's gone dry. But back to the table once again. Did trail in this match 4-0. Is this a chance now to level it up since it was 0-0?
4-0 to 5-4 if he gets these to go 5 each. You'd almost make him favourite. It's a hell of a turnaround, especially against somebody like Liam.
And he played faultless Paul, Liam.
Faultless. To go 4-0 up.
He had Gareth had one missed positional shot and a dry break and found himself 4-0 down. So it was faultless Paul from Liam. But yeah, it's game on now. You feel though, like you said, Dan, if he does take these out, that's going to give Liam a lot to think about.
Yeah, just looking there. He'd love to.
Gareth's break as well.
Yeah, he'd love to be able to play this yellow off the red. Oh, that's exactly what he's tried to open the pocket up, and I think it was possible. He hit that red a bit thicker than he needed to, but it was very tight. He needed to just graze it, and he's
maybe just needs to be played at a little less pace, and it just might have swallowed it up.
Yeah, just a little bit thinner, and the red would have just about come away from the middle, and he'd have made the yellow. It was a very precise shot. It needed to be. He hasn't left Liam the easiest table in the world. I mean, at first glance, you go, wow, they're all in the open, but it needs a bit of figuring out. The red in the bottom left corner of the table needs getting on. You can get on that from the red over the bottom right corner pocket. Looks like he might be screwing into it now. Trying to screw behind, play into the middle. That's an excellent shot. It's a really, really good shot.
Yeah, you feel like once his red's gone, all the ones in the top half of the table, they've got some easy pockets for him.
Perfect pace. He's got the pace of this table, that's for sure. He's got options as to what he does with the black. I think once he takes this red that he's closest to, that may well be the pocket that he plays the black into. And just drop the red into the left middle as his last ball. And just let it stop the white dead where it is. Doesn't really want to be. It depends how much he has to force it past that yellow. He doesn't want to risk pushing the yellow into the knuckle. Doesn't really want to play at any sort of pace. So we might well see him just land straight on that red. See from the overhead there. It does squeeze past. That one shot that he played first up, it's just completely opened the frame up.
Yeah, very good positional shot. Leave the one in the middle till the end.
Yeah, you'll see he'll come round and just kind of eye up exactly what line he wants the cue ball on. I think that's perfect.
I don't think he'll do too much with his cue ball. Probably just leave it where it is. Does the black pass into that bottom corner?
Yeah, if it passes into the bottom corner, he'll probably just leave the white where it is because he's dead straight. If not, it looks like he can squeeze it past, top the white through a little bit, and play the black into the opposite middle. Yeah, he didn't want to risk having to play that at any sort of pace because the yellow's going to flick off the knuckle, potentially come towards the black. So it obviously goes in the corner, risk-free, and came to the table. It looked a little bit tricky. He had one killer positional shot to play, which opened the frame up. He nailed it, and it's a huge frame. Gareth was in first on another day. On most days, gets that frame and makes it 5 each. Look at that there. He's played that gap. He knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't trying to cannon the yellow. If he overhits it, he'll cannon the red. which would probably have been fine, but you've been doing well to dig into that enough to get into the red. Played it at such a pace where if he does find the gap, he's going to be on it in the middle. Played it really well.
Yeah, it was only a little bit out of the, just that yellow dropping into the left centre for Gareth. But he's going to be breaking in the next frame. So, needs to get within one again, just to have a chance. You feel if he gets 3 behind, it's going to be a tough chase.
Wow.
His best breaker this match so far, I think.
He has hit them.
Yeah.
He has hit them hard.
Have a look at that break.
The explosion from the pack there, that was ridiculous. That's as hard as I've seen a break hit in a long time.
Any frustration in that one, do you think?
Yeah, let a bit of anger out. Get the extra 10%.
Not wrong with that. That little cluster though, near the black. I think going to need a little bit of work, or is there enough gap there just to do whatever? It does need it. I think he's just tried to want to just clip it.
Yeah, he was going into the cushion and to break into that cluster of 3. And it hasn't worked out for him. I mean, he's got other balls that he can get into it from. As you see all these top players, though, you want to get into it as soon as possible. So he can go into it now, if he wants to. From this yellow over the middle. Can actually go into it from the one over the corner, just to the left of the black, if he wants to. Problem is with these, it's not one of these cannons. You always want to play a cannon if you can, where you've got every chance of being, or you're guaranteed to be on another ball. You will need to trust a little bit to luck on this one. It could have been worse. It could have been better as well.
I think it just seemed like that shot was out of his hands a little bit.
It was, and now and again you've got no choice. You've just got to go into it with a bit of pace and hope for the best. He knows he's probably not going to be snookered on anything, but he's exactly how I suspected he might have been, really. Just played that very, very well. Played that really well. He played that with running side deliberately to try and get the white back out after he run into the red. Played that really well. Again, trusting a little bit to luck, but did play that very well. Now, if he's got a little bit of angle, which I think he has, he can actually use the red just underneath, just the one that's on the balk line, as a stopper for the white. He almost wants to rest into this red. That should give him the perfect natural angle to go just below the middle pocket, back down the table. Can stun up the left-hand side of the table if he wants, but you want to play on a natural line if you can, just to keep that away from that corner pocket. Played it with the tracer side to straighten up a little bit. It's perfect. Perfect. Very good clearance.
Yeah, it all started with that anger break, did you call it?
Yeah, angry break. He's calmed himself down and he's back to 6-5. Wasn't an easy clearance. He had a little cluster to get into. It didn't come out great for him, but he's quite happy about it, didn't he?
There he's smiling.
You would be smiling at 4-0 down, and now you're 6-5 back into it. Got your teeth into the match.
Yeah, it's definitely important that he stays with him. You don't want to be going 3 behind. There's a fact. Is he going to get a chance though from Liam Dunster? So that's the question.
Round number 12, Liam Dunster to break, leading 6 rounds to 5.
Liam Dunster breaking frame number 12.
Sticking with his cut break. Overvised. Made his trademark ball into the... Oh, he's made 3 to the left middle. Not seen him do that before. Wow. Look at these reds. Look at these reds.
Probably Liam's best break of the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, if he had to go yellows, he could play the yellow off the red to open the pocket up, and he'd probably clear those as well. But I think reds are the colour. Leave the 2 at the top of the table until last, or leave at least one of them as a connector to the black. It's just, he's taking his extension. This is going to be the most important part of this frame, is Liam just figuring out what he wants to do, what order he wants to take the balls in, what he feels is the most risk-free way of going about this. So yeah, I think we're going to see him take the 1 into the top left now. With 2 options, he can either play the 1 into the bottom right now, and leave the 1 top right until last. Sorry, you can play the 1 into the top left now, above the black, come down the table, and use the red into the top right as his last ball, which I think he's going to do. He gets this right, it's as good as over. He needs that to slow up though. Needs that to slow up. That'll really annoy him. He had such a big margin of error. They're anywhere centre of the table. I mean, he could have hit that 2.5, 3 feet shorter, and he would have been perfect. So maybe there's a little bit of tension in the arm from Liam. He is human, although he doesn't show it very often. On the table. Nothing personal. Quite like the guy actually. He's played that well. Can swing this round now. Play this with bottom left. Swing it off 2 cushions. And he's just have an imaginary circle in the middle of the table where he wants the white ball to land. Lands there, is as good as done.
You just can't see an error from here really, from Liam.
It needs that to slow up. Needs that to slow up.
Right.
Oh, he's just stood and held his position there. Then he wasn't a little bit anxious. He did that last. Just a couple of shots ago. He just hit it a little bit too quick. This table does play quicker than the other tables as well. A little bit. Felt like it caught me out a little bit, to be honest. But excuses. So, massive break from Liam. And although he ran out of position slightly, he recovered it well. And fairly simple black to make this 7-5.
Well, 7-5 it is. Never breaking clearance from Liam.
He's having a bit of fun in the background there, isn't he?
Yeah, it seems that way. Something's gone off, hasn't it? But, obviously not. Maybe not. Not with a look at Gareth's face. And
I think Gareth finds it funny. Very cool, calm, collected Gareth. Might look angry. He's just focused.
ultimate professional. I think that's the best way.
Yep.
He really knows. Great guy off the table as well. I mean, Liam is as well. We have some great conversations with Liam.
Very dry sense of humour, Liam.
Yeah.
Often gets a little bit mistaken for being, don't know if arrogance even the word really, but you know, like a lot of people that are the best at what they do, or one of the best at what they do, they get, they get a little bit harshly thought of really, because they, you know, people are in awe of them a little bit. They automatically think they've got a bit of arrogance or a bit of, you know, he's actually a very humble guy. He's just quite shy until you get to know him. He's actually got a really dry, good sense of humour, Liam.
You had 3 balls in the left middle last time, and now we just had 3 balls in the top left. Is that right?
Swarmed in as well.
What's these players doing?
The way Gareth's hitting them, you sort of wonder how he could ever not make a ball off the break. And the plant first up. Just to make sure that cue ball stays away from the middle. Does it well. Now, I think the one down the cushion next, he just wants to leave himself a nice natural angle to get down, to leave his red at the bottom of the table as his last ball. That's all he'll be thinking, just get the cue ball back out into the open, see where it lands. That's pretty perfect. I think the red goes into the top right corner. Just wants to leave himself a nice natural angle to ideally leave this one last, but he's on it now. So anything but straight. Doesn't want to be straight. Anything but straight, Gareth. This is why he wanted to leave it till last, ideally, if he could. Because this would have been fine if you're making, you know, black into the right middle next, but now he's got to play a bit of a shot to get himself back out into perfect position. May even have to just leave himself at distance. Wow. Wow. He will not be happy with that. He had the frame at his mercy. That was not difficult from there. It's just almost, yeah, he's just almost got a little bit casual. If he could have his time back. I mean, obviously, if he doesn't leave himself straight on that bottom one, he's fine. When he had 5 reds left, he just needed to make sure he got the cue ball out enough so that he could leave that one that he played into the middle as his second last red. Anyway, on now, and gimmies for Liam. The yellow at the top of the table, he's got a bit of traffic. Just to make sure he gets on that nicely. The one on the right hand side of the table does go in the middle, but it's a bit tight. So much so he's played to bump it out. Nicely done.
Yeah, now moving that yellow, that's just going to help him track up table. Taking that yellow that's in the balk area. Yeah, that error from Gareth, really uncharacteristic. Just trying to pinch a little bit more pocket, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Liam's
into
trying to do here.
Yeah, he knows that weren't the best of shots.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what he was trying there, but
it's fortunate that yellow's bounced enough off the cushion just to drop this in, I think.
Yeah, I think he... I mean, this will drop in the middle. Very gently. This is huge after Gareth's mistake. Liam really needs to punish him from here. And so now can he get through to the one at the top of the table? Otherwise, I mean, even if he can, is he going to play that one? He can cut the yellow into the right middle. Where's the white ball going? Going dangerously close to the other yellow. Fairly natural angle. Does he run behind it if he cuts it ultra thin? He'll know better than us because he's right behind the shot. Looks like that's the case. Just needs it to slow up, and it has. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's judged that very well. Just gone round the back of it.
Yeah, I think if he'd have potted it thicker into the middle pocket, he probably would have run into the yellow. So you see he actually probably played that quite thin into the, as we look at the screen now, into the bottom side, bottom half of that right middle pocket to create a wider angle. That's very good. Very, very well controlled. So it might be slightly hampered queuing here, but this for 8-5. Just left himself a slightly longer bridge hand. He's fine, it's there. That's going to hurt Gareth. Okay, we've got a waver. The crowd. Got a goofy face. Got the comedians in the crowd.
Yeah, I didn't know there was allowed in comedians. Nice to have them on board. No, that's why they're sat in the crowd, I think.
So 8-5. And Gareth's got to be thinking now, just keep him off 9, keep him off the hill, as they call it.
Yes, for as long as possible. In the dry break last time.
So precise where he puts that white. Made it again.
Very consistent with that. That cut break.
Yeah. Controlled the white perfect as well. He likes it to go into that side cushion straight back into the pack, so he almost gets like a second connection. Messy table. Red's in the middle of the table. Kind of block each other a little bit. He's got a plant at the bottom of the table. He can play that. It's then how he gets into red and the yellow that are together. This is far from an easy clearance for Liam, but these are the kind of ones that other very good players don't get, and Liam tends to get them. Just tends to find a way. Very annoying to play against. You think you've got a sniff, and he just finds a way. So, play this cut plant. It's not quite a natural plant, so he has to sort of slightly overcut the first one. But the white's going to be going off that bottom cushion and up into the yellow and the red that are together. So he should land on, he should be on something afterwards. That's if he even decides to attack.
Ooh.
I think he's played that. I mean, he could have made that plant if he wanted to, and if he was attacking from there, he'd have played it with top, and gone into the yellow that's above the white now. I think he's deliberately played that because Gareth's got problems all over the place, and Liam is as good as he is at clearing off the break and keeping his opponent in his seat for 15-20 minutes at a time. He is at heart a percentages player. Very calculated. Will play more safeties than most. Tends to just be at the right time. Is that going to reach? Oh, heart in mouth time there.
Every frame, it's got to be must win. Oh, is that going to drop? No.
It's just stayed up, so Liam now looks like he's really only got one bad ball to land on, which is this one in the top left-hand side of the table. Does he play a skill shot now? I mean, the yellow is right in the pocket, but although it is tucked into the left-hand side jaw, which makes his skill shots a bit more difficult. I think we'll see him attack that at a later date. Can always just try and land on that if he can.
Got on both.
Here we go. This could potentially be the match if he gets this right. 9-5. It's all about touch. He has played that to perfection. That is perfect. Absolutely spot on. To play that, it's a lot harder than it looks. That he's had to, such a delicate shot. He's had to play that with kind of like a stun run through, but he's had to play it gently. Not the sort of shot that you play very often, and to play that well under this pressure, well, don't exactly need to tell you how good Liam is.
No, what a clearance that is. Been very, very good.
Yeah, look how funny it is waving at the camera. Really funny. Look at that, he's loving it, isn't he?
Two clowns in the back.
Absolutely loving it. Look at him. Claim to fame.
Yeah, this is him.
Yeah, this is your moment. Go on. Gav doesn't look too impressed. Needs 5 on the bounce.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of opportunities in the last couple of frames, really, and ones he's been getting most of the day, to be honest.
Yeah, do you know? Go back to my match. I had sort of the same, really. You know, didn't play awful, didn't play great, but there were 2 or 3 clearances that were not really difficult, but tricky ones that you just need to get if you're going to beat someone like Liam over a long distance. And I didn't get them. And from the bit that I've seen here, just from when I came in at 5-4, there's just been a couple of the trickier finishes. Gareth's got a couple of very good clearances and whatever, but to beat someone like Liam when he's playing well, you kind of need to get all of them. And it's just those couple that have just gone begging that on another day we could be sat here at 7-0 or even 8-6 to Gareth. If Gareth was on top form. If Gareth was at his absolute best, he'd be minimum 7-0, maybe 8-6 up in this match. Some fine margins that sort of, well, win or lose your matches, win or lose your tournaments, I suppose.
Just makes you wonder now, is that the last shot? We're going to see Gareth Hibbert, the break.
And top this through and land on these two reds into the top right corner, solving part of his problem to this frame. Pinpoint accuracy. Just about good. Wanted the white away from that side cushion so he can manoeuvre the white better now. Played that well, so I think you might see him go red top right corner, the one over the left middle, then bottom of the table. Get himself straight on the one into the right middle, and then leave the well, even better than that. He's landed on his awkward one, which he could have left last. He's landed on it now. He's so confident to play such a delicate soft screw on this really, really quick cloth. It's hard to explain to people that don't really play to sort of Liam's level, really, that how good shots like that are, and how much easier he's made that look than it is. But he's now won the match and the tournament. Just needs to get this anywhere on the back cushion. Just, you can overhit this by a fair bit, just don't underhit it. And then it's ABC. Absolutely perfect. What we've seen since I've walked in here is kind of been Liam doing what he does best, just staying consistently good. You know, doing the easy stuff well, doing the very difficult stuff well, punishing the smallest of errors from his opponents, and you know, what was a very close match, all of a sudden, one or two errors from Gareth, and it looks like it's ended up being a comfortable win for Liam. Leave himself a little bit of angle on this one. But this is it for the title. So here we have it for the title. It's there. Very, very good performance from Liam Dunster, doing what he does best. Started off unreliably informed, playing perfect pool, and from when I came in, I wasn't making notes. I'm not sure I saw him make a mistake. He may have made a mistake, but I mean, overall you're looking at like a 9 out of 10 performance there minimum. He's played really, really well. All credit to him. Making this very, very hard game look very, very easy. Congratulations, Liam. We'll go through now and grab a couple of words with Marc Pickworth.
Thanks, Dan, and that's truly another memorable professional final. So, first of all, round of applause for both players, please. Gareth, can you just pop up and just have a few words, please? Another final, unfortunately another loss, but got to be pleased with the way that you've played yesterday and today.
Yeah, I can't complain really. Got off to a slow start again like the last 2 finals, but I think I played 3 really terrible shots in the match, and I'd be stood here 8-7 up if I hadn't played these 3 shots. So that's Liam took all his chances, or majority of his chances. So fair result really. I played the bad shots.
And you know, them few errors, you know, it's really a tough one to take sometimes, and somebody against somebody like Liam's quality, you just really can't afford to do that.
The first frame I was worried about screwing it off, so I just didn't cue it at all, and then the other 2 I was sort of running out of time and just rushed into shots. So, but yeah, apart from that, I played fairly well apart from those 3 mistakes, I think.
And the start of the season, you know, if I'd have said to you, you're going to make 3 finals this season, would you be really happy with that?
Probably, yeah, but it's still disappointing because all 3 of them I've just got off to slow starts, and it's hard to win against these people from 4-0, 5-0 down, which I've been in all the finals. So.
Well, and a little bit about your partner. Well, your partner, your opponent.
Yeah, he played solid as he always does. We know what to expect from Liam. Broke well, took his chances. Yeah, I won the tactical frame though, which is a first I think against him. So.
Well, you played your part in a great final. You've been pretty superb throughout, and unlucky this time, but no doubt you'll be back bigger and stronger next time. And Gareth Hibbert, everybody.
Cheers, man.
Thank you. Liam, finally, you're back to winning ways. How do you feel at the moment?
Yeah, if you told me before the event that I'd win one, I probably wouldn't believe you, purely because I've had like major tip problems the last couple of days. I put a new tip on Wednesday and I just got 0 feeling in it at all. I was down this morning practicing, miss. My head was just gone. Just no feeling in the tip at all. Not getting the reaction I want out of it, and then somehow I still play really good stuff. So it's quite surprising.
Well, we didn't see too much of that affecting you, you know. And one thing that was a big debate over the last couple of days was the way that people was breaking on this table. It seemed to favour the head-on break, but you seem to have changed that. And with you know, you've always been a cut breaker, but it's been very effective. And you know, even with your tip problems, if you had it didn't make any difference to you.
Broke really well for a change, because my break's been letting me down for quite a while, to be fair. And no, it was actually quite good there. So happy days. Hopefully it continues.
And you beat Gareth in the 2022 World Final. I don't want to remind him of that. But did you think about any of them stats, pre-game?
I mean, you do think like that before the match, stuff like that. But then when you're actually on the table, you don't think like that at all. You just got to think frame by frame, shot by shot, keep it going, and then punish every mistake that he makes, and hope that you get the chances that come your way. Because I mean, you could sit there playing really well, and you're a few frames behind easy because he's just breaking dishing and just dry breaking and stuff like that. So it can change just like that. So you just got to keep your foot down on his throat, so to speak. So that's what I've done. And
a little bit about your opponent. You know, he's made 3 finals already this season, so it's a pretty good standard, especially
Definitely,
he's not getting any younger, is he?
Yeah, we're all none of us are getting younger, but he's always in the later stages. He's usually the man to beat. It was no surprise at all to see him in the final again. So yeah, he's still at the top of his game.
Yeah, and an inspiration obviously to the younger talent like yourself, and something that you aspire to be.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if I'm as good as him at his age, then I'll take that.
Well played, Liam. You are back to winning ways. You are now the IPA professional champion. Liam Dunster, everybody. We'll take some photos after this interview. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Liam Dunster back to winning ways. Kev Barton.
Yeah, well, we wondered how long it'd take for him to be back in the winner's circle after his short time away. It wasn't that long. You know, he was thoroughly deserved winner. Very, very solid. You know, Gareth threatened to get back into the match, just couldn't quite get level with him, and in the end Liam just too strong and pulled away for the victory.
And what do you think? You know, Liam had some tip problems. I mean, didn't really see any of that going off in his game, did we?
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem to impact him on the table. You know, probably more off the table. But yeah, you could probably stick a piece of wood on the end of it, and he'll still be a great player. You know. Yeah, he's definitely going to be the man to beat again for the rest of the season by the looks of it.
Yeah, and the way that he goes about his clearances every time, everything just seems to be, you know, pretty much on the penny, doesn't it? The way that he just goes about 7 or 8 ball clearance, whatever it is, he does elegantly.
I think he's the best player in the game, cue ball control. You know, he's got that cue on a sixpence, and yeah, I think the others just need to watch out. Liam's back.
He is back indeed, and we're going to be back tomorrow. That's it for us tonight, and I think we're going to be back at about 12 o'clock tomorrow, aren't we?
Might even be 11.
So nearly an early night for us all, but we'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you join us.